the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1151, The Third Lust Belt, Part 2. Aren't they afraid of landing at this speed? A normal person couldn't possibly withstand the impact of a container landing at the speed of a rocket. While Ambiguous possessed powers unmatched by ordinary humans, they were still within the realm of the human race. That's easy. Just jump out the moment it hits the ground, Mashu said immediately. She was experienced in this kind of situation. As she predicted, two figures leaped from the container before it hit the ground. It's Miss Aku Hinako. Mashu immediately recognized one of them. Regarding the Hydras and Lust Belts, aside from Kershatalia, which Zian had confirmed was in the Atlantic Lust Belt, the group had no idea where the other Lust Belts were. Miss Aku Hinako, Mashu, upon seeing Aku Hinako and her servants land, immediately wanted to speak to them, but unfortunately, Saber, kill them. Aku Hinako had no intention of speaking to Mashu and simply ordered her servants to attack, targeting Fujimura Ritsuka directly. Miss Aku Hinako, Mashu immediately blocked the longsword in Saber's hand with her shield, and then wanted to talk to Aku Hinako, but faced with Saber's continuous attacks, Mashu could only focus on defending against the opponent's attacks. Miss Aku Hinako, could you please stop for now? We can definitely talk. Seeing that Mashu had no way to escape for the time being, Da Vinci immediately stepped forward. Among the people present, she and Mashu were the only ones who knew each other. Talk? There's nothing to talk about between us. Aku Hinako glanced at Da Vinci with an icy gaze, then glanced at everyone else with an equally icy gaze before turning to the fight between Saber and Mashu. Saber, come back. After observing for a while, Aku Hinako immediately ordered her servant to retreat after realizing that Saber was powerless against Mashu's shield. Master, I'm sorry. Saber retreated to Aku Hinako's side and immediately apologized to her. Miss Aku Hinako, Mashu returned to Ritsuka's side, still holding the shield. Just as she was about to speak, Aku Hinako interrupted her. Mashu, you've gotten stronger. Let's go. With these words, Aku Hinako and her servants retreated into the distance, disappearing from the group's side in a moment. How could this happen? Mashu looked at Aku Hinako disappearing, a look of confusion on her face. It's strange. They didn't even give us a chance to talk. Da Vinci was also very puzzled. The group had already experienced two Lust Belts so far, but even Gatak, who hated Fujimura Ritsuka and believed that his presence robbed them of their glory, had not immediately attacked. It's indeed strange. Based on her usual behavior in Chaldea, she shouldn't be the kind of person. Or was it all just a disguise? The group then returned to the submarine, this time calling Roman, who had also come into contact with Aku Hinako, to discuss the matter. In Chaldea, Aku Hinako was known as a quiet woman who preferred to stay away from reading. Compared to the Aku Hinako who had just glared at them, she was a completely different person. Actually, I made an unexpected discovery. Miss Aku Hinako actually observes others through reading, Mashu explained. Because Aku Hinako was a recluse, she rarely interacted with even those in Group A, so Mashu naturally had little interaction with her. She was able to spot Aku Hinako's hidden problem because she once tried to wipe her glasses in the library and saw them through the reflection. But it was only for a moment. When Mashu noticed, Aku Hinako seemed perfectly fine. Roman, do you have anything to say? Da Vinci asked, noticing that Roman was about to speak. One thing I know, everything about Aku Hinako, including her medical examinations, was personally handled by the former director, Roman immediately explained. Former director? What did he want to do? Da Vinci asked. Normally, such actions were forbidden in Chaldea, but since he was the director, he naturally had privileges. In that case, she has some hidden secrets that cannot be revealed to the public, and this secret might be discovered through a physical examination. Holmes nodded thoughtfully after hearing Roman's words. What are your theories? I have some clues, but we need to investigate further. Holmes was not one to reveal things without evidence. You know, your actions, according to those detective reports, would be utterly suicidal. Although Shen Fei already knew Hinako's true identity, he couldn't help but speak up when he saw Holmes's actions. Fortunately, I'm a detective, Holmes said with a smile. As a detective, he naturally wouldn't be the target of murder. There's another very strange thing. Did you notice that this time it was Akuniko and her servants who took action personally, with no one else involved? Logically, even if she wanted to take action, she should have first sought the help of the King of the Lost Belt. Holmes then raised another question. You mean she hasn't earned the trust of the King of the Lost Belt yet? Da Vinci asked immediately. I can't be sure. We have to confirm who the King of the Lost Belt is, although the location of the capital suggested that this Lost Belt might belong to the Qin dynasty, it couldn't be confirmed. Indeed, it's a concern. However, at this stage, we have no other intelligence. We can only adapt to the changing circumstances. Holmes, go investigate Akuniko's situation. We also need to increase our forces, since there was no way to summon servants from the Lost Belt. The only option was to summon them from pan-human history. Although the possibility of failure was greater, Da Vinci had considered everything very carefully. Before leaving the Wandering Sea, she borrowed an item from Xian, the spirit base amplifier. Normally, a heroic spirit summon only summons one servant, but using a spirit base amplifier can increase that to 3. Xian is truly impressive. The only downside is that the amplifier is a one-time item, and it's gone once used. Lucky luck this time. The 3 famous rebels, using the spirit base box to connect to the pan-human history heroic spirit summon went smoothly. No relics were used here. While using relics would have summoned the desired servant, that was reserved for the Holy Grail War. This was a Lost Belt, and relying on compatibility summoning would yield better results. Just like a Visprin in the first Lost Belt and Emperor Napoleon in the second, the result was the same this time. The 3 servants that emerged were all famous rebels, Jin-Kei, Modard, and Spartacus. In the game, Spartacus was a 1-star character, unlikely to be used by many, but this was real life, and there were no star ratings. As a renowned hero fighting oppression, Spartacus's noble phantasm was incredibly powerful when used appropriately. The presence of Jin-Kei among the 3 servants delighted Da Vinci immensely. After all, if, as he had speculated, this was the first emperor, then Jin-Kei would be targeting him. I'd really like to know how Jin-Kei plans to assassinate the first emperor this time. With his ship-slashing sword, Shen Fei remained silent in response to Da Vinci's confidence. He knew the first emperor's situation in the Lost Belt, and even if he didn't defend himself or fight back, Jin-Kei probably wouldn't be able to kill him. Oh no. Something's flying out over there again, and it's not targeting us, Munir's voice echoed from the monitoring room just as he was introducing the 3 servants to the Chaldean group. Looks like they've called for reinforcements, and ours have arrived just in time. They're soldiers, but judging by what they've seen, they're unlikely to be human. As expected, soon after another container landed, Akuniko and her servants attacked again, but this time it wasn't just the 2 of them, they were followed by 100 soldiers. It's probably some kind of mechanical puppet. With the impact of the container landing, ordinary soldiers wouldn't be able to withstand it. Facing a scene like this right off the bat, seeing the 100 soldiers charging, led by servants, Mordred immediately charged forward, brandishing his sword. Spartacus followed, then Mash and Nezha, while Jin-Kei waited for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Have you ever considered sending Jin-Kei to deal with Akabab? Shen Fei didn't attack. While the enemy had 100 men, they had many servants, there was no way they could lose. As for why they didn't send their servants directly to deal with Akabab, it was probably because they knew each other. Chaldea had never considered killing the 7 hidden ones, at most, they wanted to capture them. A noble phantasm, as the 2 sides closed in, Saber, mounted on a white horse, swung her sword, and instantly the 100 soldiers behind her glowed with light. So tough. If that's the case, then you're traitor to my magnificent father. Mordred, engaged in close combat, immediately discovered the soldiers' condition. They were indeed not human, but puppets. After shredding several of them with his sword, he immediately activated his noble phantasm. A dazzling beam of light instantly pierced the entire formation, completely destroying a third of them. Although Spartacus suffered increasing wounds from the soldiers' attacks, his body also grew larger and his strength increased. Puppet soldiers that he had previously been unable to defeat with a single blow were now easily dispatched by his enlargement. Nezha's situation was even simpler, and he seemed to be well versed in the puppet soldier's weaknesses. His flame spear was a weapon, while Jin-Kei swiftly assassinated the puppets. As for Mash, she naturally relied on her shield to strike them. Oh oppressor! Boom! As Spartacus's body grew larger and more frantic, he was knocked back by a blow from the white horse saber. Hey, Don't use your noble phantasm here. Mordred, fearing Spartacus would activate it without warning, leaped to his feet and charged at the enemy saber. You don't seem afraid at all, observed Holmes, watching the battle. He raised an eyebrow as more and more villagers appeared, then walked over. What are you afraid of? So, why are you fighting? It was clearly a brutal war, but in the eyes of these villagers, it was just a fight. Fighting? Don't you know what war is? What is war? Sorry, master. With 100 puppet soldiers completely destroyed, Saber, on her white horse, spun around, avoiding the attacks of Mordred and Jinke. She galloped to Hanako, who was watching from the back, grabbed her, and the two of them quickly disappeared from view. What's wrong, Nezuha? The battle was won, and Mordred, Spartacus, and Jinke were all overjoyed. However, Nezuha stood beside the wreckage of the puppets, silent. Something's wrong with these puppets, then let's investigate. It's a good opportunity to see the technological level of this lust belt. You've failed again. The retreating Hanako and Saber, in a simple camp, spoke with the first emperor. Apologies, your majesty, never mind. Actually, I've witnessed the power of the so-called pan-human history. It's truly beyond your power to counter. Sending ordinary soldiers in these circumstances is pointless. I'll have the Quinjet come over and take your command. You can rest for a while, thank you, your majesty. Hanako's expression immediately brightened upon hearing the first emperor's words. Do you care that much about him? Remember his name in pan-human history was Xiongyu. As expected, he's a product of the immortal path, a simplified version based on me. After Holmes and Da Vinci examined the remains of the soldiers, they confirmed they were indeed products of the immortal path. However, Nezuha's subsequent words surprised everyone, especially Shen Fei. When people think of Nezuha, they often think of him as a lotus incarnation. However, in the moon world, Nezuha is not like that. In this world, he's a mechanical puppet created by Tai's Hunrun. The discovery of his remains is the origin of the Great Qin Lost Belt. The first emperor, Yingzheng, analyzed Nezuha's remains and discovered the technology for mechanization, which led to the development of immortal technology. Because the first emperor survived, this world became a lost belt. If the first emperor hadn't discovered Nezuha's remains, the world's continued development would undoubtedly have led to a different pan-human history, a parallel universe. I didn't expect Nezuha to be like this. It seems Xiongyu is the same. Could it be that the path to immortality in this world is technological? Nezuha's words made Shen Fei even more curious about Zhang Ji's development. Although he was anxious to meet him, he was facing the first emperor after all. He couldn't just run up to him and say, I want your technology. If he did, the first emperor might think he was a thief who coveted his kingdom's power. A meeting between the two sides needed the right time. Captain of the guards, prepare to awaken the dormant warriors in Mount Li. Inside Shenyang, the first emperor watched the Chaldeans battle the puppet soldiers, his gaze fixed mostly on Nezuha. His great Qin dynasty had risen from Nezuha's ruins, so it was natural for him to recognize him. Your Majesty, who should we awaken? You decide. I trust you'll choose the right person. Yes. P.S. Does anyone know why Nezuha is called the Third Prince? Chapter 1152, The First Emperor, Part 1. This is truly remarkable stuff. It could definitely be popularized throughout human history. While Holmes, Da Vinci, and Nezuha were studying the puppet soldiers, Shen Fei was studying the crops and the fields. Chatting with the villagers, he learned that the grain yield here was the highest in the world he had yet encountered, and its properties were unmatched by any other world. It required no pesticides or fertilizers, it could be harvested simply by planting in the fields. It was also pest-resistant. Combined with its high yield, it was a perfect grain seed. As the saying goes, food in hand brings peace of mind. No matter how society develops, food is essential. It's the foundation of foundations, the lifeblood of the nation and its people. Without cell phones, internet, or electricity, people wouldn't rebel. But without food and famine, they're most likely to revolt. I didn't expect you'd be so interested in this, Da Vinci remarked, looking at the grain in Shen Fei's hands during a break. After all, I am the emperor of a nation, so I naturally have to consider the people. With these, other things can be ignored, but there will be no more famine. That's true, Da Vinci said softly. As they talked with the villagers, they began to understand the system of the Lost Belt. This sparked a debate among the Chaldeans about the merits of the Lost Belt system. From a modern perspective, such a system of ignorance is naturally abhorrent, but at the same time, one must acknowledge that the Lost Belt has truly eliminated war. After all, without weapons, there is no war, no famine, and no fighting. Even Spartacus, a hero dedicated to resisting oppression, had to admit this. Although Spartacus was a berserker, he was quite rational. Wasn't it the famine and war that had led him to lead the fight against oppression? Of course, this didn't mean that Spartacus approved of the Lost Belt system. Besides him, even Jin Kai couldn't find any fault with this Lost Belt. As a heroic spirit of pan-human history, Jin Kai was well aware of its trajectory, constant war and chaos, whether in the east or the west. Mashu and Ritsuka were also deeply troubled by the situation in this Lost Belt. Unlike the previous two Lost Belts, where the people lived in dire straits, this one was truly peaceful, and not a false peace. Mashu even recalled the false peaceful world Gosha had shown her during the burning of humanity. Mashu saw through it at first sight, but this Lost Belt was different, it was real. Such a peaceful Lost Belt made it even harder for the two to resolve to eliminate him. This world is truly beyond words. It seems my previous plan needs to be overturned. Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others were struggling with their thoughts. Shen Fei was also in the same boat. His knowledge of this Lost Belt was limited to the first emperor's development of exceptional technology, achieving mechanical ascension, and the identity of Akachi Hinako. He was completely unaware of the circumstances surrounding this particular Lost Belt. After learning about the situation in this Lost Belt, Shen Fei realized his previous plan was difficult to implement. This wasn't the Nordic Lost Belt, so repeating the same old tricks wouldn't work. There were simply too many people in this world, and then there was the first emperor's personality. The system he implemented forced him to reconsider his approach to the first emperor. According to his previous plan, things would be straightforward, similar to how he had handled the Dragon Emperor, but the first emperor's situation forced him to consider further. He didn't have any particular thoughts about the first emperor's system in this Lost Belt. After all, their starting points were different. The first emperor was born in ancient times, and looking back at the emperors throughout history, it's safe to say that every one of them implemented a system that stifled the people. The difference was only in degree. If you consider it carefully, you'll find that ancient institutions haven't changed much since the modern era. They're essentially the same old story in a new bottle. In this context, to say that the first emperor's system was a foolish attempt to stupefy the people is absurd. Of course, even if he knew the first emperor's system could indeed eliminate war, coupled with unique immortal technology, famine, and perhaps even disease, he could easily replicate it in the Tang dynasty if he so desired. However, being born in modern society, he certainly wouldn't have implemented such a system, even if the result was constant war and conflict. This was the difference in philosophy between him and the first emperor, and there's no question of who was right or wrong. The Lost Belt is a history of failure, one that must be cut off. However, this doesn't necessarily mean that pan-human history is correct. Just as Ivan the Terrible asked Ritsuka at the end, why do you think pan-human history is more correct than the Lost Belt? Even the suppression of power doesn't necessarily mean they're right. If they were right in everything, there wouldn't have been Moon Coral or the Land of Steel. Oh no. Monsters are out there. On the morning of the third day, the group had just finished breakfast, made with local food they'd exchanged with the villagers, when Roman, who was in the monitoring room, suddenly shouted, "Monsters! Why are they there?" Upon hearing the monsters, the group immediately left the submarine and saw several familiar monsters appearing at the edge of the village fence. They'd initially assumed they were local monsters, but they were actually monsters they'd encountered in the first two Lost Belts, roaring beasts and frost giants. Monsters that should belong to different Lost Belts had now appeared together in the third Lost Belt, and it looked like the roaring beasts and frost giants were actually a group. What are those? The villagers, naturally, had also noticed the monsters and immediately panicked, frantically seeking out the guard. Unfortunately, the guard, upon seeing them, was also terrified. "We can't let them get into the village." Mordred, Nezia, and Spartacus immediately rushed in the direction of the monsters, followed closely by Mash and Ritsuka. Several servants intervened, and although the monsters were numerous, no casualties were caused, save for the destruction of some fences. "You've never seen monsters like these before?" Holmes asked, approaching the guards as the servants battled the monsters. Compared to the average villager, the guards knew a bit more. "Never. I heard there were some powerful beasts in the land initially, but they were all eradicated by His Majesty. Now, there are only a few wild boars around. As a world, there's no shortage of animals." Compared to the previous two Lost Belts, The animals in these two are much more normal, real animals. Any powerful monsters capable of harming the villagers were eliminated by His Majesty's troops. In that case, Holmes said, it's certain someone brought them here. If I'm not mistaken, it's Goyanskaya. It's now certain she's in this Lust Belt. While Da Vinci was studying the monsters, Holmes approached and recounted his conversations with the villagers. How did he manage to get so many monsters in and out of the Lust Belt? Shen Fei couldn't help but wonder. If it were just one or two, it wouldn't matter, but these monsters were different. Even he wouldn't be able to bring them all from two Lust Belts here. Now isn't the time to dwell on that. What's her purpose? Is she attacking us, or the villagers? Furthermore, there are probably more monsters than just these. The villagers here are defenseless, so we must protect them. In other words, we must find the monster's lair. If possible, we might find Goyanskaya there. After some discussion, the group immediately decided to act. After all, this was a rare clue. Compared to searching the Lust Belt for ingredients to create the antidote, it would be much easier to capture Goyanskaya and demand the antidote directly. Judging from the monster's behavior, they must be hiding somewhere cold. Does anyone know of any cold places nearby? The monsters in the first and second Lust Belts all originated from icy regions, and such monsters are not well adapted to warm environments. I don't know about cold places. No one has ever been out there, a villager said. Although the village was only guarded by a simple fence, leaving was easy for the villagers. However, due to the emperor's orders, they rarely crossed the fence. After all, the village was rich in resources, and only in times of disaster would they leave, necessitating the relocation of their people. Even the first emperor, despite his power, could not avoid natural disasters like earthquakes, torrential rains, and floods. I know there are cold places out there. I've left the village before out of curiosity and found one in the forest. Just as the group was about to search for the monster's lair, a boy of 11 or 12 sneaked up and offered to lead them. Although the village forbade leaving, human nature was not easily changed. Curiosity, just like the villagers' curiosity about the Chaldean group, kept them gathering to watch the Chaldean submarine from afar. The boy's instincts were unstoppable. To be frank, he wouldn't be the first, nor the last, to sneak out of the village like this. Young man, you're very brave. Spartacus praised the boy highly, letting him ride on his shoulders as they continued on their journey. The group searching for the monster's lair this time were Mash, Ritsuka, Holmes, Shen Fei, Jin Kei, and Spartacus. Mordred and Nezha stayed behind on the submarine to prevent any accidents. What is this? With Mash dragging Ritsuka along, the group moved quickly. Besides the boy's guidance, they also spotted tracks of monsters on the ground. After all, they were ice monsters, so they naturally left traces. There's another village ahead. I've been here before, the boy said, pointing to the faintly visible houses ahead. Spartacus, don't go any further. Let's investigate. Following the tracks, Holmes suddenly spoke to Spartacus as they neared the village. I see. Spartacus immediately understood Holmes's meaning. The traces they had followed suggested the monster would pass through this village. And judging by the conditions in the Lust Belt villages, the one ahead was definitely in danger. They had been prepared for this, but they couldn't let the Lust Belt boy witness such a tragic scene. Damn it! Upon reaching the village, the scene unfolded as they had anticipated. Dozens of people had been killed, and Mashu and Ritsuka's faces immediately filled with anger. Right ahead, I stumbled upon a crack, but it was too cold, and it was getting dark, so I turned back. As the group reached the forest, the boy pointed ahead and said, "We're surrounded," Shen Fei suddenly said. As he finished speaking, a large number of monsters appeared around them, all familiar to the group: roaring frost giants, two-horned horses, mountain giants, ice wolves, ice lions. Nearly every monster from the first two Lust Belts appeared. She's able to orchestrate such a combination of monsters. Who the hell is she? Goyanskaya, Holmes muttered softly as he surveyed the surrounding monsters. Monsters from two different Lust Belts, representing completely different ecosystems, wouldn't be easy to coordinate. I'll leave it to you, little one. Spartacus placed the boy beside Holmes and immediately rushed towards the frost giant ahead. Although Spartacus hadn't witnessed the previous encounter in the village due to his concern for the boy, he knew exactly what the outcome would be. He, like Mash and Ritsuka, was furious. What's going on with this Goyanskaya? After piercing an ice wolf with his spear and kicking away a roaring beast charging from the other direction, Shen Fei muttered to himself about Goyanskaya's origins. The priest, upon learning her name, immediately understood her origins, but Goyanskaya had no historical basis. A pseudonym was a given, but her actions had no historical basis. There are even the Demon Throne and the Flame Giant. After destroying the monsters ambushing in the forest, the group went deep into the underground cave, and saw different monsters living together here, and there was no conflict. In the end, they even saw the Demon Throne and the Flame Giant. These two huge monsters devoured the monsters in the cave to increase their own strength, and those monsters did not resist and let them devour them. It seems that Goyanskaya is not here, but the nest here has been destroyed, and the nearby villages should be safe. Although Goyanskaya was not found, the crisis in the surrounding villages was resolved, and it was not in vain. Hansen, what do you think is the biggest problem we are facing now? In Shenyang City, the first emperor asked Hansen, the military advisor who had just been awakened. It should be the storm wall that isolates the Great Qin. Chapter 1153 The First Emperor, Part 2. Hansen, originally a military genius in history, appears in this law spelt as a military strategist, making outstanding contributions to the Qin dynasty's global unification. Our primary target now should be Chaldea, to uncover the truth beyond the storm wall. Hansen, the military strategist, suggested after studying the intelligence obtained by the Qin dynasty. Then proceed as planned. Qin Liangai will assist you. Upon hearing Hansen's suggestion, the first emperor immediately agreed. I didn't expect Jin Kai to have such a hobby. After defeating the Demon Throne and the Fire Giant, as the group prepared to return, Jin Kai extracted the essence from the Demon Throne's body, intending to make wine. Spartacus and Holmes were both very pleased, stating that the wine made from the Demon Throne would be absolutely delicious, and suggested that Da Vinci would handle it when they returned. Mashu and Ritsuka, though somewhat concerned, saw that they all agreed, so they let it slide. After all, it was their hobby. Hasn't Goyanskaya been found? Looks like the director will have to endure a few more days of hardship. After returning to the submarine, they informed Da Vinci, Roman, and the others of the situation, and they reluctantly accepted it. As for the fat director, due to the severity of the poison, he was now confined to the submarine to rest daily. He couldn't even eat his favorite steak, and now relied on IV drips for nutrition, which was the ultimate torture for him. Meanwhile, Shen Fei realized he had underestimated the effectiveness of the poison. He had originally assumed that Lixiang would be able to ignore Hassan's poison and that she was only half infected, which shouldn't be a big deal. However, daily checks revealed that Lixiang's condition was deteriorating. Without an antidote, she was in danger, and at most, she would outlast the fat director. After careful research, Shen Fei realized that even if he wanted to remove the poison, it wouldn't be easy. He could alleviate the symptoms, but to completely detoxify it, he would probably have to use the full power of the Black Abyss White Flower. This made him curious about the ingredients of the immortal decaying nether vein poison. Da Vinci's research on the immortal decline meridian revealed that this poison has different effects on different people. For example, the fat director and Lixiang were both poisoned with the same poison, but the fat director's digestive system was affected, resulting in a loss of appetite, while Lixiang only experienced some cold symptoms. Shen Fei originally believed these cold symptoms were due to Lixiang's resistance to the poison, but Da Vinci's research suggests otherwise. Nezha, can you lend me your flame spear and wind fire wheels? Having decided to take action if he couldn't find the antidote from Goyanskaya, Shen Fei then sought out Nezha, offering to borrow his wind fire wheels and flame spear for further study. As a disciple of Taiyi's Henren, even though Nezha of the Moon World was a puppet, his arsenal of magical weapons remained undiminished. He possessed the Kyankan Circle, the Chaos Ribbon, the Demon-Slaying Sword, the Demon-Slaying Knife, the Demon-Binding Rope, the Demon-Subduing Pestle, the Red Hydrangea, the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Cover, the Yin-Yang Sword, and so on. These were all magical weapons, or, as the Moon World calls them, noble phantasms. In other words, Nezha is currently a servant, appearing as a spearman, possessing only the flame spear and wind fire wheels. If you were his heroic spirit form, all of these treasures would be present. This suggests that Nezha might possess the abilities of a full-time intermediate. Under the right conditions, he could potentially summon a sword-class Nezha, a magician Nezha, or something similar. What do you want to do? Nezha asked curiously. I have a projection magic that can create a noble phantasm, Shen Fei said, projecting the sort of promised victory. The power of the Herrscher of Reason couldn't be explained immediately, so he simply referred to it as projection magic. Have you met my father? Seeing the sword of promised victory in Shen Fei's hand, Mordred immediately approached. This Mordred had no previous memories, he was a newly summoned servant. He could be considered your mother, Da Vinci said with a smile. What? Da Vinci's words nearly made Mordred jump. We'll talk about this later, Nezha, what do you think? Shen Fei glanced at Da Vinci helplessly, then turned his gaze back to Nezha. These were the flame gun and the windfire wheels, especially the windfire wheels. Even if this world's windfire wheels were merely noble phantasms, a far cry from mythical magical weapons, they were still windfire wheels. In their past lives, who wouldn't have wanted to fly on them? No problem, but how long will it take? I might need them at any time here, Nezha agreed without much thought, only pressing for a time frame. After all, if it took too long, it might delay the battle later. Don't worry, it'll be quick. A windfire wheel at the noble phantasm level naturally wouldn't take long. With his current strength, constructing the windfire wheels wouldn't take long. The power of the ruler of reason is to construct all things. While this is only theoretical, it's enough to demonstrate its power. It's not apparent in a purely collapsed world, but once freed from this constraint, the situation would be different. Shen Fei's current strength is insufficient, otherwise, theoretically, he could even construct the Shen and Cauldron. That's how it is. Because of Mordred's request, Shen Fei had to tell her about King Arthur, and also told her that King Arthur had recognized her. Is that so? Hearing that King Arthur recognized her, Mordred smiled very happily. In the previous chat with King Arthur, Shen Fei knew that King Arthur did not recognize Mordred and did not pass the throne. In fact, there was another reason. That is, she knew that Britain was doomed to be destroyed. She knew at the moment she drew the sword, so she wanted Britain to be overthrown and destroyed in her hands. She wanted to bear all the responsibility alone instead of putting the blame on Mordred. What she didn't expect was that Britain would eventually perish because of Mordred's rebellion. Another rocket is flying over there, and the target is here, just after another day, when Chaldea was about to take action because of limited time, there was movement in the distant Steel Sky City again. After discovering that the target was this side, the group immediately got ready. Be careful, there is a magical reaction inside. As the container approached, the submarine detected the situation inside the container. Let me bomb it. Looking at the container getting closer and closer, Mordred stood up directly. That's a good idea. Hearing Mordred's proposal, Holmes immediately spoke up to make a suggestion. Now the enemy is in the sky, it is a target, there is no need to wait until they land to fight. Treason against my gorgeous father. After everyone agreed, Mordred immediately used the noble phantasm on the container in the air. Red lightning flashed everywhere on his armor, and then the red light cut through the sky and submerged the container in the air. Look, isn't this solved? Looking at the container in the air that was destroyed by the noble phantasm, Mordred immediately turned around and smiled at everyone. Be careful, the magic reaction is still there. Roman's anxious voice sounded in the air. Boom. After the light of the treasure disappeared, a figure fell from a high altitude, and after it landed on the ground, the whole ground immediately shook, and the invisible shock waves stirred up a lot of dust, spreading to all directions. Mordred, who sensed something was wrong, immediately jumped backwards with all his strength, trying to avoid the dust. Wind, seeing that the spreading dust was about to fly over, Shen Fei immediately waved his hand and blew away the dust with the wind. Then the group saw the culprit who caused all this, a creature with a human upper body, but the lower body was 4 limbs and a horse's body. It was Xiangyu with devil pupils, the 5-star berserker in the game, but now he is naturally not a 5-star berserker, but a mechanical puppet. So that's it, Nezha has 3 heads and 6 arms? Originally, Shen Fei didn't know why Xiangyu in the game looked like this, but now he knows. Being able to block Mordred's treasure head-on, it is certain that this Xiangyu is definitely not an ordinary human. Combining it with the technology of the first emperor, he immediately figured out what kind of existence Xiangyu in this lost spell is, and also understood why he has 6 arms. Nezha has the legendary 3-headed, 6-armed form. He actually asked Nezha about this question, and then he knew that he did have the 3-headed, 6-armed form, but that was not a spell, but equipment. Yes, it was equipment, and it was detachable. The reason why Nezha had so many magic weapons was for use when he had the 3-headed, 6-armed form. I wonder if there is a conferred god in this world. If so, it will definitely be very interesting. The conferred god under one person is a duel between extraordinary people, so what about the conferred god of the moon world? It is a duel between mechanical puppets. Of course, this is just speculation. After all, it is not clear whether Yang Jian and others are mechanical puppets. Speaking of which, Yang Jian's 3 eyes can be regarded as magic eyes. Are you the enemies of His Majesty? After seeing the group of people from Chaldea, Xiangyu, with double pupils, just glanced at them and then attacked Mordred in the front. His speed was so fast that Mordred could not react in time and could only use the sword in his hand to block Xiangyu's attack. With a great force, Mordred, who blocked Xiangyu's attack, felt her body sink and her feet unconsciously sank deep into the ground. If it were her before she used the treasure, she might have blocked the attack in the same way, but after all, she had just used the treasure and the magic power in her body had not fully recovered. Stop! Nezha immediately set up the wind-fire wheel and rushed towards Xiangyu. The moment he saw the other party, Nezha's face immediately became very serious. Dang dang dang. The collision between the flame gun and the longsword in Xiangyu's hand splashed countless sparks, but what was surprising was that even though Nezha had the advantage in the air, he did not force Xiangyu back a step. Instead, he was forced by Xiangyu to fly high to avoid. I say, what the hell are you? With the support of Nezha, Mordred, who had taken a breath, immediately rushed forward with his sword in hand. At the same time, Spartacus, Mashu, and Jing Kai also rushed towards Xiangyu. This was not a one-on-one duel, so there was naturally no need to follow any rules. This was a righteous group fight. But it was a pity that even if a group of people surrounded one of the other side, they did not gain the slightest advantage. What the hell are you? After seeing the other party avoid his attack again and attack from his blind spot, Mordred could not help but shout again. Judging from Xiangyu's size and the strength of the person who attacked her before, she was obviously a reckless man who overwhelmed others with force, but when they really fought, she found that the other party was a skillful type, and every time he could find the weakness of their attack, he could take advantage of it. All of you step back, Defi Shuangling her a spear. Seeing that the group of people's siege had not caused any damage to the enemy, Nezha immediately used his treasure. The wind-fire wheel under his feet suddenly accelerated its rotation speed, and the flames began to expand, extending to the surrounding of Nezha's body. Then Nezha rushed into the sky at high speed, and from above, he launched a charged attack with a combination of man and spear at the people below. Xiangyu below looked at Nezha falling rapidly from a high altitude, his body covered with red flames. The long swords in his 6 arms immediately took a posture of readiness, and at the same time, his magic power increased dramatically. Boom! Nezha, falling like a meteor, collided with Xiangyu on the ground. The powerful shock wave caused the land centered on Xiangyu to sink within a radius of hundreds of meters. Just when the group was worried about Nezha, Nezha suddenly flew out of the deep pit, and at the same time Xiangyu also jumped up. Both of them did not seem to have any injuries. This result shocked Chaldea. After all, that was Nezha's treasure. The strength test is completed. Just when Mordred was about to continue fighting, Xiangyu suddenly put away his weapons. What did you say? Xiangyu's words annoyed Mordred. It turned out that the other party had not used his full strength yet and was just testing their strength. Lord Xiangyu, at this moment, Akabab and his followers suddenly rushed out from the side. The name they shouted made the people who knew Chaldea scream in surprise. What, he is Xiangyu? After guessing that this anomalous belt was the Qin dynasty, Chaldea immediately began to learn about the Qin dynasty. Naturally, they knew who Xiangyu was. He was the one who overthrew the Qin dynasty and almost unified the world. As a result, he has now become a mechanical puppet and is working for the first emperor. This is really too much of a challenge to the common sense that Chaldea and his group have just learned. It's your majesty. No one on Akueniko's side cared about the surprise of the Chaldea group. Their eyes were completely on Xiangyu, and they rarely smiled. Now she was completely different from the one with cold eyes who shouted and killed Chaldea. Especially Mashu, she was very shocked. Unlike the others, she had lived with Akueniko and the others for several years, and she never thought that the other party would smile so sincerely. Miss Akueniko, Mashu called Akueniko tentatively, wanting to talk to her, but unfortunately, Akueniko completely ignored her meaning and quickly left with Xiangyu and Saber. That turned out to be Xiangyu. This lost belt is really beyond imagination. The group then gathered in the submarine. When Xiangyu was mentioned again, Roman, Holmes, Da Vinci, Mashu, Ritsuka and others could not help but sigh. That was undoubtedly made based on me. It should be the closest to my prototype, but with some unnecessary things added. Nezia spoke out the results of his battle with the opponent. Nezia's 3 heads and 6 arms were very different from Xiangyu's. On Xiangyu's side, his 6 arms, just by looking at their appearance, could be guessed to enhance the power of killing. Chapter 1154, The First Emperor, Part 2. Someone's appeared over there again. Just as everyone was discussing the situation with Xiangyu and Akinako, Munir's voice suddenly echoed in the conference room. Again, what's the target this time? Hearing another rocket launch, the group immediately prepared to leave. This time it's not rockets, but coming from overland. As Munir spoke, an image appeared on the screen at the side of the conference room. It showed a row of trucks, likely a form of transportation unique to this lost belt. It's not rockets, but with this number, it seems they're finally moving. We can't let them reunite. Now we have no choice but to act. Until now, Chaldea had held back on taking action due to lack of understanding of the specifics of the lost belt. Even when they knew Akinako and her servants were watching them from a distance, they hadn't taken action. But now it seemed that this was no longer possible. Yes, I'll trouble you to take action this time. Capture them first, Holmes said, looking at Shen Fei. No problem, Shen Fei nodded immediately. Chaldea, how dare you disturb us? When the Chaldean servants appeared at Akiniko's simple camp, she looked furious, her expression baffling Mashu and Da Vinci. However, Shen Fei, upon seeing Xiangyu nearby, understood that perhaps they had interrupted their conversation. I see. Saber, kill them. Akinako then appeared to be speaking to someone, and immediately ordered the saber beside her to begin the attack. Simultaneously, Xiangyu also attacked. Sorry, your opponent this time is me, Room, the slaughterhouse. Before he could rush to Mashu, who was at the forefront, Shen Fei used the surgery fruit to specially shift himself several dozen meters to the side. Sorry, I won't let you through. 10,000 swords technique. Shen Fei executed a sword gesture, and a sword materialized beneath his feet, carrying him high into the air. Hundreds of sword lights appeared overhead. Naturally, ranged combat was the most effective against a melee enemy like Xiangyu. Endless sword beams flew continuously towards Xiangyu below. Despite his exceptional abilities, facing this seemingly limitless radiance, he could only wave his 6 arms repeatedly to block the onslaught. Room, slaughterhouse, watching Xiangyu below, attempting to rely on his own body's defense to withstand the sword beams and charge towards the battlefield of Akiniko's Enbu, Shen Fei immediately used the power of the Operation Fruit once again to pull him back. This infuriated Xiangyu, but despite his anger, he could only accept it. Although Xiangyu was a mechanical puppet, Nezia clearly showed that he was a mechanical puppet with his own emotions, just like Kato Danzo. Without Xiangyu's support, Akiniko's servant, facing several Chaldean servants alone, and with Holmes's true form revealed, was already in a precarious situation. It was precisely because they wanted to capture them that they refrained from using heavy-handed tactics. Shenyang City. What's this? Hansen cried out in surprise as he saw through the monitoring system that his strongest force, the Quinjet Zero, had been restrained by a single individual. The blazing swords of light filled the air. I never thought Chaldea had such hidden power. It seems Qin Liangai alone can't achieve her goal. The first emperor was also deeply surprised. He was well aware of the Quinjet Zero's capabilities. It was the first mechanical puppet he created after analyzing Nezia's remains. Over the years, it had been continuously refined, becoming a true battlefield devastating weapon, once terrifying countless enemies in the Lost Belt. Your Majesty, would you like to awaken a new general? The captain of the guard said immediately. No need. I will take action myself. The first emperor refused the captain's request. Shen Fei's intervention forced the first emperor to take action himself. This is the end. Just as Chaldea was about to capture Lanlinking, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed through the air. The sudden sound caused both sides to retreat. It came from Mashu's shield. The group of people then looked at Mashu's shield. Your Majesty, Akiniko immediately shouted. Your Majesty, I apologize. After Shen Fei stopped attacking, Xiangyu immediately apologized. He didn't even destroy the enemy in the first place. For the Quinjet Zero, this was a failure. It was my mistake. Please step aside. Everyone in Chaldea, don't be too surprised. I just focused a magnetic beam on the girl's shield to make it vibrate. Perhaps knowing that the group of people were staring at Mashu's shield, the sudden voice explained it by the way. Magnetic beam focusing. Hearing this word, Da Vinci was a little speechless. Although she knew that the technological development of this anomaly belt was very strange, she was still a little speechless when she heard this word suddenly. Men of Chaldea, I understand your purpose is to pursue a certain Goyans. We intend to extradite her to you, extradite Goy and Scalia to us, yes, but in exchange, you must agree to submit to us a detailed investigation and analysis of the mechanical device you are writing. If you agree to this, I guarantee you will be treated like state guests, and under my protection, no one can threaten you. If you do not agree, I will be forced to employ extraordinary means, such as the long-dormant orbital cannon. After the other party finished speaking, the group looked up at the sky. Sure enough, the strange structure in low Earth orbit was partially illuminated. Your Majesty, why do you do this? Aku Hanako suddenly asked. Aku Hanako, if you were intelligent, you would have known what I wanted long ago. I would have treated you well. Yet, you've ignored all this and sought to completely destroy Chaldea. Well, you're not that vixen after all. Withdraw. What are your thoughts, everyone in Chaldea? Wait a moment, Your Majesty. If we're not mistaken, you're the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, who unified the world, Holmes said hastily. Given Chaldea's current situation, if the orbital cannon were truly launched, everything would be over. No one believed the other was lying. After all, the structure truly was orbiting the sky. It couldn't be a mere spectacle, merely for show. Yes, it seems Aku Hanako wasn't lying. Now, Chaldea, tell me your decision, Your Majesty. Please wait a moment, so we can discuss this, Holmes said immediately. That's fine. Given the current situation, I believe capturing Quinjet and obtaining the antidote should be the top priorities. Of course, the decision is yours. Holmes immediately turned to Fujimura Ritsuka and spoke. We agree to your terms? Fujimura Ritsuka suddenly declared. Very good. The team I'm sending includes technical officers. They'll enter your machinery and analyze it. Wait a minute. What if they mess with some strange enemy and damage the vehicle? Da Vinci suddenly spoke up. She wouldn't allow anyone to destroy her submarine, her painstakingly crafted masterpiece. Well, my technical officers will work under the supervision of your technicians. However, they will continue to probe deeply before achieving the desired results. I hope you will be sincere. Originally, it would be easier for us to completely dismantle it, but to avoid destroying it in a fight between you and me, I have to settle for the next best thing. Hearing the first emperor's words, Da Vinci muttered a few words, seeming to be very dissatisfied with the first emperor's words. Although the submarine was small, it integrated most of the functions of Chaldea. Even though the technology in this lost belt was very advanced, she didn't think the first emperor could easily disassemble it. He might even be unable to put it back together after dismantling it. Do you have any questions? The first emperor looked very happy with the results he had obtained. What's that in the sky? Ritsuka asked. The Great Wall. What, the Great Wall? The one that held back the Xiongnu. Hearing the first emperor say that the wall in the sky was the Great Wall, the group who knew what the Great Wall was fell silent. Mashu was even more incredulous. The Xiongnu, you mean that? That was a long time ago. It was only needed when the Qin dynasty faced external enemies, so there are no external enemies now, Holmes asked. That's right. Now that the entire planet is under the control of the Qin dynasty, the Qin dynasty's enemies from now on can only come from beyond the sky. But by the time the barbarians appear, it will be too late to prevent them. So I strengthened my defenses in advance. Even with the Qin dynasty's proud construction technology, it took 300 years to complete this magnificent project. It's 131,420 miles long. Because it's so long, it's simply called the Great Wall. The first emperor's words left the group speechless. For a moment, they were completely at a loss for words. This was a scene in pan-human history that many science fiction films hadn't imagined. I originally thought the next enemy would be a barbarian from outer space, an alien invasion. I didn't expect this to be anything more bizarre than I anticipated. A sudden storm isolated the Earth. Even the satellite orbital Great Wall vanished after passing through the storm wall. Only the portion above could function. My prestige, which once radiated the entire world, was cut off by the fateful storm wall, the first emperor said, finally sighing softly. So that's why we need the imagination tree. After hearing the first emperor's final, self-conversational words, Shen Fei realized something. The size of the lost belt was far different from what he had imagined. As everyone knows, the lunar world's lost belt was a world that had developed erroneously, a dead end. But since it was a world, its size should be that of a planet. The Qin dynasty of the Lost Belt had unified the entire planet, but the Lost Belt before them, while not small, was only about the same size as the first and second Lost Belts. But now, he understood from the first Emperor's words, that he should have been in the Lost Belt originally, but it was a sudden storm that brought him here, into the realm of pan-human history. Your Majesty, I have a question for you. Before and after that strange storm, an incredible, enormous tree of light reaching straight into the sky should have appeared in this country, Holmes asked again. A giant tree, is that inevitable? It seems Mustard has been hiding something from me. This must be the crux of your conflict. However, I have no interest in your struggle. I'm only interested in the peace of Great Qin and the recapture of lost territory. I can tell you, no giant tree of light has appeared here. If it had, I wouldn't have been able to hide it from my eyes. The first Emperor's words startled the Chaldeans. With the boldness he displayed, it was clear he couldn't have lied about this. Everyone's gaze turned to Mustard and Akko. Since the first Emperor didn't know about the imagination tree, then only Mustard and Akko, the hidden one, knew. I see. Would your Majesty mind speaking directly with us? Leonardo da Vinci suddenly asked. Oh, what do you mean? People in your position of authority, when negotiating, are supposed to act with formality, sending agents or intermediaries, never appearing in person, never meeting with those of lower status, to demonstrate a difference in status. That's generally how it's done, haha. In your so-called pan-human history, are all so-called kings like this? How ridiculous. Does the sun ever shy away from public view, or does the moon ever conceal its form? I am the Son of Heaven, a being that reigns supreme over all people like the sky. I allow all people to pay me homage. Just as the sun shines upon the earth without distinction, so too will I grant all people the honor of gazing at me. The first Emperor suddenly burst into laughter. So, Your Majesty, you don't mind us gazing at your face? Da Vinci's words made Jin Kai lower his head. So that's what you mean. It's a pity that your plan was wrong. Shen Fei didn't pay attention to what Da Vinci said at first, but after noticing Jin Kai's actions, he immediately understood what Da Vinci meant. If there was a chance to meet the first Emperor, then with Jin Kai's special weapon against the first Emperor, he might be able to take the opportunity to kill him with one blow. This idea is correct, but the premise is that the first Emperor is in normal human form. Haven't you already peeked at my face a long time ago, huh? Da Vinci had no idea what the first Emperor was talking about. Although it's a bit of a hindrance to watch with your eyes, haven't you been using that thing that looks like a mechanical bird to spy on me? Several times, you even met my gaze. Well, we did spy on Shenyang City, but that can't be. Da Vinci suddenly opened her mouth wide, and she thought of a possibility. Indeed, discarding my mortal body destined for decay, I have completely replaced it with machinery. This is the holy body. Everyone was speechless once again. Everything Da Vinci wanted to say next was aborted because of this. As for Jin Kai, her eyes were already vacant. Against the first Emperor, her noble phantasm would have no effect. After all, it was only a dagger, not a ship-severing sword. Alright, my generals have arrived. From now on, I ask for your cooperation. Your Majesty is wise. We didn't expect to get what we wanted so easily. After the first Emperor finished his conversation with the Chaldeans, Han Xin immediately congratulated him. We simply took advantage of their lack of knowledge of this place. Indeed, the first Emperor had been deceiving the Chaldeans. He had no way of firing railguns against them. It wasn't that there weren't railguns on the Great Wall of orbital satellites, but that all of them were designed for outward-facing fire, not inward-facing. Chapter 1155 The First Emperor, and the first Emperor wasn't Hydra, and the orbital wall wasn't project in sight. Naturally, there was no need to turn weapons against their own people. After all, when the orbital wall was built, the Qin dynasty had already unified the empire, leaving no external enemies. Furthermore, strictly speaking, the first Emperor wasn't simply using the orbital gun to deceive Chaldea. If he truly wanted to, even without the orbital gun, he could have caused a catastrophic fall, in effect, causing a section of the orbital wall to fall. Judging from the first Emperor's reaction, he doesn't seem to be aware of what's going on outside. Akko hasn't told him anything. In Chaldea's conference room, Mash, Ritsuka, Da Vinci, and the others, including the Fat Director, gathered to discuss the first Emperor's request for the submarine. From what he had said before, it was clear that he simply believed the storm wall isolated him from his empire. This was quite strange. As a hidden being, Akueniko would have told him the truth. I wonder how he'll react when he sees the white earth after he gets out. Da Vinci was clearly still resentful of the first Emperor's threat to hand over the submarine data. We don't know how he'll react, but I'm afraid we're in trouble. If Deccan, with its advanced technology, were to appear in pan-human history, it would undoubtedly be a major problem for Chaldea's future operations. Won't the Lost Belts be at war with each other? Let them fight it out, and we can just sit back and reap the benefits. The Fat Director expressed his thoughts, and it had to be said that it was a good suggestion. That's certainly one way, but this way, Deccan will undoubtedly have a greater advantage. Although Holmes didn't finish his words, everyone understood his meaning. Deccan was also Chaldea's enemy, and his strengthening would naturally be a bad thing for Chaldea. Given the current situation, now is the best time to remove this lust belt, Holmes continued. Why? The Fat Director immediately asked. It's simple. According to previous intelligence, this lust belt has been peaceful for far too long, without experiencing war in ages. Therefore, the dormant military commanders need to be awakened, and the soldiers are merely puppets. I understand, the Fat Director said after Holmes finished speaking. This time, he wasn't pretending to understand, he truly understood that a peaceful world naturally doesn't need an army, especially in this lust belt, where the world is already unified and the people are being kept in obscurity. Didn't you see that the army is using puppet soldiers? In other words, the technicians can't replace them with puppets, otherwise the first emperor would probably have replaced them with puppets too. However, if the Qin Empire were to enter a state of war, with the first emperor's prestige, he could easily raise a powerful army and advance stagnant technology in record time. Although he hated to admit it, he had to admit that war is the best catalyst for science and technology. Well, is it okay for us to talk so recklessly about His Majesty? Roman suddenly raised a question. Don't worry, while that person can monitor the entire country, he can't hear every sound. I've already tested it, Da Vinci said immediately. How did you test it? Roman continued. Of course I scolded him. He didn't react, so he probably can't hear anything. So those retro fanatics and cyberpunk you were talking about were insults? The Fat Director immediately looked at Da Vinci with a strange expression. For the all-round genius Da Vinci, the first emperor's unreasonable technology was the most frustrating thing. I see. I was wondering why it felt a little off. Holmes' words immediately made Shen Fei understand why the first emperor, who could build a satellite orbital Great Wall, launch long-range rockets, and understand imaginary space, didn't even have a single aircraft, leaving most of his puppet soldiers armed with cold weapons. It seemed as if his weapons had been put away and his horses had been released into the wild. Judging from the current situation in this lust belt, this is perfectly normal. While the orbital Great Wall is supposed to defend against aliens, it's clear that the Great Qin in this lust belt hasn't suffered any alien attacks. Internally, there isn't even a single city. Aside from the capital, Shenyang, the rest of the country is dotted with villages. Indeed, this lust belt lacks cities, much like the situation in the Nordic lust belt, except with a greater number of villages. This kind of ruling system doesn't require many officials. Judging by the first emperor's mechanical ascension, he could probably rule the entire country single-handedly, eliminating the need for officials. The only ones who would remain would likely be technical officers, like those currently preparing to inspect the submarine. Let's wait for them to hand over Quinjet and obtain the antidote. Since this is the best opportunity to exterminate this lust belt, Chaldea will naturally not let it go. However, with the Fat Director and Ritsuka both severely poisoned, action is naturally impossible. By the way, this is for you. Da Vinci then produced 3 magic suits and distributed them to the group. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he explained the suit's purpose. This is a magic suit of invisibility, modeled after Robin Hood's Faceless King. I haven't used it before because the environment wasn't suitable, but this lust belt is perfect for it. It can block His Majesty's view. The first emperor's ability to monitor the entire realm is undoubtedly due to the orbital wall of satellites in the sky. This magic suit has the ability to evade their surveillance. This way, as long as they can't find them, the first emperor can't use the orbital cannon. Da Vinci had created this magic suit during the human principle burning, but it had never been used because it could only be used in a world with stable environments and magic. The first 2 lust belts were extremely unsuitable for both the environment and magic. This is truly timely. Upon hearing about this magical gift, the group breathed a sigh of relief. This way, they could avoid the orbital cannon. After finalizing their next plan, they immediately left the submarine. Then, technical officials from the Great King arrived and began chatting with Da Vinci, Roman, and the others. Someone was recording something on a tablet. It's an imperial gift. As the officials began analyzing the submarine, another rocket launched from Shenyang City. This time, it was a genuine imperial gift. The first emperor rewarded the villagers with a gift for hosting a distinguished guest. The villagers were delighted, as imperial gifts were only bestowed on major imperial festivals. "Why haven't you grown up yet, child?" upon seeing the imperial gift. Lamented that they were still children, as the gifts given to adults and children were different. "Can I have a taste of that?" Seeing that the gift was a pill, and that taking it would create a pleasant, euphoric feeling, Holmes immediately approached, curious, and offered some. The villagers didn't refuse, as there were still plenty. "Give me some." After hearing about its effect, Shen Fei also became curious, because this thing didn't sound like a good thing. How courageous! Seeing that Holmes got the pill and swallowed it without thinking, Shen Fei was a little surprised, but then he understood why. After all, it was a gift from the emperor, and the first emperor should not use special things on his people. Shen Fei did not eat it immediately, but began to analyze the components of the pill with the surgery fruit. Enhance immunity, it's really a good thing. I was wondering why there was no doctor here. I thought it was like the last abnormal zone, with someone coming here regularly. But what is this? They actually added this kind of thing. The effect of this is. So that's it. I was wondering why I didn't see it. After analyzing the effect of the elixir, Shen Fei's eyes swept over to the villagers who jumped for joy because of the imperial gift, and his face immediately turned cold. Because of the previous anomalous zone, after arriving in this village, he immediately discovered the problem of this village. Of course, it was not just him. Da Vinci, Roman, Holmes, I'm afraid Mashu and Lixiang have all discovered it, that is, there are no old people in the village. Under normal circumstances, it is not a big deal if there are no old people in a village, but who made them just experience the previous anomalous zone, so they are sensitive to this aspect. What, is there a problem? Holmes immediately noticed that Shen Fei's expression was different, and then he walked over and asked in a low voice. At this time, because the villagers were celebrating, several employees of Chaldea who had nothing to do also joined in. The fat director wanted to join in very much, but who made him poisoned? Spartacus was very excited to integrate into it. As for Mashu and Lixiang, they were chatting with Qin Liangayu. There's a big problem. I believe you should have discovered the problem with this village. It's all because of this imperial gift. Shen Fei then described the effect of the imperial elixir. It's really a perfect elixir. After listening to Shen Fei's narration, Holmes suddenly said with emotion. After seeing the confusion on Shen Fei's face, he continued. In Buddhism, there are 4 major sufferings in life: birth, old age, sickness and death. From this point of view, old age is not a disease. I have met many elderly people who were tortured by illness. If there is such a medicine, they would not mind. Of course, from the perspective of universal values, this is a bit too cold and cruel. Shen Fei, who was originally a little angry, didn't know what to say for a moment after listening to Holmes' words. Things were just as he said. If people were constantly suffering from illness and old age, many people would not mind taking this elixir. The medicine bestowed by the first emperor was very perfect. It could greatly improve immunity and enhance physical fitness. With this medicine, humans would not be tortured by illness at all. It can be said that the first emperor completely eliminated illness in this lost belt. War, famine, and plague can be said to be the 3 major disasters of mankind, and the first emperor of this lost belt eliminated them all. If Kiratsugui Minai knew about this world, he would probably do everything he could to maintain it. There are many people in the moon world who are pursuing world peace. Kiratsugui Minai and Takisho Amakaso have been pursuing it all their lives. After discovering that they could not do it, they placed their hopes on the Holy Grail. They probably didn't expect that someone could really do this. Even if this world is not perfect and has all kinds of problems, it is also their lifelong pursuit. Although what you said makes sense, I still don't agree. But even if what Holmes said makes a lot of sense, Shen Fei will not agree with it. The elixir bestowed by the emperor is perfect, but there is a condition hidden in it, that is, when the secretion of hormones is lower than a certain value, it will play the role of a lethal anesthetic, causing people to die in their sleep. The so-called when the secretion of hormones is lower than a certain value means that people have entered the state of old age. This is the real reason why they have not seen old people in the village. From an absolute rational point of view, if Shen Fei becomes old one day and suffers from illness, he will definitely eat such an elixir, but as a human being, he will not agree with the first emperor's method. Since we can achieve this step, we can go a step further and prevent the elderly from suffering from illness, and looking at the pill in his hand, Shen Fei was thinking about its further possibilities. Shen Fei wanted this pill very much. The empire he ruled undoubtedly needed this kind of medicine. As long as the side effects were removed, this pill did not even need him to improve it further. Just removing the side effects would make it a perfect elixir. A person's immunity is improved, even if it declines with age, because of the medicine. Even if there is illness, the pain will be much less painful. As for why the first emperor did not do this, he must have his difficulties. He is not an internet troll. Why not do it if you can do better? It's like someone who goes to save people but is criticized by some people for problems, which means that he can obviously do better. Don't leak this issue for the time being, don't worry, I know, but this can strengthen their determination to remove this anomalous belt. Originally, Shen Fei didn't know why this abnormality belt was cut off. Now he understood. The first emperor eliminated war, famine and plague, but at the same time he also deprived mankind of the possibility of further progress. For humans, perfection is actually a mistake. Humans have infinite possibilities. Even if this possibility is very low, or even a civil war directly with humans will destroy humanity in the future, it is better than humanity's stagnation. It seems that your talks are not going well. After nodding in tacit understanding with Holmes, Shen Fei walked towards Mashu and Ritsuka, who seemed to be unaware of what Qin Liangyu said, which made Mashu and Ritsuka look depressed. Do we really want to cut off this abnormality belt? This is a very peaceful world, yes, although we keep looking at the situation in the abnormality belts behind, it is certain that it is definitely not as good as here. Of the 7 major lost belts, although Shen Fei only knew about the situation in the Atlantic lost belt, he was certain that this lost belt was the most peaceful. The reason was simple, because those lost belts were all lost belts from the Age of Gods, and there was no need to explain much about the attitude of the gods towards humans. Perhaps there were gods who loved humans, but more gods treated humans as playthings. But the humans in this lost belt have lost the possibility of development. For ordinary people, of course they would rather live in a safe and peaceful world, but for humanity as a whole, this is not a good thing. There is a way to change the situation in this lost belt, and that is the sudden emergence of a powerful enemy, such as aliens. Chapter 1156 Transaction. Are there aliens in the moon world? Of course they do. The moon cell, a lunar crystal autonomous computer from the moon Holy Grail world, is a relic created by an intelligent life form distinct from humans, its origins unknown. Then there are the renowned Star Scouts, whose starships once decimated the civilization and gods of Earth, ultimately being defeated by the star-forged Holy Sword. The alien gods who created the Lost Belt are undoubtedly aliens. Of course, since different worlds encounter different situations, this Lost Belt might not necessarily encounter these aliens. In fact, Shen Fei was curious whether the first emperor encountered Attila, the Hun King and the legendary giant god, during his conquest of the world. Mashu, Ritsuka, perhaps noticing the struggle between Mashu and Ritsuka, Holmes gathered them, along with Jinkei and the other two, and explained the side effects of the imperially bestowed medicine. I knew it. He's a tyrant. Jinkei's face immediately turned cold after hearing Holmes's account. While she was dissatisfied with the first emperor's system, she also had to acknowledge the peace of the world. The memories instilled in her by Valhalla made her fully aware of the countless wars humanity had endured in its modern history. I'm telling you this in advance, just to reinforce your convictions. The worldview of pan-human history may not be suitable for this Lost Belt. As a detective, Holmes viewed the Lost Belt objectively, just as he viewed certain criminals. Not every criminal he investigated was guilty of the most heinous crimes, many had extenuating circumstances. But he was a detective after all. As a detective, his only goal was the truth. Between the Lost Belt and pan-human history naturally held the truth. I understand, Mashu and Ritsuka said simultaneously. Having been hesitant at first, hearing this news, they were instantly convinced to exterminate the Lost Belt. I'll go talk to the first emperor later and see if we can achieve a mutually beneficial outcome, just like in the last Lost Belt. Shen Fei directly expressed his thoughts. Now that the first emperor had appeared, he should have a proper talk with him. If that's the case, then it couldn't be better. After hearing Shen Fei's proposal, Holmes considered it and felt it was a good one. Mashu and Ritsuka naturally agreed. If fighting could be avoided, that would be the best outcome. General Qin, there's something I'm curious about. What will happen to all this food? Holmes then found Qin Liangyu. Through his previous observations and Shen Fei's research on the food, he knew that the grain production here was extremely high, and a single village simply couldn't use that much. If it were pan-human history, then this food would naturally be used for trade, but this world didn't have the concept of trade. Everything the villagers had was given by the empire, including tools, clothing, and so on. What to do with all this grain is a matter of debate. In ancient times, the primary use of grain was naturally to make alcohol. Alcohol prohibitions were frequent, stemming from concerns about food waste. In modern times, grain is used for much more than just alcohol. Ethanol has widespread applications in many fields. There's no alcohol in this Lust Belt, at least not in these villages. And with his current mechanical body, the first emperor likely couldn't drink. After all, he wasn't out of soul steel body, where food and drink were perfectly adequate. Surplus grain will be transported to the capital to be used to make ethanol, which will be converted into energy to power the capital. Biomass energy. Has it already reached that point? After hearing Qin Liangyu's response, Holmes fell silent. Biomass energy certainly exists in modern society, but it's certainly different from what Qin Liangyu described. Perhaps the first emperor's massive mechanical body was powered by it. If so, that would be quite frightening. This would be another example of cutting-edge technology in the history of pan-humanity, and most importantly, environmentally friendly. Boom. Just as Holmes and Shen Fei were conversing with Qin Liangyu, questioning her about the situation in the imperial capital, a loud noise suddenly erupted. They turned to see Lanling King and Mashu fighting, while Jing Kai stood guard over Lixiang. This surprised the three of them, and they rushed over immediately. What happened? Qin Liangyu asked as she rushed over to the fighting Lanling King and Mashu, separating them with her spear. Although human, she possessed the strength of an ordinary heroic spirit. They wanted to assassinate Lixiang. Jing Kai, standing nearby, immediately spoke up. As an assassin, Jing Kai was extremely sensitive to murderous intent. If she hadn't noticed it sooner, Lixiang might have been killed by Lanling King. Master, I'm sorry, I hesitated. Lanling Wang, retreating to Akuhinako's side, immediately apologized. Technically, he could have killed Ritsuka with a surprise attack when Jing Kai discovered him. However, he was a renowned military commander, and even under the master's orders, he still felt reluctant to assassinate Ritsuka, thus missing his best opportunity. Don't blame me, I should have done it myself. Akuhinako now felt a wave of regret. Given the current truce, she still had a chance to kill Ritsuka. How dare you? Didn't you hear His Majesty's orders? I'll report this to His Majesty. Qin Liangyu didn't see what he was doing. A moment later, the first emperor's voice echoed through everyone's ears, still emanating from Mashu's shield. Akuhinako, do you have any explanation? The first emperor's voice sounded grave. Your Majesty, I'm doing this for your dynasty. They will definitely destroy this world, Akuhinako tried to explain. Another lost belt, pan-human history? Enough. Although you are important to me, if you have done something wrong, you must be punished. Kuaiji 0, take out the golden elixir within you and crush it on the ground. The first emperor meted out a punishment that was quite bizarre to those around him. Your Majesty, please calm down. I won't dare to do it again. Akuhinako's face immediately changed drastically, and she pleaded with the first emperor for mercy. You are still so obsessed with him. Okay, this matter ends here. She will not dare to disobey my orders again. Upon hearing Akuhinako's plea for mercy, the first emperor rescinded his order, dissuading Qin Liangyu from keeping an eye on her. Everyone in Chaldea, rest assured. No unpleasant things will happen again. The first emperor's voice faded, presumably as he left. Let's go. Akuhinako left immediately after the first emperor, leaving Lanling Prince behind. No one tried to stop them, and Kuaiji 0 followed suit. What's going on? Why is she so determined to attack Ritsuka, yet seemingly hasn't reached an agreement with the first emperor? Inside the tent at the temporary base, Da Vinci also left the submarine, naturally needing a break. The Qin technical officials peppered her with questions, and because the technological differences between the two sides were stark, she had to explain even the smallest details, which left her mouth dry. If it were just that, it would be fine, but she's so nervous about Xiangyu that she's willing to bow down to him. Maybe it's love. Isn't it said that a woman in love has zero IQ? The fat director suddenly spoke up. Director, you're talking about Mashu. Ritsuka and the others are furious. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere suddenly changed, and the women present immediately focused their attention on him. I am indeed angry, Mashu said. I understand. I apologize, Mashu. Ritsuka and the others may be angry, but it's not your place to be angry. The fat director immediately apologized to Mashu and Ritsuka, then looked at Da Vinci and muttered softly. Director, what did you just say? Da Vinci smiled kindly at the fat director. I didn't say anything. There must be something we don't know. Holmes immediately changed the subject, having not even considered the possibility of the fat director. It wasn't that Holmes wasn't smart enough, but rather that Xiangyu, the Kawaii Zero, was a mechanical puppet. Under these circumstances, it was hard to imagine that Akinako would give up everything for his love. As for the fact that Akinako was Yuji, even Holmes couldn't have imagined that she could be a true ancestor, living from ancient times to the present day. I'll go to Shenyang City later to have a good talk with the first emperor. Due to insufficient intelligence, Akinako's concerns were temporarily put aside. Shen Fei then stated his plans. Then I'll trouble you. I hope everything goes well for you. That way, there won't be any need to fight in this lust belt. Why are you so obsessed with the name Xiangyu? Tell me, who is the Xiangyu of pan-human history? Upon returning from Akinako's camp, Kuwaiji Zero immediately questioned Akinako about Xiangyu. Okay, you and pan-human history are different from here. Everything started with the death of the first emperor. After a moment's silence, Akinako immediately explained the situation of Xiangyu in pan-human history. The moon world's pan-human Xiangyu was also a Kuwaiji Zero, created by the first emperor. However, with the first emperor's death, it was deactivated. Later, Xiang Liang of the Xiang clan of Chu discovered it and reactivated it. To harness its power for the Xiang clan to unify the empire, he named him Xiangji, or Xiangyu, and introduced him as his nephew. With the Kuwaiji Zero, Xiang Liang had a real chance of unifying the empire. Unfortunately, Xiang Liang died suddenly in battle, and Xiangyu's true identity was lost. Without Xiang Liang's control, Xiangyu began to consider how to quickly end the war-torn Qin dynasty. As a mechanical puppet, he could not become king. Through a screening, he found that among the princes at the time, only Liu Ji met the qualifications for the throne, but Liu Ji was too weak. To buy Liu Ji time and strengthen his power, Kuwaiji Zero Xiangyu began a brutal slaughter, but whenever he faced Liu Ji, he would spare him. This continued until the final Chu-Han War, when Kuwaiji Zero, during an ambush, willingly died there. At that time, he was known as the Demon King. Having killed so many people that only by killing them could Liu Ji gain greater prestige. This was the Xiangyu of pan-human history. It's safe to say that if it weren't for Akinako's words, no one would have guessed that the so-called Chu-Han War was a deliberate fabrication by Kuwaiji Zero Xiangyu. This is your final fate in pan-human history. No one knows your painstaking efforts. No, aren't you still here, witnessing my end? I never expected the truth of this world's Chu-Han War to be this way. It's truly astonishing. Just as Akinako was becoming increasingly agitated by Xiangyu's words, Shen Fei suddenly stepped out. Master, perhaps sensing the presence of someone else, Lanling Wang, who was guarding outside, immediately rushed in, blocking Akinako's way, while Xiangyu also protected her from behind. Don't be so nervous. I'm not here to attack you. I'm actually here to see you, Ji-Hinako. No, I should call you Yuji. I have a proposal that could lead to peaceful resolution for both of us. Seeing Ji-Hinako's expression unchanged even after her true identity was revealed, Shen Fei continued. First, let me formally introduce myself. I'm the Imperial Preceptor of the Great Qin Empire of Another World, and the Emperor of the Tang Empire. Greetings to you three. Shen Fei's introduction finally brought a change of expression to Ji-Hinako's face. Lanling Wang, a native of the Northern Qi dynasty during the Southern and Northern dynasties, naturally knew nothing of the Tang dynasty, let alone Xiangyu, the Kuwaiji Zero. But Ji-Hinako was different. Her thousands of years of life had allowed her to witness countless historical figures, including Lanling Wang. She was even there when he committed suicide by drinking poison, and she tried to dissuade him. As for the parallel worlds, I believe I need no further explanation. I can freely travel between them. I know you simply wish to find a peaceful world to spend quiet time with Xiangyu, and I can provide that, Shen Fei said, creating a portal. This is a world without Chaldea. No one cares about the burning and lost belts. If you're afraid I'm lying, you can go and experience it for yourself, Shen Fei said, leading the way through the portal. After a moment's hesitation, Kanako immediately crossed the portal with Lanling King and Xiangyu. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? Now we can talk about cooperation. You help us cut down the imagination tree, and I'll provide you with a stable world. It's much safer than the Lost Belt, okay? Kanako immediately agreed. Just kidding, she'd originally planned to stay in the Lost Belt with Xiangyu, but now that there was a more suitable place, she naturally agreed. In fact, I can offer even better places, like places without inhibitions and those annoying magicians. No one will hunt you down because of your true ancestor status. As I said earlier, I'm the Great Qin Imperial Master of another world, and the Emperor of the Tang Empire. This other world doesn't refer to a parallel world here, but a real other world. Just in case Kanako didn't believe him, Shen Fei took out a tablet and introduced her to several different worlds. If you just want a quiet life, my Tang Empire is perfect for you, Shen Fei said, introducing his Tang Empire. What are your conditions? For Akachi Hinako, being able to go to a place without inhibitions and magicians was naturally a better choice. No conditions. I just feel sorry for what happened to you too. The person I want to trade with is the first emperor, not you. Chapter 1157 Daji. Shen Fei had originally considered making a deal with Ji Hinako, but after seeing her attitude towards Xiangyu and humans, he abandoned the idea. If it were motivated by profit, he wouldn't have bothered to approach them. But after all, they were Yuji and Xiangyu. Especially after hearing Xiangyu's story, even if he was just a puppet in this world, he couldn't help but feel respect for him. Xiangyu could have left with Yuji and didn't need to die. It wouldn't have affected the final outcome. After all, he had already eliminated all of Liu Ji's enemies, but in the end, Xiangyu chose to die there, having slaughtered so many. Would you be so kind? Ji Hinako looked at Shen Fei with suspicion. To her, humans were always willing to sacrifice themselves for their own benefit. Back then, they'd hunted her for her immortality, hoping to obtain the secret of immortality. Even some of those who had some connection with her had changed their attitudes upon learning her true identity, with covetousness and fear. Only Lanling King remained calm. Even in modern society, the same thing applies. Director Marisbury sought her out only to exploit her true ancestor's physique. Before the initial success of the soul transfer, even the former director, despite all the secret experiments he conducted, including those at the oil field base, couldn't guarantee success. The most crucial question is whether the human body can withstand the soul transfer, whether it will be torn apart by the time-space shift. It's unknown why the former director was so determined to ensure the soul transfer succeeds. I know humans aren't trustworthy, although he's human. It's precisely because of this that Shen Fei understands the human situation better. If Kanako's identity were exposed in ancient times, the emperor would be insane. But you have to know that you don't have what I want. He's powerful. But do you think I can't unify a planet just because I can travel between different worlds? He now commands 2 empires. Unifying a planet would be easy, but the problem is that there's no one to take it. Even in the Great Qin Lost Belt, it took the first emperor hundreds of years to unify the planet, and they didn't just use force, they also employed economic means. You should learn from your kind and integrate with a human race. That way, no one will hunt you down. From their previous conversation, Shen Fei knew that Akachi Hinako hadn't had a good time in recent years. This reminded him of the other true ancestors, whose situations were far better than Akachi Hinako's. The second magician was a true ancestor. Let's see who dared to hunt him down. Then there was the Holy Church, an organization dedicated to hunting down the apostles, which ended up having a true ancestor's contemporary. There were also the Mystic Eye Train, the Atlas Court, and the Wandering Sea. Many of them were also dead apostles and vampires, such as Xian. No one seemed to be pursuing them, and even the fat director didn't give him any strange looks. You want to learn from me by capturing that damned hairless monkey, but just because you occupy a planet, you think you're the master of it, Aku Hinako erupted, seemingly harboring a deep resentment towards humans. Unfortunately, however, Humans dominate most worlds. I'm not asking you to think like humans, but I'm just trying to teach you how to better avoid being exposed. If not for yourself, then you should consider them. You'll all be living in human society from now on. Don't just think of yourself as someone who's going to live in the wilderness. Shen Fei's words immediately silenced Aku and Ako. There have always been outliers hidden among humans, such as the many true ancestors and dead apostles of the moon world, who have hidden within human society. Even in the Marvel universe, vampires exist. Most of them hold high positions in human society. To put it bluntly, if you were to rank the world's top 100 richest people, the vast majority wouldn't be human. Of course, due to the moon world's suppression, the 27 clans of the dead apostles don't exist in all parallel worlds. Especially in worlds with stronger human forces, the number of dead apostles is extremely small. Okay, how you live your life from now on is up to you. Now, tell me what's going on between you and the first emperor, and why he doesn't even know about the lost belt. I see. So you still need to complete your deal with the first emperor. Then, go back. After hearing what Akinako said, Shen Fei was at a loss for words. She had no interest in the lost belt, pan-human history, or the imagination tree. Her only interest was Xiongyu. So, when she arrived in the lost belt and met the first emperor, she only stated one other condition: ownership of the Quinjet Type 0 Xiongyu. The first emperor's condition was analysis of her body. Akinako was a real person, or an immortal. The first emperor made his name analyzing the immortal path. Now that he has the body of a true immortal to analyze, it's safe to say he'll advance even further in this field given time. After all, what the first emperor analyzed back then wasn't a true immortal's body, but merely the remains of Nezha's mechanical puppet. Even though he later traveled to the legendary Penglai Island and obtained the legendary Fusang tree, he never encountered a true immortal. The immortals of Penglai Island have vanished, likely having journeyed to the inner world. Soon, they returned to the Lost Belt. Akinako didn't want to return, but Quinjet 0 Xiongyu was determined to return. He wasn't yet Akinako. Immortals need to learn, too, or they'll end up like Akinako. By the way, where's the imagination tree? Shen Fei immediately remembered the imagination tree. The first emperor claimed he hadn't seen it, but without it, this lost belt wouldn't have existed in the world of pan-human history. So that's how it is. It's so dark under the lamp that even the first emperor didn't notice. Is this Shenyang City? It's beyond my imagination. The first emperor's overcapacity isn't always a good thing. Shen Fei, along with Ji Hinako, Xiongyu, Lanling Wang, and the others, arrived in Shenyang City. He had been curious about the city before, but upon seeing it, his curiosity vanished. Shenyang City was surrounded by containers, the kind that must have been launched by rockets. Seeing this, Shen Fei couldn't help but feel fortunate that he hadn't been like the first emperor. He had allowed his country's development to take its own course, and even the introduction of modern technology wouldn't have significantly impacted it. Ji Hinako, what are you doing back here? The first emperor's voice echoed through the air as the group headed towards the Shenyang City gates. He might not have noticed them before, but now that they were in the capital, he couldn't have been unaware. I'm here to finalize the deal with your majesty, Ji Hinako stated directly. It seems your mind has completely changed. Is it because of this person next to you? National Master of the Great Qin Empire of Another World greets His Majesty the First Emperor. Shen Fei suddenly stepped forward and introduced himself. National Master of the Great Qin Empire of Another World, this is truly unexpected. Please come in. Even the First Emperor was silent for a moment at Shen Fei's words. Captain of the Guard, it's the older version of him. Shen Fei and his group soon met the Captain of the Guard. Shen Fei had originally intended to ask Azuki Hinako about the situation in Shenyang City, but unfortunately, she didn't know much. The only thing she knew was the Captain of the Guard. As for the lives of the people in the city, unfortunately, she never cared about them. The captain of the First Emperor's Guard was Li Shuwen. Is this the Imperial Guard? It looks like he trained them. Besides Li Shuwen, there was also a group of Imperial Guards. This Lost Belt had been peaceful for a long time, so even the number of Imperial Guards was not very large. His Majesty the First Emperor will surely appreciate this line. I will definitely present this painting to His Majesty. Entering Shenyang City with the captain of the guards, Shen Fei was equally astonished by the scene inside. The city was filled with people writing poems, paintings, and even songs, their sole subject of praise being the first emperor. As for shops and bustling streets, There was no sign of them. This is Hunzin. As they reached the highest point of Shenyang City's largest building, Shen Fei encountered a short, bespectacled young man with a round face. Li Shuwan's introduction of him as Hunzin startled him. Isn't the Qin dynasty of this other world a pan-human history? In front of a resplendent passage, Shen Fei encountered the first emperor. More accurately, he encountered his final form. The current first emperor's true form was the Afang Palace, the steel city in the sky. Pan-human history is pan-human history. I come from outside of pan-human history. There are barriers between worlds. Under normal circumstances, communication between the two worlds is difficult. However, for some unforeseen circumstances, some people can enter and exit these worlds. Shen Fei spoke, using magic to demonstrate to the first emperor and his companions what parallel worlds and alternate worlds are. In other words, there is also the Great Qin in alternate worlds. The first emperor was silent again for a long time before speaking. In fact, there are Great Qin in many worlds. Due to the passage of time, some have perished, but some worlds still exist. Your Majesty is the third first emperor I have met, and of all the first emperors, Your Majesty is the only one who has truly found the path to immortality and continue the Great Qin. Although the Dragon Emperor also achieved immortality, he did not continue the Great Qin. As Shen Fei spoke, he felt a sense of emotion. Indeed, the situation of the first emperor alive and dead was completely different. As long as he was alive, even without the immortal technology, he could still make the Great Qin powerful. However, due to my arrival, the paths of the two Great Qins have completely diverged. This is the Great Qin Empire where I serve as the Imperial Master. Shen Fei said as he pulled out a tablet and played the Qin's Moon video of the first emperor's coronation ceremony and military parade. The guard captain nearby didn't react, but Hunzin's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing the Great Qin's black armored cavalry. Such a lineup was unprecedented even in this lost belt. Is that a mechanical puppet? Hunzin asked, pointing at the mechanical white tiger, Potu Sanlang, from the military parade. Yes, it's the mechanical art of the Mahist and Gongshu clans. I didn't expect the Mahists in this other world to possess such extraordinary art. This Lust Belt naturally had its share of schools of thought, but with the unification of the Great Qin in SZ City, all of them disappeared. So, what is your purpose? Are you here for pan-human history and the Lust Belt? After Shen Fei put away the video, the first emperor suddenly asked. Although Akinako didn't tell the first emperor about the Lust Belt, don't forget that it wasn't just Akinako who appeared on the hidden side of this world. There was also Quinjet, from whom the first emperor obtained considerable intelligence through torture. Speaking of which, the first emperor was also a ruthless person. His torture of Quinjet would have been considered brutal by anyone who witnessed it. It wasn't that he was particularly cruel, but that she saw through Quinjet's true nature. Yes, although I hate to say it, it's a pity that Your Majesty's world no longer has any potential for development. It's dead. Dead? How ridiculous. I created eternal peace, and you claim my country is dead. Don't think you can speak so freely just because you're the Great Qin State Master of another world. The first emperor was naturally angered by such comments about his own country. Is it truly eternal peace? If so, what happened to Qin Liangayu? Why would someone rebel? This Lust Belt was remarkably peaceful, but that didn't mean it was free of problems. He already knew what was happening with Qin Liangayu through his conversations with her. While that rebellion was a bit of a joke, it also showed that this Lust Belt wasn't entirely peaceful. Your Majesty, my abilities allow me to travel to many worlds. In one of them, I saw someone attempting to control humanity through illusions, hoping to eliminate war this way. Your Majesty, do you think this method is feasible? This was, of course, the infinite Tsukuyomi of the ninja world. You're such a smooth talker. Are you a Confucian? Confucian? Sure enough, the first emperor hated that. Shen Fei pondered, then said, I'm not a Confucian. I'm simply expressing my gratitude for what I've seen since arriving in this world. Strictly speaking, how Your Majesty governs is none of my business. I simply wish to strike a deal with Your Majesty. Shen Fei quickly changed the subject. Trying to persuade the first emperor to give up his kingdom through persuasion was simply impossible. Ultimately, Chaldea and Qin Liangayu would undoubtedly come to war, but now, at peace, there was no need for him to force Yingzhang interaction. He was also deeply curious about how Chaldea had managed to remove the Lost Belt. Did the first emperor not finally release the figurines he had placed in Mount Li? Unlike pan-human history, which utilized heroic spirits to safeguard human order. The first emperor gathered talented individuals, froze them, and thawed them when needed, as was the case with Han Xin and Qin Liangyu. Although history here has changed drastically since the first emperor unified China, the situations with Qin Liangyu and Li Shuang indicate that some famous historical figures still exist, such as Lu Bu, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, and so on. Perhaps even Lanling King Gao Changgong is among them. Trade? Yes, after all, I am also the imperial preceptor of the Great Qin. Although I don't have much control and am often away, I am still very concerned about the development of the Great Qin. I need some of the technology your Majesty has provided. If I can obtain it, in time, another Great Qin Majesty will surely be able to accomplish your Majesty's current great cause. Since it's a trade, what can you bring to me? Chapter 1158, Fantasy Tree. Originally, I wanted to trade a world with your Majesty, but the situation here makes me hesitate. For Shen Fei, a world was nothing. The Dragon Emperor had received a world for almost nothing. As for the first emperor, even if there was no trade, giving him a world wouldn't matter. The world he was experiencing now might not be suitable, but there was still a future, and he was sure to encounter the right one. Honestly, if he had met the first emperor before, the Dragon Emperor wouldn't have existed in the myth world. Of course, this was before he knew the first emperor in the Lost Belt. He might not care about a world, but he had to consider the future of the world over there. He absolutely wouldn't agree with the first emperor's governing strategy, even if he understood his reasons. It was a matter of principle. We'll discuss this later. Since you're thinking of me in this other world, whatever you want, go to the technology hall. I'll tell them. Akabab Hinako, since you've made your decision, let's complete our deal. The first emperor then turned his attention to Akabab Hinako. Her immortal body was crucial to the first emperor's future plans. It was the key to obtaining an immortal body. The first emperor, in his heroic spirit form, was his immortal body. After all, he couldn't just summon his mechanical body. Thank you, Your Majesty. Although he didn't get what he wanted, it was enough for Shen Fei right now. For example, the construction methods for the orbital satellite Great Wall, but only food and elixirs were enough. As for other immortal technologies, obtaining them would be better, but not being able to obtain them would not be a huge disappointment. With this medicine, the mineral sickness problem can be temporarily alleviated. The mineral sickness in Arknights was Shen Fei's most difficult problem so far. Even with the help of Mobius, Aizen, and others, they hadn't found a complete solution. If it were a single person, it could be cured, but that method wouldn't be universally applicable. Even Honkai disease couldn't compare to the rigors of oropathy. But the technicians here have made me understand why this world's technological development is so bizarre. Through conversations with the staff at the technology hall, Shen Fei learned that the first emperor was responsible for almost all of the inventions in the Lost Belt. From the initial research on the remains of Nezha's mechanical puppet to the creation of his mechanical body, he single-handedly oversaw it, with the other technicians merely assisting. Given the current situation, even with a supercomputer, the first emperor couldn't possibly cover everything. But I never thought the first emperor was such a scientific expert. While the first emperor couldn't cover everything, he had to admit his prowess. Leonardo da Vinci would be very interested in what's here. Given da Vinci's skeptical attitude, she was sure she would be deeply interested in this unknown knowledge. Wake up. After 48 scans, I have mastered the secrets of your immortal body. From now on, Kuaiji 0, according to you, Xiangyu, is completely yours. Kuaiji 0, after completing the scans, the first emperor immediately transferred control of Kuaiji 0 to Ji Hinako. This meant that from then on, even the first emperor could no longer command Kuaiji 0. Your Majesty, since you've already reached Penglai Island and obtained the Fusang tree, why are you still curious about the immortal body? Xiangyu was officially free, and Ji Hinako seemed much more cheerful. Because when I went there, the immortals were gone. Strictly speaking, if given a choice, he would naturally prefer an immortal body over a mechanical one. Back then, he had no choice but to choose a mechanical one for the sake of immortality. He had originally given up on the immortal body, but unexpectedly, Ji Hinako, who possessed an immortal body, appeared. It seems you'll be leaving soon. Indeed, Ji Hinako said, preparing to take Xiangyu away to find Shen Fei and leave the Lost Belt. Will my world be destroyed? The first emperor suddenly asked. The will that must destroy collides with a will that refuses to destroy. Even now, I don't know what the outcome will be. But whether it's pan-human history or the Lost Belt, what business does it have on me? Akueniko said, leaving with Xiangyu without a backward glance. Lost Belt, pan-human history, then who will prove which is the true pan-human history? Why can't that be the Lost Belt? The first Emperor's voice echoed through the empty hall. It's done. Are you so impatient to leave? By the way, there's something I'm very curious about. Since you're a true ancestor, the bomb attack shouldn't have had any effect on you, right? What business does the destruction of humanity have on me? If that's the case, I might as well get some sleep. The bombs fired by Grandma Morlafe had indeed had no effect on Akueniko. But firstly, she didn't care about the demise of pan-human history, and secondly, she didn't want to reveal her identity. I understand, but there's no need to leave in such a hurry. You already have a way out now. Don't you want to witness the end of this world? Even if you don't want to, what about this Lord Xiangyu? Originally wanted to say that she didn't care about the end of the Qin dynasty, but after seeing Xiangyu on the side, Ji-Hinako didn't say it, and then decided to stay. She could ignore her own thoughts, but she couldn't ignore Xiangyu's. Captain of the guards, what do you mean? Early the next morning, Shen Fei was a little surprised when he saw the captain of the guards who surrounded his residence with the imperial guards. Although he didn't reach an agreement with the first emperor, he didn't fall out with him. You are indeed Confucian scholars. As the chief guard said this, he appeared in front of Shen Fei in a stride and punched him. It was a simple punch and did not look very powerful, but as long as you remember the identity of the chief guard, you can know the power of his punch. Bang! Shen Fei directly met his fist with his fist. With a dull sound, the force of the collision between the two spread out an invisible shock wave, which made the surrounding guards retreat immorally. As for the chief guard and others, they stopped after retreating 5 steps. Wu fought against a collapse of the Inch force. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? After repelling the chief guard, Shen Fei said loudly to the sky. Bring him here. A moment later, the voice of the first emperor was heard in the air. You said before that you were not a Confucian, but the facts prove that you are Confucian. When the first emperor was speaking, the civil war in Chaldea was being broadcast on the screen. Modern, Jinkei, and Mashu were fighting against Spartacus. This situation was beyond Shen Fei's expectations. It was a pity that the emperor could only monitor the images but could not hear the sounds, otherwise he would probably understand what was happening. However, Shen Fei's doubts did not last long. Han Xin on his side roughly explained the cause and effect. The reason for this situation was that Chaldea taught the people of that village to recite poems, and they recited them in the moon-viewing temple. At the same time, they also taught them to recognize words, which was a crime of treason in the Qin dynasty. In this Qin dynasty of the Lost Belt, only those who were considered talented by the first emperor could learn to write, such as Qin Liangyu. She was originally just an ordinary villager. It was because someone rebelled at that time that her talent was revealed. It can be said that if there had been no chaos at that time, Qin Liangyu would have been just an ordinary villager who was lost in the crowd. If that were the case, at most the cooperation between Chaldea and the Qin Empire would be dissolved, and Chaldea would avoid civil war. However, Spartacus was a rebellious hero. After his speech, the entire village followed him out of the village and headed towards Shenyang. Spartacus clearly intended to lead these villagers to the first emperor. Given the cooperation between Chaldea and the first emperor, the fat director, Da Vinci, and Sherlock Holmes would naturally not allow such a thing to happen. Even if Chaldea and the Qin Empire were destined to fall out, they could not resort to such a reckless approach. Muttered and Jinkei both knew the situation. But who made Spartacus a rebellious hero? He was destined to rebel. As Ritsuka's servant, he could easily be restrained using command seals. Da Vinci and Holmes shared this idea, but unfortunately, Ritsuka never used command seals to restrain a servant. Coupled with the Mordred's plea, they prepared to stop Spartacus with a fight. However, Spartacus grew increasingly excited the more he fought, and Mash couldn't resort to harsh tactics, so the situation became stalemate. It's just a poem, Your Majesty. Is there any need to make such a fuss? He watched as the first emperor prepared to use the Star of Disaster to annihilate Chaldea and its villagers. A 1,000-mile embankment is easily destroyed by an anthole. Even the smallest signs of rebellion must be quashed as soon as possible to prevent further damage. Your Majesty, have you ever considered why they are so easily incited? It's just the eloquence of the Confucian scholars. While the first emperor was speaking, the Star of Disaster had already fallen under his control. At the same time, The first emperor also spoke with Mashu and explained the reasons for his actions. "You don't seem worried at all." Hanzin looked at the scene of the star of disaster falling, and then his eyes fell on Shen Fei. "It's just a meteorite. There is a reason why the heroic spirit is called a heroic spirit." Shen Fei was of course not worried about the so-called star of disaster falling. Modard's noble phantasm was enough to destroy it. Perhaps the personal strength of Qin Liangyu and the captain of the guards was enough to deal with his servants, but that was when the servants did not use their noble phantasms. The only ones who could truly fight against the servants in this lost belt were Lan Lingqing, Ji Hanako, Kuaiji Zero Xiangyu, and the first emperor himself. Of course, if he unsealed all the generals sleeping in Mount Li, there would be no problem relying on numbers. After all, their noble phantasms could not be fired continuously. How could it be him? Shen Fei was somewhat surprised to see that the servant who attacked last was not Mohammed, but Spartacus. However, the same principle held true for his own actions: the greater the damage inflicted, the greater the power of his noble phantasm. This was Spartacus's roar of the wounded beast. Given the injuries inflicted by the falling meteorite, the power of his noble phantasm was enough to completely annihilate the meteorite, and that was indeed what happened. On the screen, the group watched as a huge firework rose in the sky, followed by the meteorite completely disappearing, and then Chaldea and the villagers below vanished. Invisibility barrier. Shen Fei immediately understood the reason. While satellite surveillance was powerful, there were also corresponding countermeasures. It seems I really underestimated the heroic spirits. Witnessing the calamity star that so terrified countless people in the Qin dynasty being struck by someone, the first emperor had to admit that he had underestimated the heroic spirits. "Your Majesty is ready to deal with me. If you want to make a move, I will not surrender. Once a fight breaks out, Xiangyang City may be gone." From your tone, you don't intend to help them. "If we use the current strength of the Qin dynasty, we will not be able to stop them, unless your Majesty awakens all the generals sleeping in Mount Li. It's just Chaldea. There is no need for that." I don't know if the first emperor was too confident or what. He did not allow more generals to be awakened. At the same time, he was not going to take action against Shen Fei, allowing him to continue studying in Shenyang City. The communication is not connected. Is it because someone is monitoring us? We should pay attention to this side as well. After leaving the first emperor, Shen Fei immediately began to contact Roman, Da Vinci and others, but there was no response. This made him think of a possibility, and then he began to contact Mashu and others. After getting the support of Xian, the communicators on the Chaldea side were naturally not limited to Mashu and Ritsuka. After all, this is a lost belt, not a singularity that requires the transfer of spirit particles. "Are you all okay?" This time it was connected. Except Spartacus, everyone is fine, but the submarine was taken away. Mashu then briefly recounted the situation. Originally, the submarine was guarded by Nezha, and together with Da Vinci and Holmes, these three servants were enough to fight against Qin Liangyu and other soldiers. However, because they were worried that the submarine would be damaged during the battle, Da Vinci and Holmes did not take action. Instead, they let Nezha escape with his spirit base box. This thing must not be obtained by the first emperor. I know the situation. I will try to persuade him again. It's troublesome, but he is the first emperor after all. If it were any other lost belt, Shen Fei would have taken action long ago, but this is the first emperor after all, and he is holding his research technology, so it would not be nice to turn against him directly. In fact, Shen Fei had no idea that he had underestimated the first emperor's combat power. The power of the servants was indeed strong, but this lost belt had a spell that restricted the servant's spiritual bases. And Goyan's scale was restricted by this. What on earth does he want to do? Now that he has completed the analysis, he could have completely destroyed it, but instead he reassembled it and even left a note. Da Vinci would probably be furious to death when he saw this. After the submarine was brought back to Shenyang, the first emperor personally dismantled it for research, then reassembled it and placed a screw in a bag in a conspicuous place on the submarine, with a special note that it was a superfluous screw. Shen Fei could already imagine how angry Leonardo da Vinci was when he saw the screw. For a researcher like Leonardo da Vinci, this was almost like pointing at her nose and scolding her, saying that her work was unqualified and had flaws. This was a great humiliation. Shen Fei was somewhat helpless about this. Of course, he would not put the screw away, but what puzzled him was the first emperor's attitude. Let's put it this way, if he directly destroyed the submarine, it would mean the failure of Chaldea, And even if he didn't destroy it, he could have hidden it. His previous action seemed to be as if he was giving the submarine to Chaldea. Forget about this, the more the better, what's the point? The real king of kin swept across the world, looking at it with a tiger's eye. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1159, New Singularity, Part 1. Shen Fei was speechless as he watched the first Emperor transform the submarine into a Tiger HUD tank with a minor modification. This was a genuine Tiger HUD tank, with a Tiger HUD like a ship's prow attached to the front. Of course, that wasn't just a decorative feature, but a flamethrower. Seeing this in the Qin Empire was truly a revelation. If used against ordinary armies, the duo Yishan would be absolutely unstoppable, but using it against servants was a bit much. That's probably the difference between modern people and ancient people. But Leonardo da Vinci would probably go crazy seeing these things. The Tiger tank duo Yishan looked decent to Shen Fei, but in the eyes of Leonardo da Vinci, the man who built the submarine, it was absolutely heresy, unequivocally heretical. There's a problem, definitely something's wrong here, but it doesn't seem to concern me much. Let's continue our research. Shen Fei saw many inconsistencies in the first emperor's actions. This was a man who would deploy a calamity if even a single village left, yet he didn't even bring his full strength to bear against Chaldea. The nearly 100 hastily constructed Dodo Yishan submarines looked more like toys. The Dodo Yishan had decent attack power, but its defense was too weak. It probably couldn't even withstand a single strike from Mashu's shield. After all, they were mass-produced and couldn't compare to a custom-built submarine. After pondering for a while, unable to figure out what the first emperor was up to, Shen Fei abandoned the matter and prepared to await their arrival in Shenyang. "You're able to contact me, so it seems you're doing well," Shen Fei said, answering the call from Da Vinci. "What do you mean by well?" "We're imprisoned, and they've imprisoned me and Holmes together." "What are they thinking?" "How are you doing?" Da Vinci sounded annoyed. "As for me, it's fine. Although I didn't reach an agreement with the first emperor, we didn't fall out either. By the way, I've agreed with Azuki Hinako that she will give up her role as a Hydra and won't awaken the illusion tree." "Where's the illusion tree?" Da Vinci asked as he left. "If I'm not mistaken, the Fusang tree should be the illusion tree." This time, it wasn't Shen Fei who spoke, but Holmes. He had already suspected the location of the illusion tree, but because of his usual style, he wouldn't reveal the truth until he had proof, so he hadn't spoken. But now that Shen Fei was about to reveal the mystery, he naturally had to make his presence known. Holmes then explained some of his reasons for this speculation. "Yes, the illusion tree is the Fusang tree. To be more precise, its seeds are parasitic inside it, relying on the Fusang tree for growth. This was a case of the lamp being in the dark. Even the first emperor hadn't expected this to happen. By the way, the first emperor didn't take our communicators. I'm afraid they didn't expect them to be so compact. Be careful not to reveal your presence," Holmes warned. "I didn't reveal it, but I don't think it will stay hidden for long. Mashu and Ritsuka are probably on their way to rescue you. We'll meet in Shenyang later. Some things are easier to discuss in person. By the way, dear Da Vinci, be careful next, there's a surprise." "Is this a surprise?" "Quickly dismantle it." Da Vinci's face darkened as he looked at the Dodo Yishan ship before him, and he shouted to Mashu and the others. This time, without the intervention of Akuinako and Landling Wang, Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others' rescue of Da Vinci, Holmes, Roman, the fat director, and the others went smoothly. They also rescued Koyanskia, and then, as expected, they arrived in Shenyang and began the battle for Shenyang. The first emperor immediately dispatched the Dodo Yishan to engage the enemy. Da Vinci naturally recognized the technology, which was entirely derived from submarines. It seems automatic control is ineffective. The first emperor, watching the battle through the video system in Shenyang City, fell silent as he watched the Dodo Yishan shattered by Mashu's shield. "I'll take control myself." As the first emperor spoke, more Dodo Yishans appeared on the battlefield. It must be said that with the first emperor personally at the controls, the Dodo Yishans performed differently. In an instant, they unleashed a volley of fire on all of Chaldea. "Noble Phantasm, bring out your noble phantasm. Blast them," Seeing the rows of Doroyishins appearing ahead, Da Vinci's face darkened, and he exuded an air of impunity. Mashu, yes, Senior, the distant ideal city, facing the Doroyishin's volleys, Mashu unfurled her noble phantasm, and a towering white wall appeared before them, blocking all attacks. Treason against my magnificent father. Then, Mordred began to use his noble phantasm. The crimson beam destroyed 1/3 of the Doroyishin in an instant. Fake army god's 5 arms. At the same time, a servant with a horse's body also used his noble phantasm. Mashu and Ritsuka summoned new servants. In the Great Kin Lost Belt, because the people did not pray, they could not summon servants. But once the people prayed, the situation was different. Previously, the first emperor sent down the Calamity Star, which made the villagers have wishes in their hearts, so they connected to Valhalla and summoned new servants. After 2 noble phantasms, less than half of the Doroyishin was left, and it was forcibly dismantled by the servants. Even if the first emperor controlled it, the Doroyishin was too weak. Even Da Vinci personally used his magic suit to destroy several of them. The current Da Vinci is completely different from the original. Due to her interactions with Shen Fei and the effects of her spatial ring, she now possesses a wealth of magical ceremonial equipment. If she were to use all of it, even Sherlock Holmes might not be her match. Your Majesty, seeing the complete destruction of the Doroyishin, the guard captain and Han Xin turned to the first emperor. That is enough. I will personally handle Chaldea. From now on, you are relieved of your duties. Thank you for your hard work over the years. As you command, the guard captain and Han Xin said in unison. What a maneuver! The first emperor's actions left Shen Fei speechless. He had previously received permission from the first emperor to observe the entire process, but he had never expected that, just as the enemy was about to enter the capital, he would dismiss his only 2 ministers. He had no idea what he was thinking. You go down too. At the first emperor's command, Shen Fei left immediately and headed for the city gate. Chaldea was about to attack, and only Qin Liangai was now resisting. Come out. After Shen Fei left, a figure suddenly appeared on the Golden Passage. It was naturally Jing Kai. Since this was the Great Qin Lost Belt, with Jing Kai and the first emperor present, an assassination attempt on Qin was inevitable. While Jing Kai's dagger couldn't harm the first emperor, she had come prepared. This is the end. When Shen Fei arrived at the city gate, he saw Qin Liangai fighting alone. The puppet soldiers and guards around her had fallen. Mashu and Ritsuka tried to persuade her to surrender, but unfortunately, Qin Liangai refused to accept. Shen Fei then blocked Mordred's attack and subdued Qin Liangai. Mashu would hold back, but Mordred was merciless in battle. It's over, Holmes demanded immediately. To be precise, the next enemy is the first emperor himself, Shen Fei said as he untied Qin Liangai and walked her over to Han Xin and the head guard. Where's the submarine? Da Vinci was naturally most concerned about it. Over here, Shen Fei said as he led the Chaldean group to the warehouse where the submarine was stored. Da Vinci and his companions had previously arrived in Shenyang on the tax collection cart from this lost belt. What do you mean by an extra screw? As expected, after seeing the first emperor's message, Da Vinci shouted angrily. This message made her even more angry than the Doroyishin she had seen before. Quick check, but she quickly regained her composure and began ordering the group to inspect the reassembled submarine. From her expression, she desperately hoped for a problem, as that would indicate a fault on the part of the first emperor. Sadly, however, the submarine remained perfectly functioning, even the magic wards functioning flawlessly. This was naturally a good thing for Chaldea, bringing relief to Roman and the Fat Director, though Da Vinci's expression darkened. Don't assume dismantling a submarine and then reassembling it is simple, it's a feat impossible without advanced technology. Alright, now that we're clear here, let's get Ritsuka's antidote, the Fat Director said, his gaze fixed on Gao Yanskaya, who had also arrived. Chong Sem, Fox, Shen Fei had naturally noticed Gao Yanskaya's presence, and her current appearance was completely different from what they had seen before. Treasure Hall, Fusang Tree, Shen Fei then learned from Holmes why Gao Yanskaya had followed them. It turned out she only wanted one antidote, which was then given to the Fat Director by Ritsuka. Naturally, a second antidote needed to be prepared. Xian Shui Mingmai, Immortal Decline and Desolation Vein, is a poison made from the roots of the Fusang tree, and its antidote requires its leaves. No wonder it's so toxic, even Ritsuka can't withstand it. Upon hearing it was a poison made from the Fusang tree, Shen Fei finally understood why Ritsuka's resistance to poison was ineffective. The group then prepared to head to the treasure hall. Shen Fei also knew who the two new servants were. The horse-shaped servant was red hair, but he had always claimed to be Lu Bu, a result of innocent monster legends, just like how Vlad II was rumored to be a vampire and ultimately became one. As for red hair, due to the legend of Lu Bu among men and red hair among horses, he had transformed into a fusion of man and horse. He identified himself with Lu Bu, not as a joke, but because of the influence of the innocent monster. He truly believed himself to be Lu Bu. "What do you want to do?" Shen Fei asked curiously, looking at Han Xin, the chief guard, Qin Liangyu, and some of the imperial guards who blocked their way. "We don't know what your majesty intends. But we won't be so willing to be destroyed, and this is a rare opportunity." Han Xin suddenly laughed out loud. As a famous general, although Han Xin is now a military advisor, he actually led soldiers in battle during the early days of the Qin dynasty. For him, a peaceful environment was extremely uncomfortable. After the Qin dynasty's last enemy was eliminated, he went to Mount Li with the intention of eternal slumber. He never expected that the opportunity would appear again. This was a rare opportunity for him. Until now, Han Xin had never been able to fully demonstrate his talents. Due to the First Emperor's restrictions, he couldn't use ruthless strategies like the extermination scheme. For example, right now, the First Emperor could actually cause the disaster star to fall. A servant might be able to destroy one or two disaster stars, but what if there were dozens or even hundreds? The Great Wall of orbiting satellites in the sky could fall at the First Emperor's will. Some of the general's actions were truly unacceptable. Take, for example, Xiangyu, the Kuwaiji Zero, who became a murderous tyrant to push Liu Ji to power, and Baiki, the god of killing. As for the chief of the guards, he rarely encountered an opponent and wanted a real fight. Similar to Han Xin, he had few plans in this lust belt, possessing immense strength but nowhere to demonstrate it. Only Qin Liangyu had the simplest of intentions. She wanted to protect this world. This was her home. Lost belts and pan-human history were of little concern to her. "You go ahead, leave this to me." After understanding the three men's intentions, Shen Fei stopped Mordred from attacking and told Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others to go to the treasure hall while he dealt with the others. The Oath of Judah, Shen Fei said as a golden cross materialized in his hand. Using golden chains, he bound Qin Liangyu and the Imperial Guards, leaving only two people on the scene, Han Xin and the guard captain. While Han Xin might appear harmless and a military strategist, it's important to remember that he's been with the First Emperor since before he achieved immortality, possessing martial prowess comparable to Qin Liangyu's. Inch power opens the heavens. Facing the guard captain's close quarters attack, Shen Fei unleashed a powerful inch power opens the heavens, sending him flying dozens of meters and crashing through several walls before collapsing. He then repeated the same attack on Han Xin, sending him crashing to the guard captain's side. Of course, he was merciful and wouldn't kill them. "I'm sorry, I know nothing I say now will help. Some things in this world are just like that, it's hard to have it both ways." In the previous Lust Belt, he could have transferred those 10,000 people to the world of the Fifth War, but not on this one. There were too many people. He had originally considered taking Qin Liangyu with him, but her previous behavior had made him realize that she wouldn't abandon anyone in this Lost Belt. Perhaps the First Emperor has the same idea. "Do you realize what you did? You cut down the imagination tree with your own hands. Where's your dream? Have you given it up?" When Shen Fei entered the treasure hall, a three-way confrontation unfolded. Chaldea, Koyanskaya, Akinako, and Xiangyu, standing on opposite sides of the corridor. Koyanskaya, among them, stared at Akinako with disbelief. Koyanskaya wasn't a pushover. While she strictly adhered to the contract, that didn't mean she wouldn't cheat. The Fat Director's case was a vivid example. She brought Chaldea and her group to the treasure hall with bad intentions. She planned to use the fantasy tree here to give the First Emperor a hard time. At this moment, the person she hated the most was undoubtedly the First Emperor. The previous torture had caused her great suffering. Chapter 1160 New Singularity, Part 2. "This has nothing to do with you," Akinako responded to Koyanskaya's outburst with a cold expression. While the two were somewhat similar, both hating humans, that didn't necessarily mean they had a good relationship. Strictly speaking, Akinako's dislike for Koyanskaya was even greater than that of the Chaldeans. If it weren't for Koyanskaya, the Chaldeans wouldn't have come to the Lost Belt. After all, She hadn't told the first emperor about the imagination tree. The lost belt hadn't expanded at all. Given Chaldea's previous location in the Wandering Sea, the chances of them choosing her lost belt were extremely low. Because the Chaldeans had already appeared in the lost belt, she had no choice but to respond. But that didn't mean she'd forgotten about Koyanskaya. Her decision to cut down the imagination tree was actually due to her discovery of Koyanskaya in Shenyang City. When it comes to understanding Koyanskaya, it's safe to say no one, not even among the hidden ones, knows her better. It's precisely this understanding that led Akinako to decide to eliminate the imagination tree first. Otherwise, as an apostle of the alien god, Koyanskaya would undoubtedly leverage the connection between the hidden ones and the imagination tree to cause trouble. Koyanskaya had once attempted to assassinate her. It seems you found a solution. How did you figure it out? Koyanskaya looked at Akinako's calm face, feeling something was amiss. Just as Akinako understood her, she also understood her, fully aware of her feelings for Xiangyu. Under normal circumstances, she couldn't possibly cut down the imagination tree and end this lost belt on her own. Of course, no matter how clever and cunning she was, she couldn't possibly know the specific events that had caused Akinako to change so drastically. Forget it, I'm so tired. I shouldn't have come here. Seeing Akinako reluctance to speak, Koyanskaya suddenly gave up. Then, she cast a spell and vanished from the corridor. The antidote, the fat director shouted, looking at the place where Koyanskaya had disappeared. He had taken the only antidote, and he was very concerned about the poison in Ritsuka. Koyanskaya had previously intended to use the antidote to cause a quarrel between Ritsuka and the fat director. It was one of her favorite tricks, and it always worked. After all, few people could truly disregard life and death. However, this time, she had clearly underestimated Ritsuka and the fat director. Instead of fighting, they displayed a mutual concession, which made Holmes very upset. Don't worry. Now that we know the antidote's ingredients, Da Vinci and SYE will create it, Holmes said immediately. Holmes' words immediately eased the fat director's nervousness. He'd been genuinely worried that Ritsuka might die. So the imagination tree is inside the fusang tree. This was my mistake. Just as Da Vinci was about to speak, a tall figure suddenly emerged. Although no one present had seen this figure before, their voice was familiar. It was none other than the first emperor. The first emperor's appearance instantly changed the expressions of Mashu, Ritsuka, Da Vinci, and the others, as it signaled Jinkei's defeat. Of course, Jinkei couldn't use his dagger against the first emperor, now possessing a mechanical body. However, there was a solution, using a computer virus. While the first emperor's technology was impressive, it was a technology he alone possessed, making it impervious to viruses. This was a very reasonable hypothesis, and it actually worked, effectively shutting down the first emperor's computer. Unfortunately, they hadn't anticipated that the first emperor had already completed his celestial transformation. In reality, even if the first emperor hadn't completed his immortal transformation, the outcome wouldn't have changed much. This was indeed his first encounter with a computer virus, but with the power of a quantum computer, the first emperor wouldn't be defeated by a single one. At most, it would cause him to experience some downtime. With the power of a supercomputer, the virus could be quickly analyzed and eliminated. Now that the imagination tree has been removed, my kingdom will surely be destroyed soon. But before then, I will not sit idly by. In the original novel, after the battle between Chaldea and the first emperor, Ritsuka proved his faith and resolve, leading the first emperor to aid Chaldea in combating the imagination tree, which had been awakened by Goyanskaya. Now, the imagination tree had been cut down prematurely by Akinako, but this didn't affect the first emperor's decision. Your Majesty, what do you wish? Ritsuka stepped forward and spoke. I understand the concepts of pan-human history and lost belts, but I'm curious about one thing. How can you prove your world isn't also a lost belt? As far as I know, the organization Chaldea doesn't exist in other worlds. The first emperor's words immediately silenced the Chaldeans. This was the truth. Originally, the first emperor couldn't possibly know such a thing, but after all, Shen Fei had discussed it with him before. Who decides between lost belts and pan-human history? You? If one day a similar organization appeared before us, declaring you a lost belt and needing to be excised, I want to know what you would choose. Would you submit to being excised, or would you risk your life to protect your world? Every word from the first emperor was a piercing blow. Even the brilliant Sherlock Holmes wouldn't know how to respond. The more intelligent a person is, the harder it is to answer, because intelligent people often overthink things. It's like the question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Philosophers can dwell on it until their heads hurt, but less intelligent people don't delve too deeply into it. Like Qin Liangao, she had no extra thoughts, only a desire to protect her own world. So, this world does seem more like a lost belt. No, the Holy Grail War world is different, too. And then there's Ilya's world, Tsukuheim's, too. Oh, and then there's Imai Giant Man's world. Isn't there a unified answer? Listening to the conversation, Shen Fei couldn't help but ponder the definitions of lost belts in pan-human history. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Finally, he shook his head, discarding the questions, abandoning them. Perhaps only inhibition could answer that question. I don't know, Ritsuka finally said. Until the situation arose, she naturally had no idea what she would choose. But this won't change what I'm going to do. While she had no idea of what the future held, she knew what she had to do now. That was to cut through the 7 lost belts. Current events had proven that the 3 worlds she had experienced were lost belts. Then let's fight each other. Whether it's pan-human history or the lost belt, it's all about survival. So, let's use this to determine which world is best suited for human survival. The first emperor suddenly offered a suggestion. Alright, Li Xiong agreed immediately. This was the best approach at the moment. While the current situation meant that even without this battle, the tree of fantasy had been failed, it wouldn't be a problem. But this wasn't just a matter of fighting, it was also a matter of conviction. The fat director, standing nearby, started to speak, but after catching the look from Da Vinci and Holmes, he quickly shut up. Your Majesty, the group then descended into the wilderness outside Shenyang City. Both sides stood, ready to fight, but Li Xiong paused, curious about the first emperor. She had initially assumed the opponent would be the celestial Fang Palace, the very point the fat director had been trying to address. Since this is a battle for survival among humans, the natural choice is human bodies, the first emperor stated. Well, does anyone want to sacrifice themselves? If we use this, I feel the chances of winning are still very high, Chen Gong, who was in the rear support position, whispered. Then he received a kind of roll of the eyes from the servants, including the red hair. They all knew what Chen Gong's noble phantasm was. It was self-destruction, and it was a self-destruction that sacrificed others. It's a pity we're too late. If that Spartacus was still here, it would be great. I feel like we have a tacit understanding, seeing that no one wanted to sacrifice, Chen Gong then muttered to himself. It seems to make sense. If these two work together, the power should be amazing. Shen Fei, who was standing aside to watch the battle with the fat director, Da Vinci, Ji Hanako, Xiang Yu and others, heard Chen Gong's muttering and felt that it made sense. A noble phantasm that self-destructs, plus a noble phantasm that can increase power, that's a superposition. Begin. This is common sense, my dear friend. As the battle began, Holmes immediately used his noble phantasm to increase the strength of his servants. Meanwhile, Chen Gong also began using his abilities to strengthen his red hair. Even without a noble phantasm, he could still use magic to strengthen his servants. Go, Mordred, Mash, Red Hair, Nezia, and the other servants, after their powers were strengthened, immediately charged the first emperor. Nezia attacked from the sky on his wind fire wheels, avoiding the initial use of his noble phantasms. This is sword control. Observing the incoming servants, the first emperor suddenly summoned a massive sword that flew through the air, simultaneously unleashing a ranged flaming attack. This wasn't magic, but a magical technique. Facing the first emperor's attack, Mordred and the others immediately retreated, avoiding the flames. Mash then blocked the sword with her shield, allowing the others to attack the first emperor. Mash's role was to block the first emperor's attacks, purely relying on magical power to overpower others. But that's true. He's the first emperor, after all. He's probably never truly faced an enemy in battle. Shen Fei, observing the battle from the sidelines, immediately saw through the first emperor's flaws. Mohammed and the others should have seen it too, but they didn't. The first emperor was clearly using force to overpower others. It was just like Akabato Hinako, whose true form was revealed in the original novel. She was just bullying you because you didn't have as much magical power, so what? In the name of the command seals, seeing that all of his servants were helpless against the first emperor, even unable to get close under his magical attacks, Ritsuka immediately used the command seals, using all 3. Only Nezha was strengthened by the command seals. Treason against my magnificent father, fake military god's 5 weapons, earth-flying spiritual fire spear, using Mohammed and Red Hair's noble phantasms as cover, Nezha unleashed a powerful attack, finally bringing the floating first emperor to the ground. You actually managed to land me on my feet. You win. Although the first emperor didn't sustain any injuries from the 3 men's noble phantasms, he immediately conceded defeat upon landing. This result was a huge relief for Ritsuka. While her side wasn't completely destitute, if the battle continued, casualties would undoubtedly be high, as she might then be forced to use Chen Guang's noble phantasm. What took you so long to answer? What happened? We've observed the disappearance of the storm wall in the 3rd lost belt. You did it. Have you and the new director's poison been cured? After the battle with the first emperor, after a brief exchange, Chaldea returned to the submarine and prepared to depart. By then, Xian was growing impatient, even beginning to worry that something had gone wrong. Previously, due to the storm wall's influence, the 2 sides had been unable to communicate. The fantasy tree mayor has been cut down, and the new director has detoxified it. As for Ritsuka, dear Da Vinci, Koyansuke left this. At this moment, Mashu suddenly ran over with a bottle, and handed Da Vinci a piece of paper with a message from Koyansuke written on it. Although this person likes to make trouble, it must be said that she has always acted in accordance with the contract. All her actions are based on the loopholes in the contract. If you don't see the loopholes in it, then it's your own problem. Ritsuka's problem has been resolved, and we will rush back as soon as possible. I'll let the captain pick you up. You go first. I still have some things to do here, and I need to resolve the things I promised to Akabab Hanako. Shen Fei did not return to Chaldea with him. This is the only way for now. You stay here. When I leave this world, I'll take you with me. We can consider getting him a new body then. Thank you. After hearing Shen Fei's words, Ji Hanako gave a rare thank you. If it were her own business, she wouldn't have cared, but when it came to Xiongyu, the situation was different. Shen Fei had promised her that after leaving the moon world, Xiongyu would be given a soul steel body. While the Greatkin's technology was impressive, it still lagged far behind soul steel. For example, soul steel possessed self-repairing abilities. In the original novel, Xiongyu appeared powerful at first, but later on, his strength diminished. This wasn't due to adaptation, as Mordred had suggested, but rather to his being a mechanical puppet requiring maintenance, which Ji Hanako lacked. However, a soul steel body would be not only much more convenient, but also possess the ability to self-repair. Xiaoyu's core was his inner golden elixir. As long as that remained intact, everything else could be replaced. Well, is there still time? In the disappearing Greatkin Lost Belt, the immortalized first emperor was speaking to someone. According to speculation, it will take approximately 3 months for this area to completely vanish. That's plenty of time. From the Vastafang Palace floating in the sky, another first emperor's voice suddenly rang out. Then let's speed up our efforts, find the location of pan-human history, and establish a singularity. Chapter 1161 New Singularity, Part 2. If Shen Fei knew what the first emperor was doing, he would be astonished. Even with the lost belt removed, he still found a way to fight back. This was probably why he rejected Shen Fei's final suggestion and chose to perish alongside his people instead of leaving. In the end, Shen Fei invited the first emperor to leave with him. After the failure in the Lost Belt, he was sure not to repeat the same mistake. However, the first emperor refused. He wanted to accompany his people to the end. This was his responsibility and obligation as an emperor. He had established a country system, and now that the country was destroyed, he, the emperor, was leading the charge and fleeing. What kind of person was that? After hearing the first emperor's reasoning, Shen Fei said nothing more. It was impeccable. Just like the 13 heroes of the Fire Moth in the pre-collapse civilization, some of them could survive to the next era, but many, such as Eden, chose to remain in their own era. Under normal circumstances, even the most powerful first emperor couldn't have created a singularity out of thin air, and he was still trying to infiltrate pan-human history. But who had allowed him to analyze the Chaldean submarine? It contained all the records of Chaldean spirit particle transfers. After sending Akinako and Xiongyu to the world of the Fifth War, Shen Fei returned to the submarine, where he had already made arrangements for them. Their needs were simple, a quiet place to stay. Since they were both non-human, food was of no concern. Of course, they didn't care, as Shen Fei had made some arrangements. Human food wasn't just for energy and satiety, it was also a source of enjoyment. Xiangyu currently didn't have the ability to consume human food, but once he transformed into Soul Steel, he would become human-like. Otto's Soul Steel body was undoubtedly impressive in this respect. "Why are you still here?" He was surprised to see the submarine parked on the shore and not immediately board to connect with Captain Nemo. "Goyanskaya has been here." Da Vinci then explained why he hadn't immediately rendezvoused with Captain Nemo and returned to the Wandering Sea on a submerged voyage to inspect the submarine for any tampering by Goyanskaya, lest she use it to invade the Wandering Sea, just as she had done the last time by using the lipstick she gave the fat captain. Using fate, some kind of connection, to enter a certain place, Shen Fei was no exception. Without it, his portal would have been lost. Considering that Goyanskaya had been able to tamper with the submarine despite their previous efforts, this time the inspection was extremely thorough. After all, fate wasn't limited to objects, spells and magic circles could also be involved. "Why, it looks like you have some ideas." Looking at Mashu and Ritsuka, who sat silently to the side, Shen Fei approached them. Although the Dakin lost belt issue had been resolved, no one present expressed joy. Unlike the repair of a singularity, the removal of each lost belt meant the loss of life there. According to Holmes, this was also a form of massacre. In such a situation, no one in their right mind would laugh. "I'm wondering if our world is a lost belt. If another Chaldean were to appear before me one day, would I, like the first emperor, simply let go?" Li Xiang expressed her inner thoughts. Indeed. The removal of the Great King lost belt was primarily due to the first emperor's understanding of his kingdom's problems and his decision to let go. Otherwise, if he had truly unleashed his full might, it would have been far more difficult to deal with than the previous two lost belts. You have to understand one thing, even pan-human history isn't identical. And even lost belts generally destroy themselves, not by anyone's intervention. We're removing lost belts not because they're lost belts, but because they've invaded pan-human history, Shen Fei immediately reassured Li Xiang. Regarding the issue of lost belts and pan-human history, Shen Fei, combining his previous discussion with the first emperor and the perspective of the inhibitor, had a rough idea of what was going on. Lost belts aren't all bad, the key lies in human development. Just like the Great King lost belt, if the first emperor had changed his strategy and rekindled his people's wisdom, what would the future hold? The lost belts on the moon world were created to find a better path for human development. Considering this, the suppression force likely won't interfere with the lost belt's survival. After all, given humanity's volatility, even the suppression force can't guarantee that the lost belt won't return to its correct path. If the suppression force truly wanted to interfere with the lost belts, they wouldn't exist. They could have dispatched guardians to address them the moment they became singularities. Lost belts evolved from singularities. For example, the Great King lost belt was established because the first emperor survived. At that time, the suppression force could have dispatched personnel to address it, which would have been much simpler than dealing with the lost belts. That's right, Ritsuka, don't overthink it. Our previous discussion was just a possibility, Holmes approached. Before Shen Fei arrived, they had actually discussed the lost belt situation. With no one knowing the true pan-human history, even the slightest change in humanity could deviate from it. I see. Thank you, it's safe to return. After a careful inspection by Da Vinci, he found no backup plan left by Goyanskaya. The group then contacted Captain Nemo and used imaginary numbers to dive back to the Wandering Sea. Xian, Olga Marie, and the others who remained behind greeted them at the harbor, preparing a celebratory feast. The next day, Xian summoned the group to the conference room and laid out a plan. Originally, we were supposed to head to the Atlantic Lost Belt, but after a few days of research, I realized I'd overlooked one thing. First, we must head to the fourth Lost Belt, the Indian Lost Belt. Captain Nemo needs to make a trip there. Why this change? The fat director immediately asked. I've already explained the situation in the Atlantic Lost Belt. Current submarines are inadequate for reaching that area. Given the dangers there, a fast-moving submarine is essential for safety, allowing for a quick escape in the event of danger. I repeat, the Atlantic Lost Belt is completely different from any you've encountered before. Its dangers are unmatched. Given its unique characteristics, the most dangerous scenario is that you could face 12 Lord-level foes. Xian's words silenced everyone present. They had witnessed the power of Lord-level figures before in the Nordic Lost Belt. A single surtur had required the combined might of their forces, along with Ophelia's great command spell, to defeat them. So, in the Atlantic Lost Belt, the first priority is to save your own lives before anything else. This time, no one challenged Xian's words. The submarine then began its renovation phase. Because it would take a long time, the crew in New Chaldea could finally rest for a while. 3 days later, Xian gathered everyone again, this time not in the conference room but in the control room. With everyone present, Xian made an announcement. We can now begin the lepton transfer. We've just discovered a singularity. How did they do that? We don't have the Shiba observation scope anymore, someone wondered. Of course, we observed it using the planar moon. While the Lost Belt is our primary target right now, the singularity will need repairs once the Lost Belt is resolved. We've called you here so we can use this time to conduct new lepton transfer experiments, Xian explained. Don't worry, this singularity poses no danger. Even if it doesn't need repairs, it's a good time for you to rest. After some discussion, the group decided that rather than wait at the base for the submarine's upgrade, it would be better to visit the singularity first. The staff immediately took their positions and began the lepton transfer. New director. As the new director of Chaldea, and with the ability to perform reticle transfer, you should lead by example, but I'm not very adaptable. Is it dangerous? Unlike Olga Marie, who had no experience with reticle transfer, the fat director had some experience. He was very curious about reticle transfer, but he was somewhat reluctant due to concerns about its dangers. However, after being persuaded by Da Vinci, Holmes, Xian, and others, and out of respect for his new position as director, the fat director agreed. Da Vinci and Holmes were also quite interested in reticle transfer using the planar moon, but their assistance was needed for the submarine modification, and they couldn't leave. The submarine modification involved not only mechanical aspects but also magical ones, and Da Vinci was too busy alone. Anti-summoning system activated, reticle transfer commenced, and reticle transfer commenced. Following the announcement, Mashu, Ritsuka, Shen Fei, and the fat director began reticle transfer. Shen Fei, curious about the planar moon spirit particle transfer, decided to go and take a look. As the spirit particle transfer began, the group arrived in a forest. The fat director, immediately after being transferred, began to retch. Although he had adapted to spirit particle transfer, it wasn't very high, so the feeling was like riding a roller coaster, making him dizzy. Help! Just as the group decided to wait for the fat director to recover, someone suddenly cried out for help from the forest. I'll stay here. You guys go and take a look. Be careful. Seeing Mashu and Ritsuka wanting to go over and take a look, but still a little worried about the fat director, Shen Fei immediately spoke up. They said there was no danger. After Mashu and Ritsuka left, Shen Fei couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This is Sparrow. Mashu and Ritsuka soon returned, accompanied by a talking sparrow, a sparrow Yao-Kei. To thank Mashu and Ritsuka for saving him, he invited the group to his workplace, Enma-T, a hot spring inn. Hearing about the hot spring inn, the fat director's retching subsided considerably, and the group followed the sparrow to a luxurious building perched on the mountainside. Thank you so much for saving the little sparrow, chirp. The demon apes here have been very aggressive lately, chirp. The guests are from there, chirp. Arriving at Enma-T, the group immediately met the proprietress, a young woman with short red hair, known as the Red Enma, also known as the Scissor-Tongue Sparrow. Enma-T is a mountain retreat for lost souls, catering to those who have strayed from all directions. Why isn't the hot spring open? The group checked into Enma-T. However, just as the fat director was about to soak in the hot springs, Sparrow stopped them. Someone has occupied that place. It's a very dangerous person. The little sparrow, who had stopped the fat director, began to explain. Dangerous? What dangers haven't I seen? We are Chaldea, the one saving the world. Mashu, Ritsuka, Shen Fei, you go first. The fat director's words were very tough, but his actions were not. He directly called Mashu, Ritsuka, and Shen Fei over. Because they also wanted to soak in the hot springs, Mashu and Ritsuka did not refuse the fat director's order and led the way into the hot springs. Musashi, seeing the figure occupying the hot springs, Mashu and Ritsuka couldn't help but call out. That's right, the one occupying the hot springs was none other than the famous swordsman Miyamoto Musashi. It's not her, at least not the real person. Shen Fei, who was standing nearby, was also very surprised when he saw Miyamoto Musashi, but then he realized that the Musashi in front of him was something like an illusion. That's the regret and desire that Musashi left here. The red Emma, who had hurried over after being notified by the little sparrow, immediately spoke up. It turns out Miyamoto Musashi had once visited this place, and due to his personality, he caused an incident. He had even wanted to challenge Benny Emma to duel, to learn her tongue-severing sword technique. He was then driven away, but though he left behind a shadow. In a normal world, this wouldn't be possible, but the MT area was special. Benny Emma was a master swordsman, her sword technique capable of ripping through an enemy's clothing without damaging the skin. This wasn't something most people could achieve. Handsome, beautiful, I guess I'm lucky, but why is there a fat guy here? Miyamoto Musashi's shadow looked delighted at Mashu, Ritsuka, and Shen Fei, but upon seeing the fat director, it immediately frowned. As expected of Miyamoto Musashi's phantom, it had completely inherited his personality and a fondness for beauty. I'm plump, the fat director exclaimed in dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, we need this hot spring, so I have to trouble you to disappear, Shen Fei said as a sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi, on his side, took a two-sword style and excitedly came forward. Boom! With a loud bang, the phantom of Miyamoto Musashi disappeared along with the wall on one side. Why did Shen Fei underestimate the opponent's strength? After all, it was just an illusion, so the power was wasted. Sorry, I will be responsible for cleaning it up, since it was the trouble he had caused. Shen Fei immediately said that he would take care of it. With the earth-based magic, he quickly repaired the wall, and the four of them were able to take a hot spring bath smoothly. So this is the resting place of the heroic spirits? Looking at the heroic spirits who walked in together. From their conversation with the red Yama, it can be seen that they are very familiar with each other. Shen Fei then understood what this Yama pavilion represented. Chapter 1162 New Singularity, and I didn't expect she was Tamamonami and the others' teacher, able to bring them under control. The newly arrived heroic spirits were Tamamonami, Kiaiheim, Tomogazan, and others. Naturally, none of them were known to be obedient, but even Kiaiheim, the most outgoing, was obedient in front of Benny Emma. Their conversation revealed that Benny Emma was their culinary teacher, and that they had all learned from her. However, from their expressions, it was clear that it had been a terrifying experience. Aside from them, the other heroic spirits who hadn't arrived, such as Suzuka Gazan, Jai Abuheim, and Murasaki Shikabu, all seemed to be heroic spirits from Japan, having come here to learn. Shen Fei had always wondered what the heroic spirits in Valhalla were like. It seemed strange. They couldn't just remain in a dark room or, like the first emperor, frozen in time when not summoned. You have to know that many heroic spirits are unruly. Even restraints can't keep them docile forever. Judging from the current situation, the heroic spirits seem to have their own activities. You know Ritsuka, did you meet at the Singularity before? Shen Fei immediately understood what was going on when he saw Ritsuka approach Tamamonami and the others. When Fujimura Ritsuka was repairing the humanity burning, he had experienced not only the 7 major singularities, but also several micro-singularities. It wasn't just Rosha who could create singularities, others could do it, too, like what the first emperor was busy with, and the MIT where they were currently. It's been a while since we've had so many guests. Chuckle. We're running low on food. Benyama was naturally delighted by the increase in guests, but since the area had been deserted for so long, she didn't have much food prepared. So, Tamamonami and the other heroic spirits, who were once her disciples, were asked to gather food. The forest outside MIT was rich in natural ingredients, with a wide variety of delicacies from the mountains and rivers. What a rare treat, the fat director immediately went to enjoy the hot springs after they opened. This was the first time since becoming the new director of Chaldea that he felt so relaxed. Indeed, the singularity here won't be repaired. I could bring them here later. The secluded hot springs inn was a perfect place to relax. If it weren't for the overwhelming presence of people, he would have wanted to go back and bring King Arthur and the others over. But since the singularity wouldn't be repaired, there would still be time later. Boom. Just as Shen Fei and the fat director were enjoying the hot springs, a sudden explosion startled them, and they immediately gave up on soaking. What happened? When they arrived, Mashu, Ritsuka, Tamamonami, and Benyama were already there, along with 2 people wearing colorful animal masks. The merit box was destroyed. It was those demon monkeys, Mashu said, outlining the situation. The monkeys, who had been causing trouble outside, had now begun to invade the hot springs. They should be taught a lesson. Tomogazen angrily changed her clothes, no longer casual, but combat armor. Babe, I'll handle this. Let's all go back. Just as Tomogazen was about to chase her out, Hong Yanma stopped her. Once back in her room, Hong Yanma explained the reason. Yanma Pavilion was originally a place for entertaining gods and monsters. Of course, these gods weren't gods like Ishtar, but the 8 million gods of Japan. It used to be bustling, but with the advancement of human technology and the mysterious retreat, Yanma Pavilion has become deserted, with only sporadic visitors. This time, Chaldea's arrival was arguably the busiest time Yanma Pavilion had seen in its 500 years. Those monkeys must have been forced here by humans. They were originally very docile, but they've only recently started causing trouble. They've been causing trouble lately, breaking into the important merit box. Interesting. If Sherlock Holmes were here, he'd probably be very interested, Shen Fei muttered to himself after hearing Hong Yanma's account. By the way, who were those two people just now? Shen Fei immediately asked about the identities of the two people wearing animal masks. They are monsters, and they are guests who have been living in Yanmo Pavilion for the past 500 years. Hong Yanmo then briefly explained the identities of the two people. In addition to the two monsters, there is another monster. This was the only 3 permanent guests before they came to Yanmo Pavilion, and they paid the rent for more than 500 years. Is that merit box important? After Hong Yanmo left, Shen Fei asked Tamamonami and the other two. Although Hong Yanmo seemed to have nothing to do, from her expression and the attitude of Tamamonami and the others, it can be known that it should be a very important thing. Of course, it is a merit box for expressing gratitude and appreciation. Tamamonami then talked about the role of the merit box. There is a big difference between the gods and monsters in Japan and the gods and monsters in the Celestial Empire that Shen Fei knows. That is, they are extremely dependent on human faith. When humans no longer believe in them, their existence will disappear. The gratitude and appreciation of the merit box is actually the power of faith, which is hard currency between gods and monsters. This belief is not the same as the faith of believers in the church, but knowing their existence and not forgetting them. Forgetting is the greatest fear of these beings and will cause them to completely disappear. And those gratitudes can maintain the existence of gods and monsters. Under normal circumstances, no one would destroy the merit box, because destroying it would encounter heavenly punishment. However, for those demon apes, it seems that they don't care about this. However, it is very important for the existence of Yamating. Without it, Yamating will also disappear. Senior, let us help. After listening to Tamamonami's narration, Mashu immediately said to Ritsuka. How can we help? Ritsuka then looked at Tamamonami, Kiaiheim, and Tomogazen. Guests, Tamamonami gave the answer. As long as Enma-T has enough guests, they can collect gratitude again. Yanma-T, Red Enma, it turns out to be the scissor-tongue sparrow. It sounds like a very interesting place, hot springs, I want to go there too. When Mashu, Ritsuka, Tamamonami and others went to find Red Enma to express their help, Shen Fei contacted New Chaldea and told them the situation. Tiger Master, Snake House, Monkey Elder, are you sure it's these 3 monsters? Holmes then asked. Yes, Shen Fei immediately said affirmatively. This is interesting. I have some ideas, but there is no evidence at present. Let's see how things develop. Holmes seemed to have discovered something, but because of his habit, he naturally did not say what he discovered. A monster transformed from a human? Shen Fei heard the legend of the origin of the tongue-cutter sparrow Hong Yanma from Leonardo da Vinci. She was originally a human girl who turned into a monster after her death and later became the adopted daughter of King Yanma. Please give me a few days. The day after the merit box was destroyed, an old man came to Yanma Pavilion and said that Hong Yanma should repay the debt. However, because the merit box was destroyed, Hong Yanma could not even pay the interest this time. At Hong Yanma's request, the old man decided to grant a week's grace period. However, this time it was not just Ritsuka who had to pay off the debt, otherwise the Yama Pavilion would be used to pay off the debt. After speaking, the old man left immediately. This is really interesting. What a coincidence. After seeing the old man leave, Shen Fei flashed and followed him secretly. Perhaps Mashu, Ritsuka, and others did not see the problem here, but it was different on his side because everything was too coincidental. As expected, Tiger named Master, the only guest who did not walk out of the room, but now we have to find out what happened 500 years ago. The old man probably never thought that someone would be following him secretly. After entering the forest in front of Yama Pavilion, he quickly changed into his original appearance and sneaked back to Yama Pavilion. His room was the room of the man called Tiger Master. The culprit was found, but Shen Fei did not expose him. Instead, he decided to find out why Yama Pavilion was in debt. According to Holmes, this is to find out the cause and effect of the case so that the criminals cannot refute it. It's because he lost 5 treasures in Yama Pavilion that year. After questioning the little sparrows, the group found out what happened 500 years ago. The old man was called Bamboo Cutter. He had lived in Yama Pavilion 500 years ago, but he lost the 5 treasures he came for. The stone bowl in front of the Buddha, the jade branch of Pengle, the fire rat fur, the beads on the dragon head, the Yanzi. What a familiar name, Bamboo Cutter. This name really gives people a sense of deja vu. So, hasn't Red Yama been deceived for 500 years and paid interest for 500 years? After knowing the whole story, Shen Fei was immediately speechless. Hong Yanma was too naive. Elder Monkey, and the people from Snake Manor House testified, it seems that those two are in the same group with him. How could such a thing happen? The hotel there would have such rules. Hearing the little sparrow talking about the whole story, the fat director immediately shouted. This is the rule between gods. Tamamonami's words left the fat director speechless. How can this be? It's not enough to collect enough gratitude in just 7 days. Mashu and Ritsuka immediately became entangled. Even if enough is collected, the other party can say it's not enough. It is a priceless treasure. The value is decided by the other party, unless the thing can be found back. The fat director suddenly spoke. As a rich second generation of a magician family, he knew this method too well. But 500 years have passed. If it's something that just happened, we can still search for it, but something that happened 500 years ago is impossible to find. Perhaps the original one won't be found. But we can find new ones, like the bead on the dragon's head. Isn't it already there? If someone else comes later, it's not impossible to find it, the fat director suddenly said, looking at Kingji. I see. After hearing this, the others turned their attention to Kingji, and immediately understood the fat director's meaning. For ordinary people, none of these 5 treasures would be possible, but for a heroic spirit, they were nothing. Since it's for Teacher Hong, of course there's no problem. Kingji had a bead on her head, and since she was a dragon herself, who could say it wasn't a bead on the dragon's head? So the group immediately cleaned up and began to tidy up the Yama Pavilion. After all, after 500 years of desolation, many rooms had fallen into disrepair and needed to be cleaned for guests. Sasaki Kajiro, you're really lucky. If anyone has the Swallow's Koan Bay, it's only him. The 5 treasures lost by the Bamboo Cutter are actually the treasures that Princess Kaguya mentioned in the tale of the Bamboo Cutter. They are priceless not because of how valuable they are, but because of their uniqueness, just like the swallow's konbei. Strictly speaking, they are just shells in the swallow's nest. Under normal circumstances, no one would go to a swallow's nest to look for shells, but Sasaki Kajiro is different. His swallow return was practiced with swallows, and he must have dealt with swallows a lot. It's a good thing I have a swallow's konbei. Since I'm helping people, there's no problem. Sure enough, Sasaki Kajiro had a swallow's konbei on him. The reason he came to Yama Pavilion was to find a place to practice swinging a bat. After seeing the red Enma, he really wanted to compete with her and learn the yank sword drawing technique, but it was a pity that the red Enma had no interest in this. Because of the previous disturbance by Miyamoto Musashi here, she didn't have a good impression of these samurai. It was because Kajiro was a guest, otherwise she would have driven him away long ago. Thank you. Shen Fei was very happy to get the swallow's Zion Bay, but he was a little speechless about Sasaki Kajiro's usual modesty. The man who could fight Miyamoto Musashi claimed to be a little proficient in swordsmanship, so how could others live like this? The tale of the bamboo cutter. I remember that no one got the 5 treasures. When Shen Fei contacted Chaldea again, Da Vinci heard that the matter was related to the tale of the bamboo cutter and became even more curious. Is that so? But it doesn't matter. I already know who is behind the scenes. You already know. Holmes' voice appeared. Yes, I followed the bamboo cutter and found out his true face. Shen Fei's words made Holmes silent. He originally thought that Shen Fei had guessed it, but it turned out to be a secret tracking. This was not detective work at all. Ha ha ha, Da Vinci suddenly laughed and asked, who is it? It's the 3 monsters who lived here before. Shen Fei immediately gave the answer. Since you know the mastermind behind the scenes, why do you still want to collect treasures? I'm a little curious about these 5 treasures. You also know my abilities. If I met Kagui that day, wouldn't it be interesting to take out these 5 treasures? Indeed, Da Vinci seemed to be curious about this scene as well. Collecting these 5 treasures was Shen Fei's spur-of-the-moment idea, because they were not too valuable. Even if the enemy's true identity was finally exposed, it would not matter if he took them away. At this time, he had no idea that what he had just said casually would lead him to meet Kagui later. 1,000,000,000 times repayment, you are worthy of being the Princess of Ursus. As more and more heroes arrived, the princess who had been met in the first strange zone before also came. She came with Queen Mary. Strictly speaking, the two were relatives, but the princess was just not very lucky. Chapter 1163, Part 1. The princess who arrived at Yamate wasn't the one from the Lost Belt, but from pan-human history. She was quite animalistic. Seeing the monkeys causing trouble, she showed no fear and even tried to feed them food. Instead, they pelted her with mud. Immediately enraged, she demanded 1,000,000,000-fold repayment, sending her icy balls pelting the monkeys. It was only fitting that Yamate was a place for leisure, otherwise, with the princess's promise of 1,000,000,000-fold repayment, the monkeys would have been reduced to ice sculptures. She's here too. She's a heroic spirit indeed, Shen Fei said, not surprised to see Hinako Akabab enter from the gate. While Hinako Akabab was still alive and might not return to the moon world, she still existed on the throne of heroes. Honga's attempt to change her fate as a guardian by killing her past self was impossible. Valhalla, the quantum record belt in the moon world, transcended time. Wait, according to you, the jade branch of Penglay is the fusang tree on Penglay Island. There's no need to look for it, I have it right here. When Shen Fei heard Tamamonami say he could ask Hinako if she had the jade branch of Penglay, he immediately realized what the jade branch of Penglay was. It was the fusang tree on Penglay Island. Great, that only leaves 2 more. Mashu and Ritsuka were thrilled to discover they had collected 3 treasures. Now they only needed the stone bowl in front of the Buddha and the fire rat fur. The stone bowl actually had a target, it just depended on whether the person would show up. With the fire rat fur, there was no clue yet. The Buddha would cry. Shen Fei was speechless, watching Sanzang's devastated expression after the 3 players won the game. Sanzang had indeed arrived, but immediately after, he started playing mahjong with other heroic spirits. Initially, he won quite a bit, but in the final round, he lost it all. Tamamonami offered to buy her stone bowl, but was rejected. After all, she was a Buddhist disciple, and even if she lost everything, she wouldn't sell her own bowl. However, if she couldn't sell it, she could give it away. Of course, they would cover her expenses going forward. Only one more thing left, there are too many people, JIU. I'm overwhelmed. As more and more heroic spirits appeared at MIT, Benny Enma came asking for help. She couldn't handle it all on her own. They could help with the food collection, but the chefs weren't up to the task, and one kitchen couldn't keep up with the guests' needs. Mashu, Tamamonami, and the others agreed to help. However, because Benny Enma didn't approve of Tamamonami, Tomogazan, and Kyoheim's cooking skills, she decided to start teaching them the hellish lessons. Tamamonami and the others were extremely reluctant, but under Benny Enma's gaze, they didn't dare refuse. Mashu, however, was very interested. She had been studying cooking in her free time to prepare food for Ritsuka, and now having a master teacher was even better. Under normal circumstances, such last-minute cramming would be useless. However, this was MIT, with its own Hell Island, where time flows differently. Training there was no problem, and it also housed a vast array of ingredients, a perfect opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As for Shen Fei and Ritsuka, those who hadn't signed up for culinary training, they could only continue to tidy up and repair MIT. For example, the long unused second kitchen needed to be revamped. She actually managed to find fans. After Mashu, Tamamonami, and the others returned from their hell training, the second kitchen was also ready. With their help, they were able to meet the needs of the incoming heroic spirits. Then, 2 prominent guests arrived, Nero and Elizabeth. These 2 were truly impressive figures, referring to their singing voices. However, at MIT, they had their own unique fans, the 9 little sparrows who worked there, and they were impressed by their exceptional singing. Elizabeth's voice, like a dragon's breath, especially, gave them the feeling of riding the wind and waves, something they loved doing most. Then, the group received Elizabeth's special costumes for the concert, a windbreaker made of salamander skin that could be used as a fire rat fur coat. Well done. After the 5 treasures were gathered, the long-missing fat director reappeared. While they were busy, he had been enjoying himself at the hot springs. Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others looked at the 5 treasures with delighted smiles on their faces. With this, Enma Pavilion was saved. In fact, this is a scam. Shen Fei, after contacting New Chaldea, immediately revealed the truth. How dare they deceive Teacher Hong? Upon hearing that Huang Yanma had been deceived, and for 500 years, Mashu, Ritsuka, Tamamonami, and the others were immediately furious. She's been deceived for 500 years, the fat director muttered, but then, upon seeing the furious glares from Tamamonami and the others, he quickly fell silent. I have a plan, Holmes, perhaps feeling that Shen Fei had stolen the joy of deciphering the truth, offered a suggestion, one that would expose the criminal. The time has come. Pay the debt. 7 days later, Takatoriong arrived as promised. Because of a confidentiality, they hadn't told Benny Enma about the incident, so Benny Enma could only apologize profusely. Although Enma T was bustling with activity thanks to Ritsuka's influence, the gratitude wasn't great. Wait, we have a way to recover your lost treasure. Just as Takatoriong was about to use Enma T to pay off his debt, Mashu and the others approached Benny Enma. Recover the treasure? Takatoriong looked at Mashu and the others with a look of surprise. Yes, just follow us. The group immediately arrived at the room where Takatoriong once lived. Along the way, they encountered 2 monsters, Snake House and Monkey Elder. As witnesses of the incident, they were also invited into the room. This is a magician. He has the ability to turn back time 500 years. Once they arrived, Mashu immediately introduced Shen Fei. Going back 500 years? Impossible, the Takatori cried. You'll see it soon, Shen Fei said, forming hand seals. Suddenly, several golden magic circles appeared above the room. These golden circles spun continuously, finally erupting with a burst of intense light that made everyone present close their eyes for a moment. Alright, time has gone back 500 years, Shen Fei said softly after the light faded. What's 500 years ago? Isn't it still the same? The Takatori said, his face suddenly frozen. A box suddenly appeared on an empty table nearby. A box that shouldn't have been there. Your treasure is inside. Go and take a look. This is the treasure you've been longing for, Tamamonami urged, watching the Takatori, who froze. That's impossible. The Takatori cried again. Nothing's impossible. This guy's a magician, haha, I told you it's impossible to go back 500 years. My box is empty, huh? Opening the box and revealing the 5 treasures, Takatori burst into laughter, but then seemed to realize he'd said something wrong. Finally, Shen Fei said, appearing before Takatori and slashing his sword across his face. The sudden attack caused him to reflexively retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Fei collected the box from the table. The 5 treasures were real, while the magic circle was fake, just for show. You guys, Takatori began, but something suddenly crossed his face, realizing his disguise had been broken. Shen Fei's sword strike wasn't meant to kill him, but merely to expose his true identity, to pierce his disguise. Lord Toranazuchi, seeing Takatori revealed, Benijuma was surprised to discover he had been residing in Toranazuchi all along. Damn it, I was just one step away from success. Come back here. The true form of Tiger Name Master was revealed, and with a cold snort, the bodies of Snake Shoya and Ape Elder suddenly dissipated and merged into Tiger Name Master's body. So, is this the surprise Holmes was talking about? Tiger, Monkey, and Snake, it's the new, having absorbed the 2 great monsters, Tiger Name Master's appearance immediately changed. The combined form of these 3 animals was the new. But it doesn't matter. This game ends here. They're just some cheap heroic spirits. Even 100 of them can't match the spirit of MIT, which has been accumulated for 500 years. From now on, I just need to eliminate you, destroy this place, and devour the sparrows. Then this game, which has only lasted 500 years, will be over, perhaps due to the recovery of his 2 clones, Tiger Name Master, no, more accurately, the new, now exuded an enigmatic confidence, as if he completely disregarded the heroic spirits. This expression immediately angered Tamamonami, Kiaiheim, Tomogazen, and the others, who immediately donned their battle gear. This guy is truly ignorant and fearless. News words left Shen Fei speechless. Fortunately, there were no other heroic spirits here, otherwise the Yama Pavilion, which had been painstakingly renovated, might be destroyed. After all, there are many heroic spirits with violent tempers. If one gets upset and uses a noble phantasm, things could be very troublesome. Having just stepped out of the seaport, Nu suddenly felt a pain in his chest. His eyes bulged involuntarily, and his consciousness began to blur. Then he felt his neck tighten, as if someone was strangling him. Inch energy opens the sky. It was Shen Fei who launched the attack. To prevent damage to the Yama Pavilion, he unleashed takes a sword key, a technique that attacks with consciousness. If King Ji had taken action, the Yama Pavilion would have been engulfed in flames in the next moment. I'll take care of him. Without waiting for Benny Yanma to speak, Shen Fei, carrying the dazed Nu, quickly left Yanma Pavilion and headed into the forest. The scene ahead would be bloody, something Mashu, Ritsuka, Benny Yanma, and the others wouldn't want to see. Shen Fei wouldn't let this guy, who had deceived Benny Yanma for 500 years, die so easily. Why should good people be held at gunpoint? If Benny Yanma were to take action, even after 500 years of deception, her kindness made it clear she wouldn't punish Nu too harshly. Don't worry, I won't let you die that way. We have plenty of time to have fun from now on. Shen Fei didn't kill him outright. After all, this was a rare Yaokei, a rare species among Yaokei, perfect for research. Besides, in a certain world, he was a Haruki. Solved. With the matter resolved, Benny Yanma finally relaxed. Seeing her relaxed expression, Shen Fei felt even more strongly that Nu couldn't die so easily. To thank them for their help, Red Enma went to the kitchen and cooked a giant wild boar hot pot. Can you make an extra one? No problem. After receiving another serving of wild boar hot pot, Shen Fei immediately opened a portal and was transported to New Chaldea. This was a rare delicacy. The people in New Chaldea were all talented, but unfortunately, there were no chefs. Xian was a vampire, an immortal being, which made her have little interest in eating. The supplies stored in New Chaldea were all for humans. Maybe we can summon Red A to be the chef, or Tamamo Cat. Tamamo Cat also came to Rima Pavilion. After meeting Tamamo no Mei, their relationship was like that of Elizabeth and Camilla, who disliked each other. Through their conversation, Shen Fei finally understood why Tamamo no Mei had her tail removed. One reason was weight. Overweight and unwilling to exercise to lose weight, Tamamonami had her tails amputated, splitting her spirit base. Tamamonami is truly remarkable. Each of her 8 tails developed independent consciousnesses, seemingly becoming heroic spirits. For women, regardless of whether they become heroic spirits or gods, age and weight are taboos. Just like Scathach, mentioning your age in front of her will inevitably lead to her inviting you to train with her magic spear. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, Mr. Kierney. With the mastermind dealt with, the heroic spirits began to disperse, and Chaldea prepared to transfer its spirits back. Kierney Enma expressed her gratitude for their assistance and promised to keep the Enma Pavilion open, inviting Chaldeans to visit whenever they had time. Mashu, having trained in Hell's Kitchen, joined Tamamonami, Kiaheim, and the others in calling Kierney Enma Mr. Kierney. This harvest was quite good. I'll definitely come here more often. Looking at the food and drinks in his space ring, Shen Fei thought he'd definitely come back later. The food at Yama Pavilion was incredibly abundant and delicious. He'd found red Yama and collected some, keeping some for himself and preparing some for New Chaldea. While Xian supplies were comprehensive, enough for the Chaldeans to finish off the freezing with their swords, the variety wasn't quite as diverse. Furthermore, those were modern ingredients, nothing compared to what was available at Yama Pavilion. Besides food, Shen Fei also collected some wine. Of course, he gave Red Yama some other varieties as well, as an exchange. He wasn't particularly fond of alcohol, but that didn't stop him from collecting. Excuse me, have all the items I had the monkey deliver arrived? After everyone at Yama Pavilion had left, an elderly man slowly entered. Seeing the old man, Red Yama's eyes lit up, and he quickly greeted him. They've been delivered, Jiu. Welcome, Jiu. Red Yama's only reason for staying at Yama Pavilion was to meet a kind old man again. Chapter 1164, Part 2. Red Yama was able to stay in Yama Pavilion for so long, even after being exploited for 500 years, determined to protect it, hoping to see the kind old man who had saved her. Otherwise, she would have returned to Hell long ago. As the adopted daughter of Hell's great king Yama, this was far preferable to staying in Yama Pavilion and repaying her debt. Yama Pavilion lies at a rift between time and space, so even if the old man had died, there was still a chance to see him here. Originally, Red Yama could have seen him again over 100 years ago, but the new had cast a barrier around him. The long absence of visitors to Yama Pavilion, aside from the passage of time and the diminishing mystery, was primarily due to the barrier Nu had erected, which had kept the old man out. "Why are you coming back through this?" the fat director couldn't help but exclaim after a dizzying spirit particle transfer back to the Wandering Sea. He had been planning to return through Shen Fei's portal. "This is a necessary step, new director. You must lead by example." Xian's words left the fat director speechless. He was a man who cared deeply about appearances, always putting on a brave face. It's new, after all. She was a bit foolish, having been deceived for over 500 years. The group then discussed what had happened at MIT. Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others were deeply moved by Benny-Enma's fate. The fat director infuriated everyone. Seeing everyone staring at him with fury, he immediately made an excuse to leave. While Benny-Enma was foolish for having been deceived for 500 years, saying this in front of Mashu, Ritsuka, and Da Vinci wasn't a good idea. After this experiment, the spirit particle transfer went very smoothly. However, the singularity isn't our target right now, the Lost Belt is. From now on, the spirit particle transfer will be temporarily suspended. After reviewing the spirit particle transfer data, Xian and Da Vinci decided not to activate it again for the time being. The singularity was a problem, but it wasn't as troublesome as the current Lost Belt. If a singularity isn't caused by a figure of Gauche's caliber, it's extremely difficult for it to threaten pan-human history. Most, like MIT, can be left alone without much trouble. For example, MIT wouldn't have faced any significant problems if Ritsuka, the final master, hadn't appeared. The reason is simple: Nu's character would inevitably lead him to reveal his scheme, a common flaw among villains. And then, once Benny-Enma takes action, his scheme is doomed. Benny-Enma may be simple-minded, but she's not foolish, and most importantly, she's powerful enough. After returning to Chaldea, the group continued their daily routines. Xian, Da Vinci, Captain Nemo, and the others continued to modify the submarine, while Mash used this opportunity to demonstrate the culinary skills he'd learned from Benny-Enma. As for Shen Fei, besides joining the submarine's renovations, he also conducted his own research, focusing on the items recovered from the Dakin Singularity and the Fuso tree. Finally, we've dealt with this side effect. Next, we need to find a way to reduce the cost. Shen Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he gazed at the newly improved immunity-boosting elixir before him. He'd assumed the first emperor had a version without side effects, but he discovered he treated everyone equally. Even the residents of Shenyang City and the technical officials all used the same version. Unlike the common people, the technical officials knew the truth, but they didn't object. Then Shen Fei remembered that everything in the Great Kin Lost Belt was distributed free of charge. There was no money involved, so cost didn't matter. While the first emperor didn't care about cost, Shen Fei couldn't. He wasn't just concerned with his two empires, this was also a product that could benefit people in many other worlds. To make it more affordable, he naturally had to reduce costs. His first company had started by selling health supplements, and now he was back on track. Let's have a sausage grilling contest. As time passed, perhaps out of sheer boredom, the fat director suggested a sausage grilling contest. In all of New Chaldea, he, Mashu, and Ritsuka were the only ones without anything to do. Mashu was engrossed in cooking, and Ritsuka was busy tasting food, so they were also busy. The fat director was the one with the least time. He had considered trying to help, but it almost backfired, and no one wanted him anymore. A sausage grilling contest? He'd be a good fit for Rhodes Island. After all, the thought of a sausage grilling contest in the Wandering Sea reminded Shen Fei of Rhodes Island's sliding stool contest, but unfortunately, no one responded. In the end, he was the only one participating, and the entire Wandering Sea had sausages to eat. While the fat director's magic talent wasn't particularly strong in the clock tower, perhaps because of his love of food, he had a high level of attainment in alchemy. Shen Fei had once consulted him about this. While Shen Fei's alchemy skills were undoubtedly superior to his, despite inheriting the legacy of the Eansburn family, His application of alchemy to food was undoubtedly unrivaled, even among the Eansburn clan. His grilled sausages were truly delicious. He could certainly make a fortune using his alchemy skills in business, especially his ability to transform rotten meat and inedible monster flesh into fresh steaks. Through his interactions with him, Shen Fei was shocked to discover that he was the son of Gold from the Holy Grail War. Despite their similarities, he had never considered this fact until he heard him mention his father during their alchemy training. Of course, he kept it a secret. After all, that happened in a parallel world. The Thousand World Tree clan here hadn't betrayed the clock tower, and without a heroic spirit as a trump card, they wouldn't dare betray it. We've been here for quite some time now, and I've met His Excellency the First Emperor. It's about time I consider leaving, but it's already late, and we're about to enter the Atlantic Lost Belt. Let's wait until we're through this one. The gods of Olympus in the Atlantic Lost Belt, like the First Emperor, are mechanical gods, which intrigued Shen Fei. After all, he'd already been through 3 Lost Belts, and the 4th, once the transformation here was complete, was about time. Just as Shen Fei was contemplating his next move, a sudden alarm startled him. He immediately rushed out, spotting Mashu and Ritsuka on his way. They seemed to have also rushed out after hearing the alarm. Shen Fei realized something was amiss, because besides the 3 of them, there was no one else around. What happened? The 3 of them arrived at the control room, only to find Xian was there. Thank goodness you're all okay. From Xian, the group learned that only the 4 of them were left in Chaldea. Everyone else had vanished, transported away by spirit particles. Xian was the first to notice something was amiss and activated a Wandering Sea's causal interference, preventing Mashu and Ritsuka from being transported away by spirit particles. While explaining, Xian glanced at Shen Fei. She hadn't used causal interference on him, but Shen Fei hadn't noticed anything was amiss. Spirit particle transfer? How is that possible? Mashu and Ritsuka cried out when they heard that spirit particle transfer had caused everyone's disappearance. Not only had spirit particle transfer been temporarily blocked, who had activated it? Not everyone in the Wandering Sea, for example, was acclimated to it, like Olga Marie and the staff. Without it, forcing it would only result in their bodies being torn apart by the distorted space-time. It's no wonder they were so panicked. Don't worry, I've checked before. Although it was a spirit particle transfer, this situation is different. They should be fine. If the enemy wanted to kill them, there would be no need for spirit particles to transfer. What exactly happened? After hearing Xian's words, Mashu and Ritsuka relaxed slightly and immediately asked for the reason. I don't know the specifics. I only realized something was wrong when I noticed the captain suddenly disappeared. Captain Nemo was Xian's servant. His sudden disappearance naturally made Xian aware of it. She also reacted quickly, activating her magical ritual suit. Otherwise, she might have been transported away by spirit particles as well. Let's investigate first. I want to see who has the guts. Xian looked a little angry, which was understandable. After all, this was the second invasion. The previous invasion of Goyanskaya could be said to be excusable, but this time was different. Because of Goyanskaya's invasion, Xian had specially strengthened the defenses of New Chaldea. Theoretically, a second invasion was impossible. It's the new director. He disabled the defense system. Through surveillance, the true culprit was quickly discovered. Mashu and Ritsuka were stunned by the sight of the fat director disabling the defense system. Looks like he's being controlled, Xian said. An ordinary person might have thought the fat director betrayed them, but Omegas possessed a wealth of methods for controlling others. When did the enemy contact him? To Xian, the fat director's control wasn't surprising. The mystery lay in how they managed it. But Xian quickly let go of the question, as there were more important things to do now. Rescue everyone, or else there would be no one to handle the rest of the Lost Belt. Mashu will stay and help me. Luckily, he's here. Plus, with the servants we might encounter at the Singularity, we should be able to defeat the mastermind. Through communication with his servant, Captain Nemo, Xian quickly located the location where the Chaldean group's spirit particles had been transferred. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that the servant hadn't bothered to hide this fact. The next step, of course, was to use the spirit particle transfer to rescue people. However, since there were only 4 people in Chaldea, Xian needed someone to help him operate the equipment to locate Ritsuka. Although Xian possessed the ability to segment his thoughts, he was only one person and could not do everything. The most important thing about the spirit particle transfer was to constantly observe the master's presence. Now there was no one else but Mashu. After a moment's hesitation, Mashu immediately agreed. After all, this was for Ritsuka's safety. Da Vinci and Holmes were both spirit particle transferred away. I'm afraid they'll be in trouble after we rescue them. After deciding on the strategy, the group immediately began the spirit particle transfer, targeting Neon during the Edo period, the era of the Tokugawa clan's rule. Can you hear me? Xian's anxious voice echoed just as Shen Fei and Ritsuka had just completed the spirit particle transfer. We can't leave you to investigate slowly now. Previous observations indicate the source of the anomaly is in the royal palace, and it's already spreading from the singularity into the Lost Belt. We must resolve this singularity. Xian briefly outlined the current era's problems. Through observation, Xian discovered that Edo Castle was completely deserted, everyone had vanished, just like those in Chaldea. Understood, Ritsuka said immediately. You've spotted a servant nearby. Go and reunite with them. Perhaps you can increase your combat power. They're coming soon. Just wait here, it's you, Sessho and Kiara. Ritsuka had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of this servant, but was startled to discover it was actually Sessho and Kiara. Is there a problem? Xian asked curiously. She is, Mashu explained to Xian, explaining Sessho and Kiara's identity. Human evil, no, you're an alter ego. Perhaps we can trust her this time. Saving lives is paramount, Xian then said. I understand. Ritsuka breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that the Sessho and Kiara before her was an alter ego. She knew exactly what an alter ego was. Who are you? This isn't a place for just anyone. Just as Sessho and Kiara had arrived, a woman emerged from a circular archway. She was dressed in a luxurious dress, but her face was very familiar to Shen Fei, Sakura Matao. We are, Ritsuka was about to speak when the woman suddenly transformed. While her appearance remained the same, her temperament and clothing had completely changed, and she exuded the aura of a servant. Parvati, the woman introduced herself. She was a goddess. With her guarantee, the woman who had transformed back immediately smiled and introduced herself. She was Kasuga Tsubone. She was supposed to die, but it was the goddess Parvati who used her soul to stabilize her soon-to-dissipate spirit. The two then shared a body, and now they were considered pseudo-servants. As expected, the Emilia family is full of heroes. Looking at Kasuga no Tsubone, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Rin Tausaka, Sakura Matao, and Ilia were all pseudo-servants possessed by gods. The changes in Edo should have started in the Ooku first. After Kasuga no Tsubone's explanation, the group roughly understood what had happened. Something strange had happened in the Ooku of the royal palace. It's not a harem, Kasuga no Tsubone immediately retorted upon hearing Kiara Sessho question the Ooku's location. Chapter 1165, Part 2. The so-called Oku, similar to the imperial harem in China, was where the shogun's women lived. This was the common perception, but for Kasuga Tsubone, this was insulting. The Oku was sacred, and even the shogun couldn't do whatever he wanted there. While this was only theoretical, it was her belief, which led to her resolute rebuttal to Sessho and Kiara. It's hard to say what the Oku would be like in later generations, but during Kasuga Tsubone's time, not even the shogun could act with impunity there. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. We need to resolve this situation quickly. Seeing that Kasuga Tsubone and Sessho and Kiara were about to argue, Xian spoke up. Good, haha, you're finally here. You should pay your respects to me, Shogun. Just as Kasuga Tsubone was about to say something, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. It was the missing fat director, but now he looked quite pleased with himself, dressed in the unique clothing of the era and sporting a rather strange hairstyle. General, what general? Kasuga Tsubone's expression immediately grew serious when he heard the fat director address himself as general. Of course it's General Tokugawa, the fat commander answered Kasuga no Tsubone's question directly, announcing his name, Tokugawa Goldraff. The very mention of this name left the Chaldean speechless. You, a bunch of lowly citizens with no sense of etiquette, I forgive your disrespect and grant you the privilege of an audience with me. With that, the fat commander's image vanished. How dare you impersonate a general? And you're so fat? Kasuga no Tsubone, upon seeing the fat commander's image disappear, immediately erupted in anger and headed towards the Ooku. Wait a moment, should we prepare first? Hopefully, they tried to intervene. With the enemy's situation uncertain, a sudden advance was too risky, they needed to establish a camp first. Unfortunately, Kasuga no Tsubone was furious and unwilling to wait even a moment. After some discussion, they decided to act immediately, as Parvati had expressed a bad premonition. The Z inside took the divine premonitions very seriously. It looks like this place is encircled, or perhaps transformed into a different world. Be careful when you enter, the communication here might not reach you. Led by Kasuga Tsubone, the group quickly arrived at the main gate of the Aku. This was now the only entrance to the Aku. As the residence of the Shogun's family, it naturally had more than one entrance and exit, but now, due to the barrier, there was only one. What's going on? I never had them decorated like this. As the group entered the Aku's main gate, Kasuga Tsubone immediately exclaimed at the surroundings. The Aku should have been decorated entirely in Japanese style, but now everything was in Indian style, something Parvati was very familiar with. This made Kasuga Tsubone very dissatisfied, and she shouted that she would have someone replace the items. There's someone over there. No, not a human, but a puppet. The corridor of the Aku where the group was located was just ahead of the actual entrance, but now, a puppet was guarding it. They're actually using puppets. Although puppets don't rest during their nighttime guard duty, this isn't acceptable. The current Great Aku was completely different from what he remembered, which made Kasuga no Tsubone very angry. She doesn't seem to be attacking. Let me do it. Seeing that the puppet was just standing there without taking any action, S.H.I.E.L.D stepped forward and subdued it. This is so strange, so strange. Who did this? After passing through the entrance and entering the Great Aku, Kasuga no Tsubone's expression became increasingly serious as he looked at the completely unfamiliar decorations around him. The group continued forward, not seeing a single figure, but they did encounter a number of female puppets. However, these puppets were different from the ones guarding the gate before. They were all holding weapons and rushed towards the group. Although there were many puppets, their strength was very weak. After looking around, Shen Fei found that he was the only male, so he grasped the magic spear and rushed forward. Even though they're just puppets, they can't be destroyed too much. Just disable them and they'll be fine, S.H.I.E.L.D said from behind. Ritsuka immediately agreed to her suggestion, and then Kasuga no Tsubone performed a show for Ritsuka. Kasuga no Tsubone patted her head, praised her kindness and reputation as a good leader, and expressed his desire to be Ritsuka's wet nurse. Although Shen Fei was fighting at the front, Kasuga no Tsubone considered Ritsuka the leader of their group. He was merely a subordinate, so the show was naturally for Ritsuka. Matsuura, what are you doing here? What happened? After defeating over 20 puppets along the way, they finally spotted a human up ahead, a middle-aged man whom the samurai had defeated. Lord Kasuga no Tsubone, I serve a new master. You shouldn't be here. The samurai's expression remained unchanged upon seeing Kasuga no Tsubone. As he spoke, 8 puppets appeared, blocking his path. You actually betrayed the general. Hearing the other party's words, Kasuga finally lost control. The events of the journey had already infuriated her, and now she saw someone she had taught betray the general. She rushed forward in a series of lightning-fast steps, her hands slashing in a chopping motion. After striking, she realized she had no weapon. Lord Par, please excuse me. Seeing the puppet attacking, Kasuga hurriedly switched bodies. She had no weapon, but Parvati held a trident. Let me do it. Just as Parvati was about to strike, Shen Fei swung a spear to block the puppet's attack. Escaped? Never mind. Finding Da Vinci and the others is more important now. Noticing that the warrior had escaped while he was dealing with the puppet, Shen Fei ignored him. The priority now was finding the Chaldeans. Strange, why is there a room here? The group continued their journey through the great inner palace, preparing to reach the shogun's quarters. Halfway through, Kasuga noticed a room suddenly appearing on one side. While the great inner palace was large, Kasuga knew its layout intimately, having designed it entirely. That's why she was so offended by the non-neon decorations. It's you, comma. The group entered the room and immediately saw a familiar figure sitting in the seat in front of them. She was familiar because her face resembled Parvati's, and Parvati instantly recognized her presence. She knew who she was by her presence. Long time no see, pal. Even though you're the one I hate the most, welcome. Congratulations on this boring reunion. It seems we've all become strange to each other, haha. A slightly short girl with short white hair and red eyes appeared before them. I never thought we'd be possessed by the same person. It seems this child has a rather complex existence and a troubled fate. Looking at Kama before her, Parvati sighed deeply. It wasn't for herself, but for the girl she possessed. Not just any human could be possessed by a deity, it depended on compatibility. For example, Ishtar and Tasicarin possessed a perfect compatibility. Yes, you took her yang, so I had to take the other half. What a beautiful karmic connection. Kama smiled a seemingly benevolent smile. Why did you show up? Seeing my radiant self is truly disgusting, Kamadeva, the god of love, Xian suddenly spoke up. Encountering a divine servant here, coupled with the entire great interior transformed into an Indian-style decor, the mastermind behind this was easy to guess. Do you know me? My most famous story? How I got into so much trouble because of a goddess obsessed with love. Kama's words made Parvati's face darken. The goddess obsessed with love was naturally her. According to Indian mythology, Kama, the god of love, was burned to death because of her involvement. Although my husband did that, I feel deeply guilty about it, but that's another matter. Why are you here? You were responsible for the changes here, Parvati questioned Kama loudly. It was indeed her fault, but that didn't mean she would allow Kama to do whatever he wanted. A silly question. What does the great Oku, the garden of women seeking the king's favor, a crucible of lust and decadence, have to do with the god of love? Do I need to explain? Wait a minute, I think you're dancing. The great Oku isn't like that. Perhaps because Kama's words had touched Kasuga no Tsubone's limits, she immediately switched roles with Parvati, apparently wanting to explain the great Oku's true nature. She wouldn't allow her great Oku to leave such an impression on the world. Wait a minute, Fuku, let's talk about your business later. Before Kasuga no Tsubone could finish, Parvati switched roles again. So it's Kama, another human villain. I didn't expect Kama. Is she from this singularity? Seeing Kama appear, Shen Fei immediately understood the situation of this singularity. How could they have transferred everyone in New Chaldea without alerting anyone? This was another human villain, and a human villain corresponding to Kiara Seshoin. Strictly speaking, he didn't know Kama very well, but he remembered her identity because of one incident in his past life that made her famous. She was beaten by Deku. Of all the enemies Chaldea had faced so far, she was the only one to be brought to tears by a beating. It's a human evil? That's a problem. Even though he was now extremely powerful, taking on a human evil in its prime alone was still a challenge, especially since they were still within their barrier. No, if it was a human evil, it wouldn't be a barrier, but a temple. So far, none of the human evils they had encountered had been defeated in single combat. Gosha had led them out of the Temple of Time, Tiamat was released by her, and Seshoin Kiara had the help of BB, Mild Lilith, and others. First, we have to destroy her barrier. Defeating a human evil within her barrier was impossible. Come to think of it, they both seem to be incomplete human evil, each half. That's why the inhibitor hasn't triggered the countermeasures. Human evil corresponds to a grand servant, just as Gosha faced Solomon, but that refers to complete human evil. For example, Tiamat, with Wang Hana, but Kama is only half a beast. Unless she and Kiara Seshoin merge into a complete beast, the inhibitor's limit will be triggered and a grand servant will be summoned. It's like a crime in a human state, only those who commit serious crimes will be investigated by the higher-ups. Just wander around here. Kama and Parvati disagreed, and Kama then disappeared after summoning a giant skeleton monster. Speaking of Kama and Parvati's feud, we can't help but mention Shiva, Parvati's husband. The trident currently in Parvati's hand is his magical possession, and she has taken it over to use it. Back then, Shiva, through his austere practice, had become devoid of desire. Parvati, hoping to reclaim her husband's love, asked Kama, the god of love, to shoot an arrow of love at Shiva. This wasn't a problem, as that was the primary function of a god of love. However, Shiva was incredibly powerful. Upon noticing something was amiss, he quickly discovered the cause and, using his third eye, set Kama on fire. Kama then transformed into the formless one, Mara. It's true that gods are different. To them, death is merely a change in life form. So, what's the point of this thing? Just buying time. Shen Fei shook his head, watching the giant skeleton destroyed by Parvati's trident before he could even begin to act. Parvati might not have been a combat-oriented servant, but the weapon in her hand made her a skilled spearman. What is this? Parvati asked, observing the artifact left behind after the giant skeleton vanished. It's an in-row, and this pattern is the symbol of the Tokugawa clan. Strangely, there's nothing inside, but there's a name. Kasuga Tsubone then appeared. No one present was more familiar with Inro than she was. However, upon seeing the name inside, she looked puzzled. It read Tokugawa Tsuneyoshi, a name no one in the Tokugawa clan had. I'm sorry, but you should know that because we know the gods, we know things about the future. This is the name of the 5th shogun, Zien said. But now it's the 3rd shogun, but the 5th? The Tokugawa clan is passing on its legacy safely. Although she didn't know why an Inro belonging to the 5th shogun appeared, Kasuga Tsubone smiled when she heard that the Tokugawa clan had 5 shoguns. The Inro in Japan is actually somewhat similar to the jade pendants of ancient China. They were carried close to the body and sometimes served as proof of identity. For example, on TV shows, jade pendants were used as tokens of one's identity. It's glowing, so it's a product of magic? I can use it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1166, and what's going on? Ritsuka immediately asked Zien. Just connect the Inro to your magical ritual. Scans show nothing inside, so it contains usable magic power, the magical ritual. Zien had designed a number of plug-and-play features into Ritsuka's magic outfit, much like a computer, allowing for easy access to local resources in the Lost Belt. After all, Zien wasn't there, and even if Da Vinci were to accompany them, they'd likely be confined to the submarine and unlikely to be deployed on the battlefield. By the time she did, the situation would undoubtedly be precarious. As expected of me, Zien boasted after discovering the use of the Inro. After leaving the room, the group continued on their journey, passing through a number of strange rooms and corridors, including ones emitting a foul odor and filled with a strange, sticky liquid. This infuriated Kasuga no Tsubone, who declared that even a god couldn't have left her great oku like this. What is this? Arriving in a new room and realizing it was a dead end, the group was about to leave when they spotted some scattered flower cards on the ground. Ritsuka quickly picked them up. That maid must have neglected to clean up while playing cards. In this era, entertainment options were limited to karuta, chess, and admiring the scenery. Women living within the oku found it extremely difficult to leave, forcing them to entertain themselves. Strange. The material used to make this thing is very similar to the surrounding walls and decorations. There must be something wrong. We must find more samples before we can analyze it. Zien's tests revealed that the material used in the karuta was similar to that used in the construction of the surrounding oku, so she ordered the collection of more karuta for analysis. Another Inro, and a shogun from a later era. As the Chaldean group advanced through the maze, after defeating their enemies, they quickly obtained a second Inro. Upon hearing that this shogun was descended from the 5th shogun, Kasuga no Tsubone was delighted, as it signified the Tokugawa clan's continued dominance. Matsudara, I won't let you escape this time, Yajayu Tajima no Kami. Could it be? After changing direction and reaching a room deep inside, they unexpectedly saw someone inside, the same Matsudara who had escaped earlier. Then, they spotted another person nearby, Yajayu Tajima no Kami. Ritsuka was quite familiar with this figure, having previously fought Miyamoto Musashi. He's a servant, I see. Capture him. Though Zien's words seemed inconsistent, Shen Fei immediately understood her meaning. Unfortunately, Matsudara's reaction was much faster. After summoning a giant ghost, he immediately vanished. As expected, he was Matsudara Nobutsuna, known as the Wise Izu, whose identity Kasuga no Tsubone had previously explained. So that's how it is. I know why the people of Chaldea, and indeed all of Edo, disappeared. They've all become material for the construction of the Great Inner Palace. While Shen Fei battled the giant ghost, Ritsuka and the others went to rescue Yajayu Tajima no Kami, but found no way. Later, through testing, Zien discovered the true nature of this singularity. Humans were used as materials to build this vast Great Inner Palace maze. At this moment, Yajayu Tajima no Kami's entire lower body had melted into the pillars of the room, leaving only his head and neck intact. Unlike his body, it was still being slowly sucked into the pillars. You mean, Da Vinci, Mr. Holmes, and the director have all become materials? Mashu's voice trembled with shock after hearing Zien's words, and Ritsuka felt the same way. Don't act like they were all dead. Even though they've become materials for the Great Inner Palace, that doesn't mean they can't be revived. As long as Kama is defeated, everything will return to normal, Xian hurriedly said. Miss Xian, next time, please explain clearly. Hearing that he could be saved, Mashu and Ritsuka breathed a sigh of relief. They had been truly despairing. Miss Xian, is there any way to save him? The group then turned to the practical issue of rescuing Yajayu Tajima no Kami first. However, even Parvati couldn't do anything. Wait a minute, let me think. Building materials. Oh, right, Ritsuka, quickly get out the flower cards you put away earlier. After a moment's silence, Xian seemed to recall something and shouted. It really worked. Ritsuka activated the power of the flower cards in the Great Oku, and quickly rescued Yajayu Tajima no Kami from the pillar. He then revealed that he had failed in his challenge to Kama and was being used as material for the Great Oku. If they had arrived later, they might not have seen him. Kama, how dare she do such a thing? Absolutely not. Upon hearing that Kama was using people as materials, Parvati was immediately furious. Kasuga Tsubone, Ritsuka, and the others were also furious. Sessho and Kiara, however, remained expressionless. The group continued forward, finding a staircase around the room leading to the next level. In the previous Great Oku, they would have gone up, but this time, it led downwards. Reaching the second level, Kasuga Tsubone was unsure how to proceed. After all, this was a place not previously in the Great Oku, so they could only keep moving forward. I didn't expect you to have such extensive experience. You've even met Chacha, Nobunaga, Amaka Sashiro, and others. Along the way, Kasuga and Ritsuka chatted, discussing everything from the Great Inner Palace to the Shogun. Ritsuka shared her experiences, and upon hearing that Ritsuka had met Chacha, Nobunaga and the others were quite surprised. There's a significant difference between real Chaldea and the Chaldea in the game. Real Chaldea doesn't have as many servants as in the game. It's not that Chaldea can't summon servants. In the current new Chaldea, Nezia is present, as is Captain Nemo, summoned by Xian. The reason Chaldea doesn't summon as many servants is simple, it can't afford to support them. There aren't enough mana resources. To put it bluntly, if real Chaldea were to reach the scale of the game, even if humanity wasn't destroyed and the United Nations and the Magic Association offered their full support, it wouldn't be able to support them. Just think of the sheer number of servants in the game. Besides magic, there were also numerous other issues. One was shelter. Chaldea's mask was not small, but there was no way to house just a few hundred heroic spirits. Then there was food. Considering the number of classes King Arthur possessed, it was clear how difficult it would be to feed them all, more than a dozen Altreus. Chaldea's original plan was to retain only the 7 servants from Group A. The masters of Group B would utilize the local spiritual veins after reaching the singularity. We seem to be going in circles, Shen Fei sighed, looking at the map in his hand and the surroundings. Let me see. Kiara Sesshoin, who had been mostly silent throughout the journey except for discussing Buddhism with Kasuga Nozomi, spoke up. Let's follow this path. After making a few changes to the map, Sesshoin immediately handed it to Shen Fei. Shen Fei took it and immediately looked at Ritsuka. Seeing her nod, the group immediately changed direction. On the way, Kiara Sesshoin talked about the characteristics of this layer, which is related to the heart. Then the group came to a place that had not been explored before. Kama, stop right there. What do you want to do? Let them go immediately. Parvati immediately rushed forward with a trident in hand after seeing Kama appear. Let them go. Why should I listen to you? I didn't expect there would be such a person among you, Kama said, staring at Kiara Sesshoin. Then, after leaving behind a huge skeleton monster, the person disappeared. The skeleton monster was then destroyed by the angry Parvati's trident, and then an Inro appeared. It's still a shogun from later generations. There might be something wrong with this Inro. It seems that she gave it specifically, looking at the Inro named after the shogun of the later Tokugawa clan that appeared again, Shen Fei immediately spoke. That's certainly a possibility. Then don't use it for now. After hearing Shen Fei's words, Xian tested the Inro several times, finding no issues. However, as a precaution, they decided not to use it. Ritsuka had used the Inro to protect her, but now, under Shen Fei's attack, her safety was completely at risk. There was no need to use the Inro's power. After all, Kama's behavior was too bizarre. Scheherazade, Matahari, after Kama disappeared, they quickly found the entrance to the second generation on the 3rd floor. This time, a scene unfolded, and 2 female servants appeared before Shen Fei and the others. These are servants too. I don't think they should be allowed in the great interior. Kasuga Tsubone observed the two female servants before him, his expression immediately becoming serious. Their clothing was too seductive. Wait a minute. Don't destroy them. It's better to subdue them. I have an idea. Just as Shen Fei was about to take action, Xian made a request. Got it. Heaven's Chain. Without waiting for the other two to make a move, Shen Fei immediately used the Heaven's Chain to bind them. Although the two lacked divine powers, the Heaven's Chain was merely an ordinary chain to them, capable of breaking free with the strength of a servant. However, this time, Shen Fei imbued the Heaven's Chain with armament haki, strengthening the chains. Just as I thought, they must have been bewitched. Using the great Oku flower cards we obtained earlier should be able to break free. Xian's suspicion proved correct. The two soon regained consciousness, instantly regretting their previous actions. They recounted their experiences, unsure of why they had been summoned, then seemingly lost in a state of pleasure. They learned from their words that the fat director was enjoying himself in the deepest reaches of the Great Oku. This is wine. After Scheherazade and Mata Hari joined the group continued their exploration and smelled a strange aroma in the air, the scent of wine. Wait a minute, there's a sudden surge of magic power ahead, and communication here is going to be unstable. Remember to collect those flower cards. After leaving his last words, Xian's voice faded. Likely due to communication loss. Another maze. After some exploration, the group quickly returned to their starting point. Ritsuka's face had turned red, and even just the aroma of wine suggested she was a little tipsy. During this exploration, Shen Fei was driven ahead by Kasuga no Tsubone to explore the way, as she was discussing some sensitive topics with Ritsuka, such as love and desire. This was a difficult question for the general's education. There had to be a balance between allowing the general to become overly obsessed and keeping him at a distance. Too much obsession would hinder government affairs, while keeping him at a distance would affect the family's legacy. The general couldn't have too many children, as too many would lead to internal strife and power struggles, but too few could also be necessary, as a few accidents could sever the bloodline. Ritsuka was speechless the entire way, confused as to why Kasuga Tsubone was teaching her this. In reality, Kasuga Tsubone was treating her like her wet nurse, teaching her that, despite being a woman, she wasn't barred from power. Chatra and the others, for example, were all women. These are the 5 precepts, but they're supposed to be reversed. Kiara Sesshoin spoke again, explaining the characteristics of this maze. From the first floor to the third, each floor actually corresponded to a precept. Considering this, there were 2 more precepts, meaning the Great Oku had 5 and 6 floors total. The precept of not drinking alcohol, she replied, is the reverse. No, I'm not yet of age. Ritsuka quickly shook her head at the mention of drinking. It was true that the rules in Neon Japan were quite interesting. While many other things were fine, the drinking seemed incredibly strict. You don't have to drink, just create the effect of drunkenness, Sesshoin Kiara explained, then had Mata Hari use her noble phantasm on Ritsuka, creating the illusion of intoxication. Although Mata Hari was only a 1-star assassin, her noble phantasm was perfectly suited for this purpose, so it's no wonder she was summoned. The group then headed towards a rich, lush area, defeating numerous puppets along the way and obtaining some flower cards in row. They arrived at the 4th floor. This floor was significantly different from the 3 above. All the doors were locked and required keys. Due to the barrier, violent destruction was prohibited, and the keys were attached to the patrolling puppets. Don't steal the ring, let me do my little bit. After some discussion, Scheherazade took action. Her noble phantasm, which could summon creatures and spirits from the 1001 Nights, was perfect for retrieving the key. Breaking the ring carried a penalty, but while the penalty was unknown, it was avoided if possible. Chapter 1167, The Fourth Lost Belt, Part 1. The Great Oku was now encircled by Kama's magical barrier, so naturally, they couldn't follow his instructions. Using Scheherazade's summons to steal the keys would minimize the danger. This time, perhaps because of the keys, there wasn't a maze. They continued on their way, encountering Kama again. How do you feel? Here, you can do whatever you want. On this level, you can steal anything, including me, Kama said to Ritsuka, striking a seductive pose. 2 more Kamas appeared behind him. Shut up. Seeing the Kama before her, Parvati immediately appeared, stabbing him with her trident. Although Parvati shared a body with Kasuga Tsubone, She usually held the reins, appearing only when needed. But Kama's actions had now reached her limit. After all, like her, Kama was using Sakura Matao's body. Don't worry. Even if it's you, I'll still love you. Looking at the charmingly smiling Kama, Parvati's movements were unwavering. The trident pierced Kama's body, and then it began to disintegrate. Is this the Mara of desire? The god of love transformed into Mara. These myths are truly difficult to understand. The moon world boasts numerous myths and legends, and the various pantheons are not entirely unrelated. For those of this world, who have been exposed to magic since childhood, this isn't a big deal. For example, Xian can readily recount the various systems of myth and legend. However, for Shen Fei, it's a bit of a puzzle. He could understand Norse or Greek mythology, but Indian mythology was more difficult. Even though many of the Honkai beasts in Honkai were named after them, they were just names. He was deeply puzzled by Kama's transformation into Mara, and the idea of Ganesha severing his son's head and replacing it with an elephant's head was completely baffling. But even if he didn't understand, he could understand the bizarre behavior of those born as gods. Perhaps because life was too boring, these gods would usually resort to some outlandish behavior. Just like in Marvel's Pantheon, the people in the omniscient city, no, that should be gods, held a constant banquet. No, that shouldn't be the case, the banquet never stopped. After all, they were gods, and their concept of time was completely different from that of humans. Is this a special delivery for the Inro? There's something fishy about that. After the three Kamas were defeated by Parvati, one Inro remained. The group continued on, collecting numerous flower cards and Inro along the way, and then reached the 5th floor. According to Sesshoin Kiara, this floor was the refrain from sexual intercourse. The first 4 floors revealed that although Kama had laid out the 5 precepts within the Great Oku, they were actually inverted. For the refrain from stealing, one had to steal the key. For the refrain from sexual intercourse, Ritsuka had to be drunk. To create this illusion, he used his noble phantasm on her. That's true, the group arrived at the 5th floor. Entering a large hall, the first person they saw was the portly director seated up front, enjoying the services of a group of beautiful women. He was truly being served by a host of beauties, enjoying everything he wanted. Among the beauties around him were several Kamasutras and several mannequins with flamboyant makeup. This type of makeup was very popular in Japan, but Shen Fei found it rather unappealing, finding it rather daunting. Meanwhile, Matsuda and Nabatsuna, who had appeared several times before, was also lost in the wine and the beauties. He seemed completely unmoved by the group's arrival. Not only her, but the Kamasutras as well. Kamasutra, get out of here, outrageous. What do you think of the Ooku? The sight before them infuriated both Parvati and Kasuga no Tsubone. Kasuga no Tsubone immediately stepped forward and slapped Matsudara, who was drinking, to the ground. Matsudara, however, seemed unmoved, getting up and continuing to enjoy his wine. New director, Ritsuka walked over to the fat director and called out his name, but he, like Matsuda and Abuniga, showed no reaction at all. It seems he's completely addicted, Sesshoin Kiara said from the side. So what should we do now? Ritsuka asked immediately. We can only find him and defeat him, with a size. How much has he eaten? Looking at the fat director, whose body had turned into a ball, Shen Fei was looking forward to his expression after he regained consciousness. Get out of the way. Seeing the many Kamas approaching from the side, as if ready to serve Shen Fei, Ritsuka and his group, Parvati immediately swung the trident in her hand and knocked them away, but then they came over again. We must pass this level. Seeing Kama's endless killing, the group immediately decided to find Kama's true body as soon as possible. It goes without saying that the Kamas here are clones, puppet-like existences. New director, I'll come and rescue you later, Ritsuka said this, and the group immediately advanced deeper into this lair. Considering that the puppet, Kama, would reappear even after being killed, Shen Fei blocked their path, creating obstacles like ice walls. It seems you're serious about trying, but it's best not to entertain such thoughts. Once you have such thoughts, you'll soon sink into despair, Kiara Sesshoin warned, noting Shen Fei's apparent interest in the scene. Her words immediately drew the attention of the others present, including the silent Yajayu Tajima no Kami. For someone like Yajayu Tajima no Kami, who valued kendo more than his life, women would only slow down his sword-drawing speed. As the saying goes, without women in mind, the sword is naturally divine. What are you looking at me for? I'm just curious. After all, I'm a normal man, Shen Fei, gazing at the gazes of Ritsuka and the others, spoke up. He pursued strength for the greater enjoyment of life, not like Yajayu Tajima no Kami, who forbade all desires. This was a personal pursuit. Strength doesn't necessarily mean forbidding all external desires, it depends on the individual. Take Miyamoto Musashi, for example. She loves all things beautiful, regardless of gender. But can you say she's lacking in strength? She's descended from Yajayu Tajima no Kami. Everything depends on the individual's heart. Don't worry, I won't be tempted. Seeing Ritsuka and the others still staring at him, Shen Fei continued. S.H.I.E.L.D had already made it clear that once such thoughts arise within the great inner palace, these desires will be amplified. Although he was confident in his willpower, believing that even the great inner palace's barrier wouldn't allow him to fall prey to it, now that he knew the other party's intentions, there was no need to resort to such methods to prove it. It's like some drug addicts who initially believe their willpower won't allow them to become addicted, then try it out of curiosity and become addicted. Confidence is one thing. But excessive confidence is arrogance. You're finally here. After passing the 5th floor and arriving on the 6th, the group immediately encountered Kama, who seemed to have been waiting for their arrival. Although you seem to have noticed, it's a little too late. You still use the power of the Inro. Kama's eyes were completely fixed on Ritsuka. She seemed oblivious to the others, including Parvati. Kama, tell me, how did you escape? Shiva and the others should have been watching you, Parvati asked immediately after appearing. This was what Parvati was most curious about. Under normal circumstances, Kama wouldn't have had the chance to appear under the watchful eyes of Shiva and the other gods, even as a pseudo-servant. You mean them? Haha, you don't need to know. The mention of Shiva and the others caused Kama's expression to change, but he quickly recovered. What is your purpose? Ritsuka asked. Singularities exist for a reason, even enmity. But this singularity, the great Oku, Ritsuka realized she hadn't discerned Kama's purpose. My purpose is simple, to surpass the one beside you, Kama said, his gaze fixed on S.H.I.E.L.D, who stood beside Ritsuka. I didn't expect you to appear in this form. She lost, but I will win. What do you mean? Who are you? Kama's words gave Ritsuka a bad feeling. She knew full well what Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D had once been. Don't worry, I'll tell you the truth. For example, the Inro you hold was actually crafted from the souls of the Tokugawa clan's generals. It was through them that I completely gained control of this place, invaded Chaldea, and lured your director over. He was so easy to seduce. Kama waved his left hand, and an image suddenly appeared. It was the fat director when he first arrived in the Aku. Judging from his expression, he hadn't been deceived at that time. He relied on the numerous scrolls and magic ceremonial equipment he carried along the way to fight his way all the way to the 5th floor. Perhaps due to Gyanskaya's betrayal, the fat chief now carries more magic equipment than before. Just look at how he was able to reach the 5th floor of the great inner palace. While he may not have encountered as many enemies along the way, it's enough to show how much he carries, even more than Leonardo da Vinci carried. Later, after reaching the 5th floor, the fat chief heard the female puppet call him Your Highness and decided to use the same tactic to gather intelligence, thus becoming Tokugawa Goldraff. Kama showcased the fat chief's experience for a simple reason, to get Ritsuka to think of him as the general, Tokugawa Ritsuka. If she could achieve this, she could surpass S.H.I.E.L.D, whom she defeated. Although Ritsuka didn't continue to use her magic equipment to connect her Inro due to Shen Fei's reminder, her previous encounters had already imbued her with Tokugawa attributes, and becoming Tokugawa Ritsuka was only a matter of time. Shut up. I admit she's quite capable, but to become a shogun of the Tokugawa clan, one must possess Tokugawa blood, Kasuga shouted. The Tokugawa bloodline was untouchable to her. Wait a moment, Ritsuka, what's going on? Parvati then appeared, having naturally overheard Ritsuka and Kama's conversation. If I'm not mistaken, she's the human evil, Ritsuka said immediately. Yes, I am the fallen beast representing lust, the left body of God, Kama introduced herself. Is your goal to absorb her and merge into the complete human evil? Shen Fei asked. Ha. Shen Fei's words made Kama and S.H.I.E.L.D laugh simultaneously. Don't worry, there's absolutely no way she and I will merge into one. Generally speaking, a complete entity, split into two, would want to merge, but this wasn't possible for Kama and S.H.I.E.L.D, as their personalities were completely opposite. Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D is the right form of the god who controls pleasure and lust. Her love is exclusive to herself, filling the entire world with her own love. On the other hand, loves others, the entire human race. While this may sound far superior to S.H.I.E.L.'s, it's a love that can lead to corruption. Just look at the Fat Director's current state. Even if only half of is alive, she could still destroy the world. Won't we merge into one? That's a good thing. Now, I can only destroy you, Shen Fei said, glancing at Ritsuka. Action. Ritsuka nodded without hesitation. While facing a human evil, she was shocked, but it didn't change her resolve to rescue all of Chaldea. Heavenly Fire Holy Judgment. Despite apparent lack of power, Shen Fei immediately unleashed his most powerful attack. A blazing flame erupted, instantly engulfing and completely destroying the entire room. The group then arrived at a space resembling a starry sky, where reappeared moments later. Human evil isn't so easy to deal with. Shen Fei wasn't surprised by appearance. If human evil were so easily dealt with, it wouldn't be human evil. Who had reappeared, was a dramatic transformation from her previous appearance. Originally short, she was now about the same height as S.H.I.E.L., with 6 red horns jutting from her head. She emanated a magical aura like an ocean, a true manifestation of human evil. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will love you. Come join us, transformed into human evil, didn't attack, but instead pulled the Fat Director over. You're playing with concepts again. Hadn't pulled the Fat Director over to him, not as a hostage, but to leverage his authority as the shogun to dissuade the group from resistance. This was the Ooku, the harem of the Tokugawa clan's shogun. The shogun held supreme authority there, and now, under magical barrier, this authority had become power. This was the power of concepts. The concept of the moon world is actually rules. Without the power to break them, one can only abide by them. Although Shen Fei's current power is strong, it is not enough to break the rules set by the evil humans. However, he does not have it. Kasuga no Tsubone does. As the general's wet nurse, even if her power is not strong, this is the great inner palace. While strengthening the general's authority, it also strengthens her own authority. Chapter 1168, The Fourth Lost Belt, Part 2. The Tokugawa family doesn't have a general like you. Kasuga no Tsubone, who was trying to persuade Shen Fei to help Ritsuka and his group, slapped Tokugawa Goldruff's soul from his body. Within the Ooku, she was the only one qualified to teach the general. After all, she was his wet nurse and held equal control over the Ooku. What's going on? The Fat Director, in an out-of-body state, was momentarily disoriented before regaining consciousness. Upon seeing his own body, he couldn't help but roar. He couldn't even think of why he was there, or why Ritsuka was there, anymore. His only focus was on his own, bloated body. Shut up. Perhaps because the Fat Director's roar was too loud, suddenly attacked, forcing his soul back into his body. Then, perhaps realizing that the rules of this place couldn't defeat Ritsuka, she immediately attacked, countless energy bombs gathering in the starry sky. 7 rings of blazing sky. Watching launch his attack, Shen Fei immediately activated his defensive noble phantasm, placing the group under its protection. We must find a way to leave here. Without breaking her barrier, we have no chance of winning a battle here. Feeling the impact of the energy bombs on the 7-layered blazing sky ring, Shen Fei resisted while pondering his next move. It seems this is why I was summoned. Just as Shen Fei was thinking of a solution, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly emerged from the 7-layered blazing sky ring, her body morphing into an immense size. A dimensional rift instantly tore through the starry sky. S.H.I.E.L.D waved her hand and flung the group out. The moment the dimensional rift vanished, Shen Fei saw S.H.I.E.L.D confront whose body had also grown to the same size as S.H.I.E.L.'s. Miss Kiara, Ritsuka said before the dimensional rift closed. What happened? When the group regained consciousness, they discovered they had been rescued and arrived outside the great inner palace. Xian's voice echoed in their ears. It's human evil. Ritsuka then explained what had happened inside and identity. Human evil, half of the beast of lust. I didn't expect to encounter something like this. Because it's only half, not a full-fledged form, the inhibitor's protective mechanism hasn't activated, and no grand servant has been summoned. Upon hearing that was a human evil, Xian immediately piqued his interest. This was something most people wouldn't encounter in their lifetime. The 7 grands corresponded to the 7 human evils. This was the inhibitor's automatic protective mechanism, just like when Tiamat faced King Hassan and Gosha faced Solomon. However, this only applies to the complete beast. If it were only half, the inhibitor's automatic protective mechanism wouldn't activate. Don't worry, this isn't your first time facing human evil. Since you were able to defeat Kiara's S.H.I.E.L.D's half, the same goes for Kama. Now we need to figure out how to defeat him. Ritsuka, tell me everything you encountered from beginning to end. I'll feed the information into Trismegistus II to calculate her weaknesses. The people of Atlas Academy were the most adept at using tools. While human thinking was powerful, it was still far inferior to the Reishi calculator, especially when it came to compiling intelligence. Humans simply couldn't match them. I see. The calculations revealed a problem. Well, Ms. Kasuga Tsubone, you know we have some connection with the gods. And we know something about the future. My apologies. Zien suddenly apologized to Kasuga Tsubone, then relayed the results of his spirit particle calculator. They had only collected the inro of 14 shoguns, but there were 15 shoguns during the Tokugawa shogunate, and this general was the one who ended it. After Zien spoke, Ritsuka understood why she had apologized to Kasuga Tsubone. This was a question they had been avoiding. 15 generations. Hearing Zien mention the end of the Tokugawa shogunate, Kasuga Tsubone fell silent. Although she knew no dynasty could truly last forever, and that the Tokugawa shogunate's rule would eventually come to an end, hearing the story firsthand still left her deeply moved. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just think about it and you'll know. So, which shogunate replaced the Tokugawa shogunate? After taking several deep breaths, Kasuga no Tsubone regained his composure and spoke. There's no shogunate left. This time, it was Yajayu Tajima no Kami who spoke. As a heroic spirit, he naturally understood the trajectory of history. Is that so? As long as the people can live in peace, everything is worth it. Now tell me, is the country peaceful? Of course, Ritsuka said immediately. While modern society still has its problems, it's generally peaceful, barring special circumstances like gas explosions, incineration, and freezing. Tokugawa Yoshinobu was the last shogun who ended the shogunate. Judging by the conditions of this singularity, it certainly carries relevant powers. However, Ritsuka, you'll need to use its power, which will intensify your Tokugawa influence. Now, we can only hope to defeat Kama before you become completely Tokugawa. That's all we can do now, Ritsuka said without hesitation. Then, next, we'll search for the final inro. We probably didn't get it before because Kama realized it was harmful to her and hid it. Without knowing its exact location, we might need to search the entire labyrinth. Hopefully, Sessho and Kiara can hold out a little longer. Master, I once found a wall with a different color than the rest. Yajayu Tatama no Kami immediately recounted his discovery of the Great Oku. Let's go there first. Without a target, the location Yajayu Tatama no Kami mentioned became the group's first target. After all, having a goal is always better than aimlessly searching the entire labyrinth. I didn't expect it to be hidden here. The location Yajayu Tatama no Kami mentioned was on the 4th floor of the labyrinth. Once there, the group used the previously obtained flower cards to unlock the wall mechanism. After defeating a giant skeleton within, they obtained the final inro, which held the power to end the Tokugawa shogunate. This power allowed Zien to improve their communication system, allowing them to bypass the Great Oku's barrier and maintain constant communication with Ritsuka. Are you here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. When Shen Fei, Ritsuka and his group came to the 6th floor again, only Kama was left there, and Kiara's S.H.I.E.L.D had disappeared. Kama was not surprised at Ritsuka's return. After all the people from Chaldea were here, and with Ritsuka's character, it was impossible for her to escape. I will definitely defeat you this time. Ha ha ha, you don't think that you can defeat me by getting all the general's souls, do you? If he is really that important, why don't I hide him in a more secret place? Looking at Ritsuka's confident expression, Kama suddenly laughed. This laugh made Ritsuka's face sink immediately. It must be said that it was just as she said. Not to mention that it was hidden more secretly, it would be difficult to be discovered as long as the color of the wall was exactly the same as other places. That's the look. I left my last inro there just to see it. Also, do you know why I chose the Ooku? Any royal palace from any era would be the same to me, but I chose the Ooku. It's because I heard a woman's dying wish. She wanted her Ooku to exist forever. Kama's words immediately gave the group a bad feeling, and everyone's eyes turned to Kasuga Tsubone. It was me. Kasuga Tsubone spoke slowly after a long pause. Yes, It was your dying wish to hand over the Ooku to me. I thought your soul would completely dissipate, all because of that meddling goddess, who had been smiling, suddenly lost his smile at the mention of a goddess. How could it be, me, Kasuga Tsubone, completely unaware that he was the instigator of all this, was immediately bewildered. Lord Kasuga Tsubone, please calm down. This is not your fault, Kasuga Tsubone said as he lost his composure. Ms. Kasuga Tsubone, please calm down. This is not your fault. As Kasuga Tsubone lost his composure, Matsuda and Abuniga, who was standing beside suddenly stepped forward and spoke. What did you say? Hearing Matsuda's words, Kasuga no Tsubone's bewildered expression softened, and he immediately turned his gaze towards the other person. It was me and Lord Amami Shasho who saved your soul. Matsuda and Abuniga then recounted the entire story. It turned out that when the changes in the Great Inner Palace first began, he and Lord Amami Shasho had noticed something was amiss. Later, Lord Amami Shasho realized that Kasuga no Tsubone was responsible, so he used a technique to preserve Kasuga no Tsubone's soul. Their purpose was to believe that Kasuga no Tsubone was the key, as they lacked the power to combat the changes, and thus had no other option but to resort to this method. It was thanks to their technique that Kasuga no Tsubone's soul remained in the human world for a while longer, allowing Parvati to discover her. Matsuda and Abuniga was actually a spy, and his submission to was solely to exploit Kama's weaknesses. Lord Yajayu, please kill me. After explaining the entire story, Matsuda and Abuniga suddenly asked Yajayu Tajima no Kami to kill him. Matsuda-sama, there's no need. You're doing this for Tokugawa. Naturally, Yajayu Tatama no Kami didn't make a move. No, please do it. No matter what, I betrayed Tokugawa. Lord Amami carved a spell on my body with his own life. I've witnessed your loyalty. After hearing Matsuda and Abuniga's words, Yajayu Tatama no Kami suddenly killed him with a single blow, then extracted a blade from his body, resembling a Muramasa. That's ruthless. After hearing Matsuda and Abuniga's words, Shen Fei couldn't help but admire his ruthlessness. In fact, even if Yajayu Tatama no Kami didn't kill him, he wouldn't have lived long, because the great Oku flower cards the group had collected were made from his body. He had betrayed Tokugawa and defected to Kama. Because of the magician Amami's sacrifice, he had become endowed with the attributes that were harmful to Tokugawa, just in time to counter Kama in the great Oku. Shen Fei called him ruthless because, when they first formulated this plan, they had no confidence of success. They weren't even sure they could actually execute a final technique. For example, if Parvati hadn't appeared, Kasuga no Tsubone would have surely died, and everything would have been in vain. Yet, even so, these two resolutely sacrificed their lives. Your efforts will not be in vain. Yajayu Tatama no Kami immediately grasped the mimic Muramasa. This is what you did, even at the cost of lurking near me. I thought it would be something else. Did you really think you could deal with me this way? Kama, who was watching me from the beginning, was somewhat surprised by Matsuda and Abuniga's actions, but she didn't take it too seriously. She had long known that Matsuda and Abuniga had other motives for staying with her. She was just looking for fun, so she accepted him. Your performance is over. It's my turn. As Kama spoke, the entire space suddenly plunged into endless darkness. The group immediately felt an abnormal increase in gravity and a loss of oxygen. This was Kama's universe, entirely centered around her. Her words were truly hers, and if it weren't for Ritsuka's submission, she could instantly vanish all oxygen, since there was no oxygen in the starry sky. If you had that ability, you should have used it earlier. They're all wasting their time. Shen Fei was speechless, feeling the surrounding darkness. If Kama wanted to kill Ritsuka, she could have done it, but she insisted on forcing her to submit. Wasn't that simply giving Ritsuka a chance to strike back? Is it because of the god of love? Shen Fei thought, glancing at the Mimi Muramasa in Yajayu Tatama's hand. It was a blade that could injure Kama, but in this situation, Yajayu Tatama couldn't cut him. Lord Pal, I hope you can release my soul. In the darkness, after a long silence, Kasuga Tsubone spoke, as if she had finally figured something out. It's a concept versus concept, indeed. Under the noble phantasms of Scheherazade and Matahuri, Kasuga Tsubone's power was greatly increased, allowing her to partially control the Oku. Oxygen and light returned, and a floor appeared on the ground. Under normal circumstances, although Kasuga Tsubone controlled the Oku, it would have been impossible for her to compete with Kama for it. The power gap between the two was too great. Even if she could use a small force to overcome a large one, she still needed a large force. Kasuga Tsubone's own strength didn't have that much, but with the amplification of her two noble phantasms, she possessed that much power. That sword, damn it, light, oxygen, and the floor returned, and the battle with Kama began. Kama was completely unable to withstand the attack of the Muramasa, a mimic of her own body. This was conceptual damage. As long as Kama possessed the concept of Tokugawa, she had no defense against its attacks. Eventually, Kama was forced to abandon it, and she fell into an even worse situation. The Oku was completely controlled by Kasuga Tsubone. Get out of my Oku. At Kasuga no Tsubone's words, Kama's body flew backwards, passing through countless portals and leaving the Oku. To know love without action is to have no love. Meanwhile, Parvati used her noble phantasm, the trident borrowed from her husband, Shiva. Transformed into a brilliant beam of light, she caught up with Kama, who had fled the Oku. With such overwhelming force, she sent him flying into the starry sky. Perhaps we should find a chance to investigate the root cause of the conceptual rules. Chapter 1169, The Fourth Lost Belt, Part 2. As Kama vanished, the great Oku began to glow, its excess parts disappearing. Simultaneously, the bodies of Scheherazade and Matahari, two servants, also began to glow, preparing to return to Valhalla. Thinking that he seemed to have played no significant role in this singularity, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of the root of the moon world. From the root princess in Ryoji Shiki, it was known that humans could access the root. Unfortunately, of the countless people in the moon world who sought it, only these two seemed to have succeeded. In a sense, they were the true daughters. It's impossible to say that Shen Fei had no thoughts about the root of the moon world. He simply knew it was difficult, so he hadn't thought about it. However, facing Kama this time, the thought suddenly occurred to him. If I can offer something to impress those two, the root is not impossible to unlock. Even the two inhibitory forces had what they needed. Perhaps no one in the moon world could impress them, but Shen Fei was different. Shen Fei hadn't stopped studying concepts and rules. The Infinity Stones were his final subject, but learning something like that wasn't easy. Even the human villains relied on various circumstances and extensive preparation to create the corresponding barriers. You'll definitely become a good general. They've returned, and they're starting to return now. Oh, and don't forget to bring the director back with you. While Shen Fei was pondering the source of the situation, Ritsuka said goodbye to Kasuga Tsubone. Kasuga Tsubone gave Ritsuka a farewell pat on the head, while Zien urged Ritsuka back. Of course, the group didn't forget the fat director, who was either asleep or unconscious, muttering to himself that he couldn't eat any more. I don't know what happened, but since Kama was able to escape, something must have happened in India. Be careful in the lost belt you're heading to next, Parvati warned Ritsuka sternly before leaving. I remember, Ritsuka nodded immediately. The three of them then immediately used spirit particle teleportation to return to New Chaldea. Oh my, what is this? It's a poor meteor that was blown away infinitely. I just felt that it was a bit pitiful to see it falling in the shadow of a star and about to turn into ashes, so I picked it up and took a look. I didn't expect that it was an unexpected person. In a certain space in the universe, the huge Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly appeared here and caught a flying Kama with her palm. Kama's face was full of tears at this time. Why do you appear here? This is my internal concept universe, and only people I invite will exist. Kama looked at the huge and familiar face in front of her, and her face suddenly became very ugly. If it was someone else who showed up, it would be fine, but it was Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D, the person she had wanted to surpass before. To endure the scorching heat of the sun within your own universe, such arduous practice is truly admirable. Even I, with my constant asceticism, wouldn't achieve this. Truly worthy of being a being with love dedicated to all of humanity, yet lacking love for oneself. Shut up. Get out of here. Before Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D could finish her words, Kama couldn't help but shout. These two were polar opposites, one lacking self-love, the other never having love for others. Are you here to mock me? To mock me as a victor, so you can secure a place in reality? Why are you here now? Do you want to absorb me and complete your being? I've said it before, you and I are polar opposites. Absorbing you would only make me sick. Then why did you come to me? To give you a chance to redeem yourself. It's too boring to be misunderstood all the time, said Kama S.H.I.E.L.D, pointing a finger at Kama. What have you done? This is disgusting. Let me go. Kama, sensing something was wrong with her body, tried to struggle, but she was powerless to break free. This is a punishment. You claim to be the embodiment of infinite love, but I don't think you've ever witnessed the growth of love. There are many kinds of love. Witnessing the growth of love? How infuriating. Fine, I'll show you. Haha, depending on the situation, I might even become a colleague of Parvati's. This is so annoying, but the thought of one day being able to legally bully that woman, seeing her mad but unable to express herself, is so fascinating. Seeing me, with the same appearance, trying to seduce someone else, she'd be at a loss. I'm glad you can find joy in suffering. Farewell, you who are absolutely incompatible with me, the one who bestows infinite love upon others. Farewell, you who are absolutely incompatible with me, the woman who takes everything from others. Before the world ends, let us pursue endless happiness together. As the conversation ended, Kiara, Seshoin and Kama, as if reaching a consensus, vanished into space together. Goldruff, Algamari's roar echoed from the New Chaldea control room. The floor was littered with Algamari's angry faces, and the fat director, looking depressed, huddled in a corner, aggrieved. He naturally understood Algamari's rage. This time, New Chaldea was nearly annihilated. However, the fat chief felt deeply wronged. He had no memories of his previous life. To him, it was like waking up from a sleep to find his body transformed into a ball. While Zien, Mashu, Ritsuka, and others had revealed that he had enjoyed a life as the shogun of the Tokugawa clan during the Edo period, as evidenced by his size, he felt completely wronged. Without such memories, what kind of enjoyment was there? Human evil, the god of love, what a shame. The recovered Holmes lamented the missed opportunity to witness human evil firsthand. As a detective, he was deeply fascinated by the existence of human evil. Alright, let's discuss the rest later. We must prevent this from happening again. After the previous invasion by Goranscale and the transfer of all their souls this time by Kama, Da Vinci and Zien were immediately furious. They worked together for 3 days and nights, further strengthening New Chaldea's defenses. From Parvati's warning, we can infer that something has happened in the Indian Lost Belt, affecting even the pan-human history of Indian mythology. From recent observations, this Lost Belt has been constantly expanding and contracting. In the New Chaldea conference room, Holmes pointed to the ever-changing storm wall outside the fourth Lost Belt and expressed his speculation. It looks like it's the age of gods again. That's certainly true, but unfortunately, we have to visit this Lost Belt. After some discussion, they decided to remain constant in the face of change. After all current speculations were tentative. Only by personally confirming the situation could they truly understand what was happening there. Why am I here? In the New Chaldea restaurant, the fat director, constantly running, ate heartily, like the other Chaldea employees, their mouths watering with envy. New director, this is for your own good. It'll give you more motivation to lose weight, Da Vinci said with a smile, taking a piece of cake in front of him. The fat director, already bloated like a ball, was naturally not what New Chaldea needed. Even he himself didn't want such a figure, so he asked Da Vinci to make him a weight loss device. As a versatile genius, Da Vinci quickly fulfilled his request and made him another running weight loss device, a hamster version. It was indeed a hamster wheel, but this time it was a larger version. Perhaps as punishment for his mistake, the treadmill was placed in the restaurant, leaving the fat director to watch others eat in envy. It must be said that while this tactic was somewhat ruthless, it was incredibly effective. Under the watchful eye of all Chaldea's staff, and with the added bonus of his own, the fat captain slimmed down at a noticeable rate. However, returning to his former form would require considerable exercise. A full month passed before the fat captain's figure returned to normal. To celebrate his perfect weight loss, he feasted. This time, no one tried to stop him, as he had been patient for a month. Now, prepare for Operation Excision of the Fourth Lost Belt. Pan-human history remains value C, depth A, secondary operation, Horned Monster. 3 days later, the submarine's renovations were finally nearing completion. It all depended on Captain Nemo's harvest in the Fourth Lost Belt. Then, the group boarded the submarine, preparing for their virtual submersible voyage. The fat captain also joined them. Originally, it wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't come along this time. No one would have called him a coward. However, the fat captain insisted on going, even though he was deeply terrified. The new captain was a good person for sharing the hardships. Nezha, are you alright? Li Xiang noticed Nezha's expression and immediately asked. I'm fine, It's just that my golden elixir seems to be sensing something. This lost belt might be dangerous, but that lost belt isn't dangerous. Master, don't worry, I'll fight for you to the end. Is it because of the Indian lost belt? I didn't expect Nezha's origins to be connected there, too. The common understanding of Nezha, the third prince, is that he is the third son of totally Shyamwang and the incarnation of a lotus. As for more, Shen Fei only discovered the connection between Nezha's legend and that after reading about this lost belt. Shen Fei had always been curious about why Nezha was called the third prince. The seats here are too hard. They don't take the crew's comfort into consideration at all. In the sea of imaginary numbers, Captain Nemo, joining the group for the first time, quickly discovered some problems within the submarine, saying that Leonardo da Vinci didn't understand the sea. This made da Vinci somewhat dissatisfied. She said that it was already impressive that she could build such a formidable vehicle. It was originally a tool prepared as a precaution, and with limited space inside, seating comfort was naturally out of the question. Begin ascending. After a violent jolt, the submarine arrived at the fourth lost belt. Upon surfacing, Roman immediately activated his cloaking suit. The imagination tree here isn't hidden. After activating the cloaking suit, the group immediately spotted the towering imagination tree in the distance. This was the first time the Chaldean group had seen the imagination tree in its entirety. In the previous 3 lost belts, it had only appeared at the end. What is that? Strange. The monitoring system didn't detect it. Besides the imagination tree, the group also spotted a strange cube-shaped stone in the sky, or perhaps a building, if you will, but this stone was only visible through sight. None of Chaldean equipment could detect it. It looks a bit like that strange woman. Holmes immediately recalled the woman who had appeared earlier, also visible only through sight. Nezha, how do you feel? Da Vinci asked. I'm not sure, but I feel like something's off. It doesn't affect my ability to perform. After receiving Nezha's response, the group immediately began to discuss their next move. Considering Parvati's warning and their unfamiliarity with this lust belt, they ultimately, at the Fat Director's request, temporarily moved away from the imagination tree and the sky cube until they had investigated the lost belt's intelligence. But before that, we need some support. We've found the spirit vein, and it's not far from here. Da Vinci said this, motioning for Ritsuka to bring the spirit base box and the heroic spirit summoning amplifier that Xian had given them again. While this amplifier wasn't as powerful as the previous one, which could increase one hero into 3, it could increase one into 2. It's Karna and Rama. We've hit the jackpot. This time it's a sure thing. Upon seeing that the 2 heroes Ritsuka summoned were Karna and Rama, the Chaldeans perked up. This was the Indian lost belt, and these 2 were already top-tier heroic spirits. With the added bonus of the region, it was arguably Chaldea's strongest point since the beginning of the human freeze. What a shame. If it were like last time, wouldn't it have been even better if we had Arjuna? Da Vinci muttered to himself. Lost belt, right? Something feels off. As native heroic spirits, Karna and Rama quickly sensed something strange about their surroundings, though they couldn't pinpoint what it was. Like Nezha, they stated that it didn't affect their ability. I didn't sense Zidwo's presence. For Rama, the first thing he did upon being summoned was naturally to search for his wife, Rama. Mashu and Ritsuka, familiar with the legends of Roman and Zidwo, fell silent for a moment. The enemy is coming. Perfect time to stretch her legs. Noticing wolves closing in, Karna signaled Rama to hold back and let him handle the situation alone. According to detection, there are signs of life ahead, possibly human beings. Go investigate there first. Following the submarine's guidance, the group advanced. After slaying numerous beasts and taking in the scenery of this lust belt, the town ahead came into view. It looks peaceful and prosperous here, Mash sighed, gazing at the distant presence. Chapter 1170 The Fourth Lost Belt, and it seems this place isn't very peaceful. From a distance, the town looked beautiful, but upon arriving, the Chaldean group immediately noticed something amiss. Many houses were damaged, seemingly destroyed by some creature. Are you travelers? While there were pedestrians on the town streets, they merely watched the Chaldean group from afar. Only a little girl, accompanied by a puppy, approached Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others with a curious look on her face. Yes, we are travelers, from a distant country, Mashu immediately replied. But just as she was about to ask a few questions, the streets erupted in commotion. Oh no! Kali is coming. Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others immediately looked outside. A large number of purple, Crocodile-like monsters were charging toward the town, sending the pedestrians fleeing in panic. Dad, my sister and the others have nowhere to pray. Can they come to our house? A young man appeared beside Aisha. Upon seeing him, Aisha immediately requested that Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others come to her house, but her father refused. Looks like they were the ones destroying the house. Bakali, what a familiar name. Watching the purple monsters charging towards them, Karna immediately drew his spear and turned his gaze to Ritsuka. Destroy them, Ritsuka commanded. Karna, Rama, and Nezha immediately charged forward, weapons in hand, while Mashu held his shield in front of Ritsuka. Kali? It seems this lost belt isn't peaceful, Holmes' voice rang out over the communicator. Kali is a term for demons in Indian mythology, but it's a general term. Not many people know exactly what a demon actually looks like. New monsters have appeared, just as Karna, Rama, and Nezha were dispatching the Kamas. A dozen white creatures of a completely different species ran over and attacked the Kali. These are two horned horses and chimeras, but white ones are really rare. Shen Fei also remained silent. He stood on Lixiang's other side, observing the situation. They seem to consider us enemies, too. So, we have no choice but to fight back. After dispatching the Kali, the white two-horned horses and chimeras set their sights on Karna, Rama, and Nezha. The three weren't the type to just sit back and wait. Upon being attacked, Karna immediately shot through the attacking two-horned horses. The three quickly dispatched the three of them. Oh my god, what have you done? After the monsters were dispatched, the doors on both sides of the street opened, and people emerged. However, upon seeing the corpses of the white creatures on the ground, their expressions changed drastically. You're blaspheming. Get out of here. God, protect me, leave first. Ritsuka, seeing the town staring at them with hostility, Holmes immediately ordered Ritsuka to lead the others away. Clearly, there was no way to get any information in this situation. Come out, little one. The group had barely left the town when they stopped and gazed into the bushes. Karna spoke, and suddenly the little girl from before burst out from the brush. You're amazing. You even managed to defeat the Kali. The little girl appeared, looking at the Chaldean group with admiration. That's nothing. But you, little one, why are you following us? And what's your name? My name is Aisha, the girl immediately stated. She followed them because she was grateful for saving their lives. Although the rest of the town blamed them for killing the sacred beasts, Aisha knew they would be in danger if her family hadn't killed the Kali. To express her gratitude, she even gave them a bunch of bananas. This banana is really good. I've eaten many of Hanuman's bananas, heavenly fruits that intoxicate with just one bite. But this is also very good. Rama unceremoniously began to eat. Hanuman, what is that? Aisha looked at Rama with confusion. You haven't heard of him? He's my ally. Is he so unknown now? Wait, have you heard of you Rama? Rama suddenly seemed to think of something and immediately asked Aisha if she knew Rama. Rama, not me, Aisha said with a puzzled look. This result was a profound shock to Rama, and he couldn't help but take several steps back. I'm Karna. Have you heard of that name? Karna couldn't help but ask, but Aisha just shook her head with an innocent expression. It turned out that Yu's legend had not been passed down to later generations. Rama muttered quietly. It seems the legends you two shared don't exist in this Lust Belt, or perhaps they've been lost, Holmes suddenly said. Aisha, do you know of any good places to camp nearby? Mash asked about the surrounding area. There's a cave over there, seemingly unknown to most people. I only discovered it when I was out with Wickham. Aisha immediately explained the cave to Mash, and the group entered. Let me start with the simplest questions. Little Aisha, do you know about that giant tree? Inside the cave, Da Vinci's figure suddenly appeared in the video. Aisha didn't seem particularly surprised by his sudden appearance. As for that tree? I only know it suddenly appeared one day. It scared me, but everyone in the village believes it's something related to the gods, just like the god's sky rock, Aisha answered immediately. It seems there is no need to ask the next question. Little Aisha, why do you call it the god's sky rock? Da Vinci asked again. The so-called god's sky rock naturally refers to the cubic stone floating in the air. Even if you ask me, I don't know. It's like the sun is the sun. The god's sky rock is the god's sky rock. Even if you ask Dad, he will say so, Aisha said with a smile. Is that so? By the way, little Aisha, what's the situation with that Kali? It seems that you are often attacked by them. Will Kali not appear in the traveler's town? You scared me. Kali will often appear when the yoga is about to end, especially tomorrow is Kali Yoga, so the number of people coming tomorrow will be more than today. What does this mean? What will happen after tomorrow? Nezia on the side rarely spoke up. Don't travelers know this? Even Wehan knows it. Just like the sun rises for day and sets for night, after Kali Yuga, everyone will die under the judgment of the gods. However, as long as they get the gods' approval, everyone can be resurrected, and then they will begin the first happy yuga. Aisha, let me confirm. The yuga you are talking about refers to the first yuga, which will last for 4 days. The next yuga will be 3 days, the third yuga will last 2 days, and the final yuga, Kali Yuga, will arrive on the last day. Is that right? Rama asked Aisha to confirm whether the yuga she was talking about was the same as the yuga he knew. In Indian mythology, the world is divided into 4 eras: the perfect time, the 3-part time, the 2-part time, and the struggle time. These correspond to the first yuga, and the last yuga. The so-called yuga means era. Yes. I heard that the duration of each yuga in the past was longer than it is now. At that time, there were units such as years and months, but because the intervals are too long, I don't remember them anymore. Aisha suddenly changed the subject here and asked, "Are you other gods?" "Why do you say that?" Mashu said immediately. "I met someone who claimed to be a god before. She seemed very similar to you, but unfortunately she left very soon." "Oh no, it's getting late. I have to go back, otherwise my father will worry." Perhaps because they were so happy to see Mashu, Ritsuka and the others, Aisha stayed with them in the cave. Of course, she was mainly answering questions from Holmes, Da Vinci and the others. As a result, the more she asked, the more confused she became about the situation in this anomalous zone. "Hey, will you be in danger alone?" Mashu looked at Aisha with some concern. "It's okay, Kali has been eliminated by you. I am very familiar with this place," Aisha said and ran out of the cave. "Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Karna," Ritsuka then looked at Karna. "Don't worry, Master." Karna followed him out. Just in case, it was best to escort Aisha. Karna soon returned, and Aisha returned safely to her home. "More Kali will appear tomorrow, Master." The group gathered and immediately began to discuss the information they had obtained from Aisha. "We can't just sit back and watch. Even if they don't welcome us, we must stop those Kali." Although Aisha had said that even if they died, the gods would resurrect them, no one present would turn a blind eye to watching monsters kill people. "Indeed, even if they attack us, I won't ignore them," Rama said immediately. "Since we've decided on our next move, let's first discuss the current situation. The gods Aisha mentioned are probably servants. If we can find them, perhaps we can strengthen our forces." Following Holmes's suggestion, and with time left before dark, the Chaldean group immediately headed towards the mountain where the gods Aisha mentioned were appearing. "I hope it's Zidro." Rama expressed his hopes. "It's better not to get your hopes up too much," Karna reassured Rama. He knew Rama's situation well. Even if this so-called god was a servant, the chances of it being Zidro were slim. There's a divine presence, they should still be here, or have been for a while. Arriving at the northern spiritual peak, Karna sensed a faint divine presence, and the group began shouting around, hoping someone would hear and respond. "I'll search the air, it'll be faster." Nezia then stepped on his wind-fire wheels and soared into the air, beginning his search. "Senior, be careful." Shortly after Nezia left, perhaps their shouting alerted the monsters in the mountains. A pack of wolves and locusts surrounded them, and the battle began. Fire, Shen Fei, using the fire of the rune, incinerated the locusts with a single strike. Enemy eliminated. Mash breathed a sigh of relief after swatting the last wolf with a single shield strike. "No, there are still enemies," Karna suddenly spoke, and then the spear in his hand pierced the ordinary stone. After the stone shattered, Mashu immediately saw the figure hidden behind the stone. Mr. Peperancino. Mashu then whispered the other person's name. This person was one of the 7 people in Group A that year. As a great hero, how about attacking an ordinary person, although he was almost pierced by Karna's golden spear just now? The expression of the person who came still looked very calm. "If it were an ordinary person, I would be ashamed, but I don't think you will die so easily." Although the person opposite was only a human, not a servant, Karna still felt that he was different. "Isn't this little Mashu? Long time no see, how have you been recently?" Peperancino said, his gaze shifting from Karna to Mashu on the side, and he greeted her with a smile. "Peperancino, Hidden One, what do you want to do?" The figure of the fat director appeared in the image on the side. Pepper and Sino appeared here. There is no doubt that he is the hidden person in this anomalous zone. I just came to say hello to little Mashu. Your expression has become much richer. Little Mashu, you have grown up. No servant's breath was detected nearby, Da Vinci said immediately. Really, that's great, Ritsuka, catch him quickly, this is a rare opportunity, the fat director immediately ordered Ritsuka on the side. There are two top servants, Karna and Rama, on this side, and there is only one person on the opposite side. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I understand, Ritsuka nodded immediately. Instead of targeting me, you should worry about the people who are not here over there, Pepper and Sino said with a smile, as if he didn't care about his situation at all. Miss Nezha, you. Although Mashu reacted, at this moment, a figure in the distant sky flew towards them quickly. Perhaps because of its high speed, it left a series of red traces in its flight path. That was the afterimage left by the Hot Wheels. Miss Nezha, you, the person who came was Nezha. After seeing her return safely, Mashu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, after seeing the golden light emanating from Nezha, Mashu's expression immediately seemed to freeze. I'm sorry, Lixiang, it's really embarrassing. After leaving these words, Nezha's spiritual base immediately dissipated. Be careful, there are enemies coming. This is, just when Mashu and Lixiang were sad because of Nezha's disappearance, someone else flew over from the distant sky. Relying on his excellent eyesight, Shen Fei immediately discovered the identity of the person who came. This person was also Nezha, but the color of his hair was different from the previous Nezha's hair color. Nezha from the Lost Belt. Chapter 1171 The Only God. With Nezha's strength, even if you were defeated, it wouldn't be so swift. Is it because he encountered his Lost Belt counterpart that he lost so quickly? As the other Nezha appeared before the group, Shen Fei couldn't help but speculate about Nezha's situation. Perhaps the Lost Belt Nezha was stronger, but expecting to destroy Nezha in such a short time was a bit exaggerated. Such a possibility would only be possible if he was restrained. Nezha, Miss, Mashu and Ritsuka were shocked at the familiar figure before them. They had never imagined that their enemy was another Nezha. Although he is also Nezha, he is not the Nezha you knew. The Nezha who had been with you until now has had his spirit base destroyed. He is probably another aspect of Nezha, a servant from the Lost Belt, your enemy. As if to prevent Mashu and Ritsuka from hesitating in the face of his enemy, Holmes emphasized his opponent's identity. As a renowned detective, he always maintained a calm composure, which could even be described as cold in certain situations. Master, Mashu, I understand your feelings, but please calm down for now. The enemy is undoubtedly unleashing murderous intent, Rama said. I have something to report. The man just now has disappeared, Karna said. Although he is a concern, we can only focus on this side right now, Rama said this, moving towards Ritsuka to prevent him from attacking his master. I understand, Mashu and Ritsuka said simultaneously. Reporting, our personal activities are over. Now it's time to fulfill our duties as divine generals and eliminate unnecessary alien creatures. Begin. The Nezha in the Lost Belt was the same type as the previous one, a man of few words. After finishing his soliloquy, he immediately set up his wind fire wheels, brandished his flame spear, and attacked Rama. Rama, in turn, brandished his sword to meet the attack. Mashu, you protect the master. Rama and I will take care of him, Karna, brandishing his spear, instructed Mashu to protect Ritsuka before joining the battle. As great heroes, Rama and Karna typically fought one-on-one, rarely seeing two of them attacking one. However, given the current situation, they couldn't afford to focus on the enemy. What a swift speed. He's definitely much better than Nezha before. Shen Fei watched Nezha control the wind fire wheel, leveraging its speed to hold his own against both Karna and Rama. He couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. This Lost Belt Nezha was far faster at controlling the wind fire wheel than before, leveraging his speed to prevent Karna and Rama from closing in on him. The wind fire wheel was truly a legendary treasure. While it was hard to determine which was faster than the sword technique, there was one thing that the sword technique couldn't compare to: agility. The wind fire wheel was incredibly powerful, even on the ground. During battle, Nezha's feet never touched the ground, instead using the power of his wind fire wheels to levitate. These wheels could also spurt fire at the enemy, leaving the unwary vulnerable. So powerful, Mashu, watching the three fight from the sidelines, was also astonished by Nezha's prowess. After all, she knew the strength of Karna and Rama. What a troublesome fellow, seeing how Nezha would soar into the air with the help of his wind-fire wheels whenever the battle went wrong. Rama debated whether to use his noble phantasm. He was the only one of the three who couldn't fly. Karna could, and at a remarkable speed. This was his ability to release magical energy, which allowed him to fly by spurting magical flames from his feet. The performance was quite similar to Nezha's wind-fire wheels. Boom boom boom. Nezha and Karna clashed in the air, their spears colliding with each other, shaking the air around them. After each collision, Nezha fell back to the ground, and Karna flew back to Rama's side. The battle went smoothly, victories in sight. Nezha, landing on the ground in the distance, suddenly muttered to himself. Although she speaks much more fluently than our Nezha, her judgment of the situation is somewhat inferior, perhaps due to her puppet form. The pan-human history Nezha was truly frugal with her words. Negative, Nezha's analysis is flawless. As the lost belt Nezha spoke, his magical power suddenly erupted, as if he were about to use a noble phantasm. This movement immediately prompted Rama and Karna to take action. If nothing unexpected happened, a clash of noble phantasms would ensue. However, Nezha in the lost belt seemed to notice something nearby, and his magical power suddenly receded. You are not the top priority. Disengage first. The lost belt Nezha took off on his wind-fire wheel and flew to the right. The target is Pepper and Sino. That's a bit strange. Nezha's behavior in the lost belt surprised Shen Fei. He hadn't taken action before, firstly because he believed in the strength of Karna and Rama, and secondly because he was wary of any accidents. Karna and Rama were so focused on Nezha that they didn't notice what the other party saw. However, Shen Fei had noticed that Nezha saw Pepper and Sino, or more accurately, Pepper and Sino deliberately revealed himself to lure Nezha away. After Nezha left, Mashu and Ritsuka immediately remembered the disappearance of Nezha, who had been with them throughout the third lost belt, and couldn't help but reveal sad expressions. Mashu, Ritsuka, I understand the situation. Just as humans can't stop the ebb and flow of the ocean, no matter how many wishes they make, some things can only be accepted. Since I met her in the Wandering Sea, perhaps because we share some inexplicable similarities, we get along quite well. I understand that Nezha is an exceptional servant, and she must have realized this. If you lament this and hesitate, it will only cause her worry. Here, I want to ask, was her sacrifice meaningful? Perhaps because they both have ties to India. In the Wandering Sea, the kind of person who is very concise with words and has a good relationship with Captain Nemo. However, Shen Fei still has no idea who this Captain Nemo is. Xian has been keeping it a secret. Holmes and Da Vinci have probably made some guesses, but they've also been keeping it a secret. Even though Shen Fei has been reading Indian mythology, he still has no idea. Servants involve so many different things. Furthermore, Xian's suggestion that Captain Nemo might be a phantom further expands the scope. Phantoms can summon characters from books. Of course, the enemy's mobility is astonishing. If Nezha hadn't made contact with them beforehand, allowing us to discover them, once she'd hidden and launched a surprise attack, we would have suffered even greater losses. Since you say so, it must be true. A benevolent hero, Captain Nemo, I understand. Thank you. I won't let Nezha down. Let's first summarize the intelligence we've gained. After Captain Nemo disappeared, Holmes emerged. He had actually been observing the battle from the submarine, but had remained silent for a fear of disrupting the action. From the conversation, it seems the other party claims to be a divine general. It seems she's not part of Pepelancino's group, so she's unaware of your situation and is treating you as an unwanted alien. We don't have any further information on this matter at the moment, so let's hold off for now. It seems your target is Pepelancino, and she left just now to pursue him. Shen Fei then shared his findings. Strange. Why are the servants in the lost belt hunting down the hidden? I thought Nezha might be his servant. Shen Fei's discovery made Holmes frown. He had previously speculated that Nezha in the lost belt might be a servant summoned by the hidden. After all, the hidden had an absolute advantage in the lost belt. Even Holmes, for all his brilliance, wouldn't have thought of that. It seems some information requires further investigation, but for now, let's focus on finding the deity of this mountain. Perhaps he can reveal more. Ultimately, with no further leads, everything was put on hold. Okay, then, let's act quickly. Find him before nightfall. The group then continued their search of the mountain, focusing on Karna and Rama. Only they could sense the divine aura that might belong to Indian mythology. As for the others, Shen Fei had previously used his observation haki to search the mountain but found nothing special. It seems that Rama has discovered something. Shen Fei, who had been following Mashu and Lixiang, immediately felt the traces of magic power bursting in the direction of Rama, as if someone was fighting. The three of them immediately rushed towards Rama, while Karna on the other side flew directly over. What is this? When the group rushed to Rama's side, they saw him confronting a white stone statue. Karna, although I don't quite believe it, but this spirit seems to be. Seeing Karna coming, Rama immediately spoke. Wait a minute, Rama, it will be done soon. Karna nodded to Rama, and then the golden spear in his hand flashed a cold light in the air, and then a scream was heard, and then the white stone statue cracked, and a girl with an extraordinary physique walked out of it. It was too dangerous. It was a close call just now. If the tip of the gun had been closer, my meat would have turned into a nasty kebab, the girl shouted in dissatisfaction after she appeared, but then after seeing Karna, they looked at each other and fell silent at the same time. Mr. Karna, what are you doing here? After a long while, the girl finally spoke. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Why are you here? Karna then spoke, but at the end he said a name that was a little unclear in meaning. Mr. Karna, do you know her? Ritsuka asked. No, I'm sure this is the first time I've seen her, but I have a very strange feeling in my heart, as if I've known her for a long time. Karna's expression was a little strange when he spoke. Yes, I have the same feeling, Mr. Karna. Although this is the first time we meet, we feel like old friends at first sight, as if we have experienced a lot of things together, but have no way to remember them. This feeling is very similar to the protagonists who have lost their memories in the old games and light novels, and their hidden powers have not yet awakened. But I don't want to awaken. I am the type who likes to stay in the novice village and wait for others to defeat the Demon King. The girl smiled as she spoke, but no one noticed that a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. In other words, Shen Fei did not completely understand the Moon World, otherwise he would know that this was Karna's master in the Moon Holy Grail War. Karna was a servant. After returning to the Throne of Heroes, he naturally lost his memory of being with her. Wait a minute, there's one thing I'm certain of. You're undoubtedly human, but why do you have this divine aura about you? I knew it. Even Mr. Karna's eyesight is so sharp, he can't see through the deepest secrets. Mistaking me for a human is a grave mistake. I'm the universally known deity, Miss Ganesha. The girl directly revealed her identity. Fufu, who was following MASH, suddenly called out. Who said I'm a comedian in Indian mythology? You need to thank me and pay your respects. Ganesha seemed to understand Fufu's words. Ganesha, the famous elephant-headed god, the child of Parvati and Shiva, but this is a myth. Having recently crammed his knowledge of Indian mythology, Shen Fei knew Ganesha well. After all, he had previously seen his mother at the Singularity in the Great War. But precisely because of this, he found these Western gods so inscrutable. Ganesha's elephant-headed appearance stems from his father, Shiva, who severed his head and then attached it to his son. Shen Fei was baffled. If he could resurrect his own son, why not use an elephant's head instead of a complete one? Fortunately, India was a harsh word. While a bit messy, it wasn't the worst. Greek mythology was a far more chaotic mess, with almost all the stories being related. Miss Ganesha, it's a pity that if Miss Parvati were here, you two could be reunited, Mashu said with a touch of emotion, clearly thinking of Parvati in the Great Ultra Singularity. Is she here? Have you seen her recently? Ganesha asked. Miss Parvati isn't here. I only saw her in the previous Singularity. She was very helpful, that's good. I haven't figured out how to face her yet. Ganesha breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Parvati wasn't there. It was clear from her expression that she didn't want to see her mother. It seems that this is the pseudo-servant centered around the deity Ganesha, the god of wealth. Ganesha himself possesses many divine offices, but the most famous is naturally the god of wealth. Okay, that's enough. Finding a divine servant is indeed commendable, but could you please stop talking about boring things here? We have more important things to deal with now. The fat director then appeared from the video. Who is this fat, chubby uncle? Seeing the fat director appear, Ganesha couldn't help but speak immediately, but he forcibly changed his words midway. You were going to call me a fat pig just now, weren't you? The fat director was no fool. He naturally understood what Ganesha had meant to say. This is completely God's mercy in not wanting to discredit someone on our first meeting. Thank you very much. but I don't think you are qualified to judge my size. Chapter 1172 Arjuna. It's no wonder the fat director would say that about Ganesha. In terms of body shape, the two are actually pretty much the same, both being plump. Being called a fat pig by someone of your own size is far more hurtful than being called that by anyone else. Alright, two fellow enthusiasts, we can discuss anything later. We have more important things to do right now. Miss Ganesha, when did you appear in this lust belt? Holmes interrupted the conversation between Ganesha and the fat director and asked directly. A few days ago. I really don't understand why I'm here, why I was chosen. I'm a shut-in. What does the electronic world have to do with me? Oh, and what are you doing here, Lost Belt, Imagination Tree, Humanity Frozen? Don't come to me for such troublesome things. Ganesha had no idea why he appeared in this Lost Belt or why he was possessed by Ganesha. After learning about the current situation from Holmes, he immediately turned back into a stone statue. As she said, she is the type who likes to stay in the novice village, waiting for others to defeat the Demon King. Sorry, there are villages waiting for us to save, and we just lost a companion, so we need to add more companions now, Rama said to the stone statue. Although you have your reasons, it's still not possible. If you want to increase your combat power, you should seek out other gods. I don't want to fight. I just want to continue enjoying my leisurely life as a stay-at-home in this relaxing environment. Despite its exterior, it's very comfortable inside, with temperature control. With the power of the God of Plenty, you can even get a handheld game console. It sounds like there are separate spaces inside. Is this a walking villa? No wonder you can stay alone in the mountains. This person is the first to use the power of a pseudo-servant as a condition for staying home. I know you're like that, but I'm sorry, we need your help. At this point, we can only use brute force to pull you out, Karna said, firing another shot, pulling Ganesha out of the stone statue. Okay, I understand. After some persuasion from Karna's side, Ganesha finally agreed to join, though her knowledge of the Lost Belt was less than that of the Chaldeans. When first summoned, Ganesha had visited a nearby town, but soon, lacking interest, he retreated to this mountain alone, hiding inside a stone statue. Using the power of his divine position, he remained secluded within the statue. The group then immediately returned to their previous cave to rest. Strange. The environment seems to have changed. Early the next morning, the group left the cave and discovered a completely different scene from the day before. Yesterday, there were many flowers blooming around, but now they had all withered. The ground was dry and cracked, and the air had grown cold, accompanied by swirling dust. It was as if the warmth and bloom of spring had suddenly transformed into the desolate winter. Such a change in just one day. It seems this Lost Belt has some hidden mechanism. I can only ask after meeting little Aisha. Da Vinci's image appeared beside the group. Master, there's something wrong with the dryness of the air. Karna then informed Ritsuka of his discovery. The current environment was affecting his and Rama's combat effectiveness even more than before, something Ritsuka, the master, needed to keep in mind. Let's go. The group quickly stopped paying attention to their surroundings and headed towards Pikhu town. Oh no. The Kali have appeared. Using his observation haki, Shen Fei immediately sensed the chaos in Pikhu town ahead. A large number of Kali were wreaking havoc. I'll go ahead. Karna's feet erupted in flames, and he transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring towards Pikhu town. Shen Fei grabbed Ritsuka's shoulders and carried her forward. How could there be so many? When Shen Fei and Ritsuka arrived at Pikhu town, the town was swarming with Kali, as well as those white creatures the villagers called sacred beasts. However, the sacred beasts were far outnumbered by the Kali, and they were powerless to stop them. Many houses had already been destroyed, including Aisha's. Her father was taking her into hiding, praying. Although Karna arrived first, he alone couldn't hold off so many Kalis. Mashu, protect Ritsuka. After Shen Fei and the others arrived, they instructed Mashu to focus on protecting Ritsuka, and then immediately joined the battle. Ganesha also joined with a long-handled axe. Aisha, are you okay? Mashu escorted Ritsuka to Aisha and her father. Seeing that they were safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. The two were then taken home by a neighboring family to spend the day in prayer. The villagers, upon seeing the group that had been driven away yesterday, did not drive them away again this time, or perhaps it was because they no longer had the energy to say such things. With this number, it looks like a protracted battle. The group quickly cleared the town of Kali. Unfortunately, A large number of Kali continued to charge in from outside. Their numbers seemed endless, and it was unknown where they came from. In this situation, it was difficult to use their noble phantasms. Both Karna's and Rama's noble phantasms had a wide range of effects, but they consumed a huge amount of mana. Furthermore, their sheer power would also affect the town. Furthermore, the group needed to keep their noble phantasms for emergencies. This was Holmes's advice. After all, there was no guarantee that S.H.I.E.L.D from the Lost Belt wouldn't reappear. Leave this to me. You guys rest for a while. Looking at the large number of Kali charging in from outside, Shen Fei told Karna, Rama, and Ganesha to rest while he took action. Immediately, he used the primordial rune to create a sea of fire over 20 meters long at the town's entrance. This was the biggest difference between him and Karna and Rama. These two were undoubtedly top-tier heroic spirits, but they were warriors, not magicians, and lacked the means to deal with large-scale foes. A sustained battle would tire even them. However, for Shen Fei, the situation was much simpler, as he possessed a vast array of means to deal with large groups of enemies. Primordial runes. I never expected to see this. Upon discovering the sea of fire had blocked the Kali, Karna and Rama breathed a sigh of relief. Ganesha, meanwhile, even produced some special miniature meatballs from nowhere and distributed them to the crowd, truly worthy of his title as the god of wealth. Huh? They can actually fuse. Do you really think I'm powerless? After numerous Kali were consumed by the sea of fire, the Kali seemed to realize something was amiss and began fusing, transforming into multi-headed giant Kali, attempting to break through the flames. However, Shen Fei immediately used rune spells to create a path of frost, unleashing a ninefold blast of ice and fire upon them. Looks like this should be enough to get us through the day. Be careful, a servant's presence has appeared. It's not S.H.I.E.L.D, but an unfamiliar servant, Da Vinci warned everyone just as Rama finished speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly leaped over from a distance. The moment it landed, the surrounding ground shook. Then, the group saw a burly figure with short red hair. In his right hand, he held a strange-looking weapon, a circular gear-shaped knife that was almost as tall as him. Mashi, it's you, Karna exclaimed in shock upon seeing the newcomer. This is infuriating. I sense a strange aura. Who else could it be? Why are you here, Karna? The short-haired young man, whom Karna called Mashi, seemed furious upon seeing Karna. Mashi, he seems to be Karna's fellow apprentice. Shen Fei had recently been studying Indian mythology, and now he knew Mashi, a name he had never heard of before. He was the son of Karna's master. It was said that his strength was no less than Karna's, but it seemed that his reputation was not as great as Karna's. Therefore, unless one had studied Indian mythology specifically, not many people knew about him. Mashi was most famous for disregarding the honor of a warrior, launching surprise attacks in the middle of the night while the enemy slept, killing all the enemies at the time. This was originally a very normal thing in war. After all is fair in war. Unfortunately, in Mashi's time, such behavior was extremely dishonorable. Every era has its own rules, and all is fair in war. Mashi, I remember you should have been more composed. Who is your master? You thought I was going to tell you. I'll let anger tell you. Come, Karna. Since we began training by my father's side, we've never crossed swords. But now, I feel only anger. I'm sorry. Although I'd love to fight you, we're on different sides now, so I apologize. Since when have you become so fussy, Karna? Mashi said, brandishing his strange ring-shaped blade at Karna. Karna met his advance with his spear, and Rama joined in. This was a servant's battle, not a one-on-one duel. Boom boom boom. The three of them engaged in a fierce battle. To prevent the aftermath of the battle from reaching the houses in the town, Karna and Rama teamed up to lure Mashi out of the town. Perhaps because of Mashi's appearance, Kali and the sacred beasts, who had been appearing, disappeared. Be careful, 3 more servants have appeared. Just as Mashi was battling Karna and Rama alone, Da Vinci suddenly called out again. The group immediately noticed a figure rapidly approaching from the sky. It was S.H.I.E.L.D from the Lost Belt. Simultaneously, 2 servants were also rapidly approaching from the ground. Be careful, Senior. Upon noticing a crossbowman among the incoming servants, Mashi immediately placed her shield in front of Ritsuka. Archers are the most skilled at long-range sniping and pose the greatest threat to their masters. Not every archer is as fond of dual blades as Red A. Don't be so nervous, little girl. We're not here to fight. Perhaps noticing Mashi's actions, The opposing archers smiled and waved their hands, indicating that they were not here to fight. "Then what is your purpose?" Da Vinci immediately asked. "He simply wanted us to come, so we came, that's all." "Do you mean your master?" Rama asked, stepping aside. With the arrival of these three servants, Mashi's battle with them temporarily ceased. "That's about right. Although strictly speaking, there are some differences, we do obey his orders. After all, he's the only god in India, and the final god. Look, he's coming." As the archer finished speaking, the group immediately looked up at the sky and saw a streak of white light rapidly approaching them in the distance. It stopped when it reached their upper reaches. A white Vimana. "Isn't that Gilgamesh's mount?" Shen Fei recognized the object in the sky and spotted the figure standing atop it. "Is it Arjuna?" Karna said immediately after taking in the figure on the Vimana. "He's Arjuna." "How could that be? Although his appearance has changed significantly, I'm certain it's Arjuna." As Arjuna's sworn enemy, Karna naturally couldn't mistake him. "This means Arjuna is now the only god here, the final god." The people on the submarine also saw Arjuna through the video system, and Holmes pondered the meaning of the archer's words. The term last god is easy to describe. For example, Skadiskaho from the Nordic lost belt was the last god. However, soul god isn't a term you can throw around casually. Generally, only those who adhere to monotheistic beliefs call their gods that. Monotheism is the belief that only one's own deity is the true god, and all others are false gods. In a world without mythology, this might be acceptable, but in a world where mythology truly exists, any deity who dares to call themselves that has already been buried. You're the one god, and you've put all the others in their place. We must have different spiritual bases, Holmes said. No, perhaps there were people called Arjuna in the past, but I am a god, even from a distance. Holmes seemed to have heard him. Shen Fei immediately felt a wave of discomfort after he spoke. It wasn't just him, but also Karna, Rama, and Ganesha beside him. Karna, son of Surya, irrelevant. Arjuna, the self-proclaimed god, glanced at Karna before looking away with disinterest, angering Karna. "Arjuna, take up your weapon and focus on me now." Arjuna's attitude stirred Karna's magical energy. However, Arjuna still ignored him. Instead, a ball of energy began to condense in his right hand. Surprisingly, the surrounding magical energy didn't seem to change much. "This power, it's impossible." Shen Fei stared at Arjuna's condensed energy ball, and an impossible thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Even arrogance has its limits. It must penetrate the indestructibility of the Rakshasa. Before Karna could explode at Arjuna's attitude, Rama, unable to bear it any longer, immediately used his noble phantasm. The indestructible blade in his hand transformed into golden light and flew towards Arjuna. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1173 World Reincarnation. How is that possible? This is the sort of immortality. Seeing that his critical hit hadn't done a single ounce of damage to Arjuna, Rama couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Is this a bug? Ganesha was also very surprised. Although the person he possessed was a shut-in, he knew what he needed to know because of his relationship with the servant. It has no effect. It's not because of the power it has currently gathered. It's simply because it has no effect. Holmes frowned. Generally speaking, he rarely behaved like this. He would only do so when he encountered a problem that would bother him. Is it a difference in dimension? Looking at Arjuna standing on the white Vimana in the air, Shen Fei found that his premonition had come true. That is, Arjuna's power now far exceeded theirs. This was the reason why he had felt something was wrong before, but he didn't know the specific situation. To use what Aizen said during the battle with Kurosaki Ichigo, it was that the power of both sides was of a different dimension. Arjuna's strength now far exceeded theirs. Rama's noble phantasm was ineffective, not because it was blocked or evaded by Arjuna, but as Holmes had just said, it was ineffective. Even if he faced Rama's noble phantasm, he would have had to defend himself with all his might if he wanted to remain unscathed. How can I deal with such an enemy? Arjuna's display of strength made Shen Fei frown. He was arguably the strongest foe he had encountered in the moon world. Even the manifestations of human evil were not as formidable as him. "One more time, son of the sun god, lend me a hand." Rama, somewhat dissatisfied with the complete ineffectiveness of his noble phantasm, prepared to try again. However, considering the extraordinary power displayed by Arjuna, this time Rama asked Karna to join him in the attack. Mr. Karna, please, Ritsuka said immediately. Since the master has spoken, under normal circumstances, Karna would certainly not join the others in attacking Arjuna. This was unlike his previous battles with S.H.I.E.L.D in the Lost Belt, or with Masi just now. Arjuna was Karna's destined opponent. However, Arjuna's current situation was so strange that Karna had to temporarily put aside their grudge. With that, Rama and Karna prepared to use their noble phantasms against Arjuna. It's useless. That guy is simply no match for you right now. At this moment, Peppelensino suddenly ran out, shouting anxiously. His one god is not just a title, it literally means the super being that unites all the divine powers in India. Mr. Peppelensino. Mash couldn't help but call out his name upon seeing Peppelensino suddenly appear. Peppelensino, what did you mean by that? Holmes asked immediately. Hello again, Mashu, but now's not the time to reminisce. I didn't intend to show up, but I didn't expect your observation skills to be so poor. We must flee from here now, Peppelensino said, his face anxiously urging. Peppelensino, you thought we'd believe you? The fat chief's voice suddenly broke out. Let me be clear, Nezia was after me on that mountain. He left because you prioritized my pursuit. This means we're enemies, Peppelensino explained immediately. He knew that if he didn't explain things clearly, it would be difficult for him, as a hidden one, to gain the trust of Chaldea. Hostile, meaning none of your servant is among them. Peppelensino, there's something I'm curious about. Where are your servant? Holmes asked. I don't have time to elaborate. Although I'm a hidden one and we're enemies, I'm not lying. We must flee immediately, or everything will be over, Peppelensino said sternly, staring at Mashu. I trust Mr. Peppelensino, Mashu said after a moment's silence. I trust Mashu, but the people here, Ritsuka nodded immediately, but then glanced worriedly at the villagers around her who were kneeling in worship at the god's appearance. Even though Chaldea had no reason to care for them, Ritsuka was kind-hearted and worried about them. Those who are safe will be fine. As for the others, there's nothing we can do. I trust the master. After Rama and Karna expressed their trust in Ritsuka's judgment, the group immediately prepared to retreat. However, just then, Mashi, who had been silent since Arjuna's appearance, stopped them. However, he was the only one who took action. The other three servants remained motionless. Long time no see, Mashi, Peppelensino said, looking at Mashi blocking their way. Yes, you're still alive, former master. Macy's words made the group look at Peppelensino. They hadn't expected his servant to be Macy, and judging by the situation, he seemed to have lost control of his servants. Would you mind letting us go, for the sake of our relationship as master and servant? No, since that guy has decided to destroy you, it's my duty as a divine general to obey orders. Besides, if I don't let you escape here, I'll be one step closer to that guy's dream of a perfect world, Macy said, gripping his chakram, as if ready to strike. Is that so? What about you? Peppelensino said, glancing at the 2 or 3 servants standing nearby. If they joined in, being dragged here would be truly dangerous. Don't look at us like that. I believe he alone is enough, the elderly man in hunter's garb said with a smile. Macy, if that's your position, then, seeing Macy resolutely blocking the group, Karna immediately raised his golden spear and glanced at Arjuna in the sky, but he didn't react in any particular way. Clang, clang, clang. The group immediately engaged in a fierce battle, the clash of weapons echoing endlessly through the air. Mashi's weapon, though seemingly bulky, proved incredibly agile in his hands. Even with Rama and Peppelensino's magical support, defeating Mashi quickly would have been impossible. Get out of the way. I'll use the piercing dethorn spear. Shen Fei, observing that Nezha and the others had indeed made no move, gazed for a moment at Arjuna, who was still gathering energy, before unleashing his noble phantasm against Mashi. With the power Arjuna displayed, he needed to continue gathering it. The force of his attack was likely beyond imagination, and to buy time for his escape, he neglected everything else. Damn it, Mashi, pierced through the heart by a spear, glared at Shen Fei angrily, but his wounds forced him to his knees. This is regeneration. It truly is the nemesis of this type of noble phantasm. Looking at Mashi, who was kneeling on the ground before him, the holes in his body rapidly regenerating, Shen Fei immediately understood that this person was the core of Kuchulane's noble phantasm. His ability to reverse cause and effect and pierce the heart was powerful, But if a person's heart was pierced and could survive, its power would be greatly reduced. Super fast regeneration, huh? Watching Ma Shi's rapid recovery, Shen Fei moved his hands, and the magic spear, Gadgeberg, inflicted 4 more holes in his body. Let's get out of here first. After ensuring that Ma Shi couldn't attack for the time being, Shen Fei immediately came to Ritsuka's side, lifted her shoulders, and then, while keeping watch on the other 3 generals, began to flee. Where else can we escape to in this world? The old man, one of the 3, sighed softly as he looked at the vanished Chaldea group. Ms. Ganesha, in this state, doesn't tire and runs faster than most, but as a stay-at-home person, she's still going to get tired, Ganesha complained as she trotted along. Although her legs looked a little short, her pace wasn't slow. Shut up. No matter how much you complain, it won't get easier. Run faster, Karna scolded. Actually, I'm saying this because I'm hoping you, Mr. Karna, can carry me. Ganesha revealed her true intentions. Impossible. I'll definitely collapse. I can't bear the weight of Ganesha's godhood. How infuriating, Ganesha complained immediately after hearing Karna's voice. As expected of a hidden one, you can actually keep up with the speed. The group raced through the wilderness. Shen Fei couldn't help but be surprised to see Pepelincino, who was running alongside Mash. I said we should be safe here, right? Pepelincino, what are your intentions? As the group left Biku Town, the fat chief's figure immediately appeared in the video. We can't stop. It's not safe here. Just as the group was about to stop after hearing the fat director's words, Pepelincino interrupted him. Your submarine is over there. Escape there to safety. Sure enough, you're a spy. I can't trust you at all. This is your goal, isn't it? The fat director, interrupted by Pepelincino, shouted loudly, as if he had guessed Pepelincino's intentions. You really don't know anything about this lost belt. Then I'll tell you, what Arjuna is doing now is completely destroying and reconstructing it. His long accumulation of energy is to prepare and refine the power to restart it. If you are caught up in it, you will undoubtedly be destroyed, is that so? If what you say is true, then what will happen to the recreated world, and what about the life within it? Holmes asked immediately. There's no time for that now. We'll talk about it later. There's only one way to obtain a noble phantasm that can affect the entire lost belt. That's why I'm helping you. Pepelincino seemed a little impatient with Holmes's questions, but that was understandable. Everything here is about to be lost, and you're still asking questions. Isn't that a waste of time? Imaginary submarine? Luckily, I noticed something was wrong earlier. The submarine has already started, and I'm coming to pick you up now. Wait, are you going to let the hidden one board the submarine? What if he's lying? The fat director shouted immediately. It's certainly possible, but at this stage, the safety of Mashu and Ritsuka is paramount. Even if there's only a slight possibility, we can't let our guard down. Don't worry. I don't have any servants with me right now. I'm just a weak magus. You can take me prisoner. We'll grant you access to the submarine, but in return, you'll need information about this lost belt. No problem. Pepelincino, Holmes, Da Vinci, and the others finally reached a consensus. They then sped towards the submarine, which was also approaching. Shen Fei naturally had a faster way to reach the submarine, but considering the presence of Pepelincino, the hidden one, he chose not to use the portal. Returning Blade of Destruction, as Shen Fei, Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others ran towards the submarine, Arjuna, after a long period of accumulating power, finally completed his noble phantasm. A beam of white light instantly pierced the sky and rapidly spread out in all directions. We've finally caught up with his power. As Arjuna unleashed his noble phantasm, the Chaldeans encountered the submarine and quickly boarded it. Before entering, Shen Fei glanced at the rapidly expanding white light in the distance. Even from a distance, he could already sense the terrifying power within. Hurry, start the imaginary dive. After everyone boarded the submarine, Roman and the others immediately began manipulating the instruments, preparing to dive into the imaginary sea. Oh no. We're just a second or two behind. The next moment, Holmes and Da Vinci frowned. Imaginary dives take time, not just the click of a button. Furthermore, due to their complexity, even preemptive preparations were futile. In other words, preparing for the imaginary dive while the submarine was in motion was impossible. Whose spirit particle has been transferred out, Shen Fei began to regret not using the portal to conceal his connection with Pepelincino. As he prepared to act, someone seemed to have begun to move. Mr. Karna, Mashu and Ritsuka shouted in unison as they watched Kurna, appearing in the outer world after his spirit particle transference. Leave this to me, Rama. The rest is up to you. Sundisk, transform into armor. The white light ahead spread so rapidly that Kurna, leaving these words behind, immediately deployed his noble phantasm. He didn't use his powerful offensive noble phantasm, Sundisk, submit to death, to counter the white light. Instead, he used the defensive noble phantasm to protect the submarine. As his noble phantasm unfolded, his golden armor instantly shone with a golden light that rivaled the white light ahead, firmly shielding the submarine behind him. The golden and white light collided violently. Even though the white light was as vast as the ocean, the golden light still shone its own light within it. Begin virtual submersibility. Although somewhat saddened by Karna's sacrifice, Da Vinci immediately instructed his staff to activate virtual submersibility. It's too dangerous. I absolutely mustn't do that next time. This critical situation made Shen Fei immediately say that he had to keep this in mind and not just do it this way. It was like those two people fighting on TV, waiting until the enemy has their sword pointed at your neck before striking. While it may look cool, if you miss, it could be fatal. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Chapter 1174, Flaw, Part 1. How did he achieve this? Combining the divine attributes of all the gods in Indian mythology, while Shen Fei reflected on himself, Holmes, Da Vinci, and the others confirmed Arjuna's situation from Peplensino. Upon learning that Arjuna had truly become the Lost Belt's sole god, they fell silent. This was supposedly impossible, which was why Holmes had double-checked. If becoming the sole god was so easy, there wouldn't be so many pantheons. No god could possibly achieve this, and it's likely that no god wanted to. For example, Zeus in Greece was definitely the first. I don't know the details. He had already become this way when I arrived in this Lost Belt, but I can speculate that it must have been acquired gradually during the Great War. Peplensino offered his theory. As the Hydra, your interests as the Lost Belt King should be the same. Why have you become a target, and have your servant taken from you? Holmes asked another question. It's impossible to cooperate with him. I knew that from the moment I arrived in this Lost Belt. Kirsch assigned me this Lost Belt for this very reason. Even if I want to become the king of Earth, I have to protect my own life. Arjuna's actions weren't that extreme at first, until a certain alien apostle appeared. Then he immediately changed his strategy and began accelerating Yoga's reincarnation. It was at that time that Macy was taken away. I don't know if he decoded the heroic spirit summoning himself, or if the alien apostle helped him, but he later summoned 3 more servants. Speaking of Arjuna, Peplensino couldn't help but sigh. Judging from his appearance, he was undoubtedly a sociable person, but it required a person to be his friend, and Arjuna was a god. Aren't you and the alien apostles supposed to be on the same side? Although we are all subordinates of the alien god, we have never been companions. They seem to have their own agendas, Peplensino said, before Holmes could finish. This alien god is really pitiful. His subordinates are all scoundrels, comparable to a certain winery. But does he really know nothing about these things? Shen Fei, who was listening to the conversation between Holmes and Peplensino, suddenly felt some sympathy for the alien god. Neither the Hidden Ones nor the alien apostles seemed to care too much about the existence of the fantasy tree. Who is that alien apostle? Goyanskan. It's not Goyankin. Although Goyankin is also very evil, her evil is very pure. I don't know the other party's true identity. Although the other party claims to be a monk, from his appearance we can tell that he should be an Onmyaji. It's not Goyang, nor is it Rasputin. The third alien god apostle. After pondering for a moment, Holmes continued to ask, why has Arjuna been reshaping the reincarnation world? I don't know. I have said before that this is the instigation of that alien apostle. If you want to know his purpose, I am afraid you can only ask him. As for other things, I will tell you. It is better for you to confirm it in person. I think this will be better. It's a rare opportunity to come to the imaginary sea. This is an experience I have never had before. Wait, don't forget, you are a prisoner now. You are not allowed to act without permission. Just when Peplensino seemed to want to stroll around the submarine, for example, to take a look at the imaginary sea outside, the fat director stopped him. He was the most nervous of the group present. Ever since Peplensino boarded the submersible, he'd been keeping a close eye on him. From both sides' perspectives, there was nothing wrong with his actions. You seem nervous, Peplensino muttered, perhaps sensing the fat commander's thoughts. He then sat back down again. As commander, I must be responsible for everyone's safety. Yes, that's right. According to observations from the planar moon, the turmoil in real space has subsided. The world cycle must have begun. Just as the fat commander was addressing Peppel and Sino, Da Vinci spoke up, sharing his observations. The group immediately began discussing their ascent and their next steps. Having lost 2 servants right from the start, and facing the one god, they faced arguably the strongest foe they had ever encountered. Even Surtur couldn't compare to Arjuna right now. First, we need to secure our combat power and search for any lone servants. According to the inhibitor's automatic defense mechanism, there will undoubtedly be servants from pan-human history summoned within the Lost Belt, just like Ganesha. I disagree with him going with Ritsuka and the others. Don't forget, he's a hidden one. After deciding to search for new combat power, the group discussed how to deal with Peppel and Sino. There were 2 options, either keep him aboard the submarine, or have him go with Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others. The fat director strongly opposed Peppel and Sino going with Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others. Right now, we need to leverage his knowledge of the Lost Belt. Only then can we find Arjuna's weaknesses. Keeping him aboard the submarine would be even more unsafe. The enemy was the one god, Arjuna. Defeat by sheer force was impossible. Even if Shen Fei brought in several King Arthurs and Scathach, it would be useless. The enemy was not Surtur. To defeat him, he needed to find his weaknesses and exploit his flaws. Speaking of which, Avalon should be able to block Arjuna's reincarnation. As Holmes, Da Vinci, Roman, and the others discussed Arjuna's weaknesses, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of King Arthur's Avalon. Given Avalon's properties, it should theoretically be possible to block it. Among the many defensive noble phantasms in the moon world, Avalon was undoubtedly the ultimate, capable of blocking even the 5 great magics. However, Shen Fei was only speculating on this matter. After all, he couldn't possibly have King Arthur confront the one god, Arjuna, directly just to test this. Ultimately, the group decided to send Peppel and Sino with Mash, Ritsuka, and the others, placing him in a submarine. This was somewhat unsafe, as the fat director worried that if Peppel and Sino, carrying a bomb within him, were to self-destruct and destroy the submarine, Chaldea would be doomed. While Peppel and Sino might not be so mad, his cooperation with Chaldea was simply to stay alive. But what if? That's what the fat director said. He had seen such extremes before. What a beautiful view. Is this the original Yuga? As the submarine surfaced, the group returned to the Indian Lost Belt. After leaving the submarine, they gazed out into the distance, greeted by a vibrant expanse of greenery and vibrant colors. Mr. Peppel and Sino, what's wrong? Mashu and Ritsuka observed the scenery for a moment before turning to Peppel and Sino, whose brow furrowed. Nothing much. The changes Arjuna has caused are primarily about people. Then let's head to Bhikkhu town first. By the way, this time, the submarine must remain vigilant. We can't let things go the same way as last time. Through their conversation with Peppel and Sino, the group learned that Arjuna's world cycled every 10 days. The first Yuga would last 4 days, the next 3, the next 2, and the final Yuga would arrive on the final day. Originally, this timer was based on mythological time, with each stage taking an extremely long time, but now Arjuna was counting according to human time. Shen Fei, Mashu, Ritsuka, and other servants, along with Peppel and Sino, set off for Pitra town. Da Vinci, Holmes, and the others put the submarine into camouflage mode, awaiting the world's restart in 10 days. As I have said before, after Arjuna's world restarts, the biggest change will be humanity. Anyone deemed imperfect will be eliminated. I've had no problems here before. I don't know why Nezha wanted to kill me last time. Perhaps it was something that Alien Apostle said. On the way, Peppel and Sino began to discuss the changes Arjuna had caused to the world cycle. During the first few days of the Yugana, monsters like Kali wouldn't appear. Generally, Kali only appeared during the 3rd stage. Peppel and Sino wasn't sure how Kali was born. However, given that Arjuna had repeatedly reincarnated the world, Kali had persisted, suggesting that Kali must have arisen naturally to counteract his reincarnation. Be careful, it's a sacred beast. Just as the group was approaching Pitra town, a surprising creature suddenly appeared ahead. It was none other than Arjuna's sacred beast. Strange. Logically, they shouldn't be here now, without Kali. Are they treating us as imperfect beings and eliminating us? Peppel and Sino muttered, watching the sacred beasts appear before him. Prepare for battle. Nearly 10 sacred beasts were quickly dispatched by the group. Unlike Kali, who had always taken the same form, the so-called sacred beasts were actually various creatures from Indian mythology, some running on the ground, some flying in the sky. Welcome, former travelers. Upon arriving in Piku town, the mayor, who should have disliked them, greeted them warmly. That attitude, the group was surprised by his response, but later, through conversation, they understood why. In his view, the fact that the group hadn't been eliminated by the gods meant that their previous actions had been permitted by them, and thus, they were all family. Miss Aisha, Mashu and Ritsuka had found little Aisha and were relieved to see she was alright. However, as they spoke with Aisha, they fell silent. They finally understood the standard by which Arjuna eliminated imperfect humans. That is, as long as one is injured, whether human or living, they are imperfect. Aisha, who had always been by her side, her beloved dog, Wihan, disappeared, and Aisha had no memory of it. What a cruel world. Even crueler than the first emperor's Lust Belt, everything is afraid of comparison. The first emperor's Lust Belt had many problems, but compared to the other Lust Belts, it seemed far safer. If nothing else, at least there was no threat of illness or hunger. Let's go. Talking with the villagers here, they learned some clues about the rebellion against God. This was to find new servants. This Lust Belt was not small, with many towns and villages. If they searched one by one, it would take too long, and now they had time. As local villagers, they knew some information. Besides gathering this information, they also discovered that many villagers had disappeared from the town. The townspeople had no recollection of these people. Even Mashu and Ritsuka had never seen them before, but they knew they were gone. This was because Arjuna had eliminated all traces of their presence, but there were other evidence of their existence, such as the houses, many of which were vacant. It wasn't perfect. The people were eliminated, their memories vanished, but the things are still there. This one god seems flawed. And rightly so. A perfect god is impossible, even the power of restraint isn't omnipotent, let alone a single one god. Be careful. It's a sacred beast. Get out of the way. While heading towards some godless villages they'd heard about from the villagers of Bikayu town, the group encountered a group of dozens of sacred beasts. Since they hadn't noticed them, they didn't attack them, but instead avoided them. Looks like this is it. There's a simple fortress here, right? After dodging the sacred beasts, the group climbed a mountain and arrived at a village. The layout outside the village indicated they had reached their destination. It was a walled village with a gate. According to the intelligence they had gathered, the people of this lost zone wouldn't resist, even against Kali, only praying to the gods. Since they wouldn't resist, there was no need for walls. It's simple, but they do have weapons. They've been able to hold out until now, so there must be servants here. They're hiding. There were people standing on the low wall, probably sentries, but upon seeing the Chaldean group, they immediately hid. Open the door. We need to speak to your leader. After the people hid, the group knocked on the door, but sadly, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. Wait a minute, there's a servant responding, approaching quickly. We have to say we're quite lucky, Holmes suddenly said. The submarine had detected an unfamiliar servant approaching. Who are you? No, that's not right. I've been so cautious, yet I've still been discovered. You servants of false gods, you're such a pest. Now we have no choice but to fight. A female servant with long white hair, braided into two long pigtails, holding a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, appeared before the group. Judging by her equipment, she must be a modern servant. As she approached, her eyes immediately focused on Ganesha, and she raised her weapon, ready to fight. Wait a minute, this is a misunderstanding, Mashu said immediately. Unfortunately, the servant didn't respond to Mashu's intentions, forcing her to raise her shield to block the servant's sword attack on Ganesha. Is this judging by the servant's aura? Shen Fei immediately speculated, seeing that the servant's target was Ganesha. Excuse me, young lady, we are not divine generals. We, like you, are rebelling against the gods here. Chapter 1175, Flaw, Part 2. Mashu waved his shield to block the opponent's attacks while trying to resolve the misunderstanding with words. Since they were looking for a companion, the others only served as guards and did not join the attack. Shen Fei stayed by Ritsuka's side, just in case. This was what Holmes, Da Vinci, Roman, and the fat director had quietly instructed him to do. Mashu was mindful of their old friendship. Although he wanted to trust the other party, it was always better to be cautious. The two sides were now united because they had a common enemy. Once Arjuna was defeated, the two sides would return to hostility. Moreover, Peplitino was different from Katak before. The power he displayed was somewhat dangerous for Ritsuka. His speed was comparable to that of a heroic spirit to a certain extent. According to him, this was the divine foot power. Combined with this, if he had other magical powers, such as telepathy, he could only be said to be a worthy member of Group A. From Shen Fei's current understanding of the members of Group A, Katak was the most common. The others all had some means of dealing with heroic spirits. Ophelia possessed the mystic eye, which could restrain heroic spirits. At her full power, Akueniko could handle a heroic spirit. While Peplitino couldn't defeat a heroic spirit, his divine foot skill allowed him to escape without a problem. He had previously relied on this power to escape from Nezha in the Lost Belt. As for the captain, Kirstelia, she was even more formidable. He had left a lasting impression on her. A single celestial magic instantly wiped out the entire Chaldean group, ultimately saving them only when a mysterious figure resembling Roman intervened. Shen Fei didn't know the last two remaining figures, but they were certainly no ordinary individuals. It was certainly not easy for Katak to blend in with these gods. Do you think I'll trust you? Pretending to be allies, then betraying them? I've seen that happen so many times. The female servant didn't believe Mashu's words. As she spoke, she continued to attack Mashu with her spear and sword. Rama, do you notice that there seems to be a divine aura about that servant? Ganesha, observing the battle, said to Rama. Yes, there's a familiar aura, probably the same as yours. Rama nodded immediately. As expected of the kingdom of gods, everyone you meet is a divine servant. After hearing the conversation between Rama and Ganesha, Holmes felt a sense of emotion. A divine servant becoming a servant is something you only encounter once in a while. Chaldea had encountered many such beings along the way, but that was an exception. Just look at other Holy Grail wars, how many were able to summon divine servants? Rather than this kind of thing, we should first clear up their misunderstandings, otherwise there's no way to proceed, but it's clear they don't trust us at all. Perhaps we can only wait until they've grown tired of fighting. Even Holmes had no good solution for such a direct attack. Madam, I'm Rama. I'm not sure if you've heard of this name. I mean no harm, I just want to speak with you. If we were enemies, we could just attack together now, Rama said. Rama, even if you were Rama, that doesn't prove you're not a pawn of the false god. If you don't join forces, there must be some conspiracy. The female servant clearly knew Rama's name, but unfortunately, that didn't prove Rama's position. After all, the enemy was still Arjuna. Damn it. I knew you were pawns of the false god. The female servant, who was battling Mashu, suddenly stopped and leaped onto a wall. She gazed into the distance, her expression suddenly cold. Be careful. It's the holy beasts. Shortly after the female servant looked, a group of holy beasts appeared in the group sight. Doesn't this number and type look familiar? Aren't we the same ones we've encountered before? Why are they here? Did they go in another direction? Ganesha couldn't help but exclaim at the sudden appearance of the holy beasts. Strange, has something caught their attention here? The sacred beast, which shouldn't have appeared, had now appeared, leaving the group feeling something was amiss. Prepare for battle. With the sacred beast already appearing, a fight was inevitable. Unlike his previous battle with the female servant, this time Rama was ready to engage. Get out of the way. The female servant, perched on the wall, was about to say something when her footing suddenly slipped and she fell off the wall. This moment silenced the group. What happened? She fell suddenly. Was she attacked? Rama said. No, it seems she slipped. Mashu was unsure whether to continue. Her attack had shown her strength, but now, because she slipped and hadn't reacted, she fell. Even after witnessing it herself, Mashu was filled with disbelief. Not only that, but her foot seems to be stuck in the hole in the ground, and she can't get it out. What's going on? Ganesha was also puzzled. The cave we dug to protect against Kali's attacks is right down there. Wait a minute, I'll be up in no time. The female servant seemed to understand the situation, a hint of embarrassment on her face. They seem angry, the sacred beasts roared, as if sensing their gaze had shifted away. Take care of them first. Mash swung his shield, sending the nearest chimera flying. Rama and Ganesha also attacked. Shen Fei also took the opportunity to unleash several offensive spells to aid the attack. Although the sacred beasts were numerous, they were quickly annihilated by the Chaldeans. Now we can prove that we are not companions of God, they said. After destroying all the sacred beasts, the group turned again to the female servant who had pulled her foot out of the pit. I'm sorry, it seems I made a huge misunderstanding. You who are fighting sacred beasts are definitely not companions of that false god. The female servant seemed to realize she had made a significant mistake and immediately apologized to the others with an embarrassed look on her face. It's alright, we're supposed to be cautious. The misunderstanding cleared up, and Mashu and Ritsuka immediately approached the female servant to begin conversation, briefly introducing themselves. I'm Lakshmi Bay, suddenly summoned to this land, the female servant then explained her identity. She was a hero in Indian history, but now a pseudo-servant of a deity. As for the goddess she possessed, she bore the same name. In the moon world, names are, to some extent, extremely important, holding a profound connection to magic and the mystical. In fact, not just in the moon world, but across the infinite dimensions, many names are taboo. Some names are completely irrelevant in this world, but once they transcend this world, they become unacceptable. Take, for example, Dong Hoang Tae from Kin's moon. Just try to get him to go into the mythological world with that name. Lakshmi Bay lived in the 19th century. After the female servant revealed her identity, Captain Nemo suddenly spoke up, briefly describing her life. Shen Fei's mind suddenly flashed back to Joan of Arc, the Indian Joan of Arc I see. No wonder Holmes is silent, Da Vinci suddenly remarked. Shen Fei was initially curious about how this connected to Holmes, but then realized that the uprising led by Lakshmi was against Britain, and Holmes was British. Okay, that's enough. Let's talk about Goddess Lakshmi. She's the goddess of luck and happiness. She's also Vishnu's consort. Could it be that? Yes, that's right. I am Rama, an incarnation of Vishnu, and Sita is an incarnation of Lakshmi. Rama spoke, suddenly approaching Lakshmi with a look of excitement. For Rama, if it were anything else, it wouldn't matter, but when Sita was involved, his composure instantly lost its edge. Zito, are you there? If you were, I'd definitely be able to sense it. Can I crush his head? Seeing Rama suddenly approaching, Lakshmi immediately grasped his skull. Lakshmi was not short, and Rama had been summoned as a teenager, which led to the situation. Miss Lakshmi, I'm sorry, but please have mercy. Mr. Rama has a complicated secret, Mashu pleaded immediately. I'm sorry, but I'm certain you don't have Zidua within you, otherwise I wouldn't be able to sense it. There's something I didn't mention earlier. I only have Lakshmi's power within me, not her consciousness. Therefore, I'm not a complete servant of the gods, lacking her full power. Indeed, Ganesha hasn't been able to sense Lakshmi's presence since a while ago. Although she's a being of the same magnitude as my mother, I'm not close to her. Ganesha, are you kidding me about your image? Lakshmi, upon hearing Ganesha's words, looked at him in shock. The Ganesha before her was vastly different from the Ganesha she remembered. Unfortunately, this is reality. Alright, enough introductions, Ms. Lakshmi. I wonder when you appeared in this lust belt, Da Vinci asked immediately after they were introduced. Holmes should have been the one to ask, but he was still trying to gather his thoughts. As for the fat director, although he protested against the introduction of the Chaldean commander, he was immediately pulled away by Munir. It's been more than 10 days, I haven't calculated the exact time, Lakshmi said as she left. So, Lakshmi is already involved in the reshaping of the universe. I wonder how you managed to survive. Da Vinci was somewhat puzzled that as a servant of pan-human history, he hadn't been deemed imperfect and deleted during the reshaping. Creating the lost belt must have been a massive undertaking. The so-called imperfections are merely his judgment. Any entity deemed imperfect by him will naturally be reconstructed like an ordinary person. I was the same way before, but what was deemed imperfect and deleted, and what was not, was all determined by his judgment. It was truly terrible. Pepelancino, who had been remarkably calm since their meeting, even in life or death situations, now frowned for the first time, clearly annoyed by Arjuna's judgment of imperfection. Because you possess power, you act recklessly, Rama expressed his thoughts. There's one thing I must tell you. If you join us, he'll discover you, and you might not survive the next reshaping of the universe. Peperancino explained to Lakshmi the consequences of joining forces with the Chaldeans. It's only a matter of time. You should have a way to fight him, right? Yes, Mash nodded immediately. We've found our new companion. What's the next step? Ganesha asked, voicing her doubts. I do have a suggestion. While it might be dangerous, it should yield significant rewards. Holmes finally spoke. Lakshmi, upon learning his identity and background, didn't say much. After all, the primary enemy now was the Lost Belt god. God's void rock. Yes, ever since entering this Lost Belt, I felt a strange presence. Instruments can't detect it, only visual observation is necessary. I don't know what it is either. I've seen it since I was summoned here, but it doesn't seem to have changed. Sorry, I haven't been observing it constantly. I've been observing it, and it hasn't changed at all. It's been there since I entered the Lost Belt, and I was curious about it back then, Peplantino said. In that case, let's go to God's Void Rock. After some discussion, the group decided to investigate God's Void Rock. While it might be dangerous, it was better than nothing. After all, they had no idea how to fight Arjuna, who had become the sole god. That's a sacred beast. Is it purifying a corpse? Along the way, the group thought they saw a sacred beast purifying a body that had died on the roadside at some point. Under the sacred beast's purification, the body quickly transformed into light and disappeared. Later, the group learned from Lakshmi about the sacred beast's duties. Besides fighting Kali, they were also responsible for purifying the dead. So big, as they approached the divine sky rock, it grew larger. Be careful, it's the Kali. How could there be so many? This is the original Yuga. However, before the group could examine the divine sky rock, countless Kali suddenly emerged from all directions, many of them even in fused forms. This surprised the group. Strange, the Kali disappear once we retreat a certain distance. Are they trying to protect the divine sky rock? Because of the sheer number, the group couldn't get close to the divine sky rock. I'll try. The Kali probably can't fly. Curious about the divine sky rock and the fact that the Kali couldn't fly, Shen Fei suggested that one of them go check it out while the others stayed put and waited. This is an illusion? How is this possible? Shen Fei was utterly surprised to see his hand pass through the divine sky rock. It was right in front of him, clearly visible, yet it seemed to exist in another dimension. However, he couldn't detect any special issues around him. What, Phantom, how is that possible? After Shen Fei came back and told him the situation, Holmes' brows immediately frowned. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.